Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl. This weekend is going to be all about North America. I will be your host, Elliot Venzel, aka Venruki, and I'm joined by the lovely Zico. How are you doing today, my friend?
Honestly, Ben, I'm a little bit sad right now. I didn't know you were wearing white. This is what happens when we don't coordinate our outfits and we go on these voice calls before the show. I would have worn black. You know, if you're white, I'm black. But I'm good. Other than that, I'm good. I'm excited to get into some games. How are you doing today?
Dude, I really can't complain, to be honest with you. I think we got some really good games coming up for you. If you tuned in last weekend, it was all about Europe, and we did get our top 6 for the European Championship bracket, which we will be seeing next weekend. But this weekend is all about North America, getting that top 6, and for the top 2 teams, getting that bye if they can make it. We'll be playing Warsong, all today, as well as a lot of tomorrow as well. Zico, last week, we had a chance to look at some really, really solid teams coming in from Europe, specifically Apes. Do you think that there's going to be any of North American teams that are really going to stand out this week?
It's a tough question. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of good players in the region, but when it comes down to it, I feel like I knew a lot about the EU region because I spent a lot of time there ranking. With NA, I'm not quite as familiar with all of the players here on the rosters, but definitely, there's some big names in here, of course. The people like the Vampire Clan have kind of a Warsong reputation that they probably want to uphold. So I'm definitely going to be taking a look at their teams and see what they can do there. I think their team name is just VC.
Yep. There's some other big name teams as well. I mean, we have Demons. I know both of us played a lot with these players. Players like Bruce Wayne, the Hunter, Trickster, the Shadow Priest. They played in a lot of the dueling tournaments. We have CLC and friends, so Beanslayer playing on that Hunter, Reverie. So lots of really, really interesting teams. And for me, there's one team in particular I'm really excited. I hope we can watch some of their games. It's going to be Benny Boys. And the reason why I'm so excited about this team in particular is because I actually played Vanilla WoW with them. Like way back in the day. These are the people that I dueled and practiced and really, got my foot in the door with PvP. So definitely looking for them to represent Deathrock, and super excited about that.
Okay, I like that. Starting off with a little shout out to your old homeboys. I like that, man. Yeah. And of course, they are actually getting a bye by the looks at this bracket. So we're not going to be seeing their games until maybe a little bit later. Of course, we want to be focusing on those round 1 matches, and I think we're gonna be getting some good games today. I'm not sure how do we feel. Like, obviously we're never gonna get this with Europe and NA kind of facing off against each other because it would probably require a LAN, which just isn't possible. But it's fun to toy with the idea. Like, do you think that the EU teams are as good as the NA, or do you think any team in NA is about as good as the Apes teams that we saw in Europe? You think anyone could give them a run for their money, because they looked really dominant?
They did, and I mean, only time will tell, right? I mean, we got to spectate those games, and it was pretty clear from at least my point of view, and I'm sure yours as well, that those players, from Apes, they know exactly what they're doing. They're very clean with their strategies. It seemed like just in any situation, they knew exactly what to do. And I think, as today unfolds, as well as tomorrow, we're going to get a good chance to see if a lot of these teams can compete. In my mind, the ones that, at least allege they're as good as the Apes team is going to be VC. So we've been keeping an eye on them, seeing how they're able to perform. But there's a lot of good teams and a lot of good players. And, we're talking a lot about the teams, as well as, it being Warsong Gulch. But Zico, we could kind of talk about the format of these games and how they're going to play out, because it is a little bit different than just, logging on and queuing up for a Warsong.
Yeah, and we're going to be playing, of course, a double elimination tournament here in Warsong Gulch. The game duration is set to 35 minutes, and that is going to be after the gates are open. So when the gates open, which takes usually about 2 minutes of prep time, then it's going to be 35 minutes. So around the 37-minute mark is actually when the games are going to end. And then, of course, in the event of a 0-0 situation, we have a bunch of tiebreakers in place: most kills, most damage, etc. We have plenty of talented admins in the back who are all going to be kind of working on that and telling us who is the winner. But we'll also be making sure to call out what we see here.
Yeah, a lot of people were wondering about, sort of the timer last week. We'll be making sure to call that out as much as possible. Another thing, just to talk about kind of the format and how these games are going to be played out, is these are on the live realm. So there's no classic tournament realm. These players are going to be using their live characters and all the consumables and stuff that they have available. There are some that are being excluded. For example, flasks are not allowed for all these teams because essentially if everyone has a flask, it's almost the same as nobody having a flask. So just get that really expensive consumable out of the way. But we're going to be seeing lots of, last weekend we saw lots of things like flash bombs, free action potions, stuff like that to really give your team an edge. And it was those teams that, had a great performance, Zico, that were, using all the tools available to them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Another thing as well is all the gear is permitted. Anything that you can equip on your character as an item is going to be allowed. So any trinket combinations, any engineering trinkets, anything like that, you're allowed to use. But yeah, for sure, those really expensive consumables like flash bombs and the thorium grenades, if you want to basically invest a little bit more gold compared to just using the regular iron grenades.
I wonder,
things like that are going to definitely tax your economy as the tournament progresses.
Yeah, how many of these teams do you think are really utilizing, thorium grenades, like just literally min-maxing everything?
They all should be. They all should be. We just saw Europe play. Apes, do you think that Apes was using thorium grenades every single game or not? Of course they were. This is the standard that's been set.
This is a crazy game to start the day off.
What?
This is this could potentially.
This should be the finals.
This literally is looking like one of those games that could potentially be, the finals of the entire tournament. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting, and I think this could be telling to what we do see in this tournament. Of course, on the Alliance side of things, we do have VC, Vampire Clan, and then I'm trying to remember the name of this team right here. They're Horde Squad, a lot of familiar faces. Just want to look at their team name. You know it?
Demons.
Demons, yes. So it is going to be Demons versus VC. And yeah, this should be a really, really interesting match. I'm very curious to see if Demons can hang with VC. I have a funny feeling that they will be able to. This is a very experienced team and some of the best players that I had a chance to play with, on the Horde side.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of good players here on this roster. I'm not sure, though. The composition is a little bit different if you look at these two squads. You're going to have one team just running the one mage, and then on the opposite end, you're going to have the double mage, the duo of OG and Drexer here, man, as well as... What other significant difference is there between these two comps? The Shaman, I guess, versus the Paladin, of course, because we have a Horde versus Alliance. But is that two Ellie Shamans on the side of Demons? Or is one of those guys going to be a healer? I feel like Adim, though, is a healer, from what I remember at least. And are they really just running two priests? I feel like they're running a healer Shaman.
Yeah, they might be running a healer Shaman. Sometimes, teams like to implement an elemental shaman as kind of like an off healer, but with two warriors, it's not that unreasonable that you would have healer shaman that could get in there with the offense, drop Wind Fury. But we'll see. If they are running the double elemental, that's going to be a huge hit of damage that they have available to them.
Yeah, I think it actually might be double elemental because he does have that lightning shield active. And he looks kind of aggressive. Lightning Shield obviously exists for all Shaman specs, but I'm not sure. Two Ellie Shamans? I don't know how to feel about that. And also, is Trickster going to be healing then? It looks like he is, but we know him primarily as a Shadow Priest. And we're going to see Adim, though. Yeah, Elemental Mastery, first global hit from Adim, though. And from one-shotted, they could just be taking somebody down right away here. So they are playing two healers, so they're going to have a lot more damage here on the side of Demons, but if both of their priests get crowd control at the same time, then it's going to be bad. Drexer going down without ice blocking right there, man.
Yeah, I know all about that. I know all about that. Drexer's going to fall, Demon's going to fall. But here's the thing to keep in mind about this midfield skirmish is Demons, they're looking for more of like a team fight strategy right now, whereas you can see VC, yes, Master, he's already on the Horde side base, he picks up the flag, and now, at this point, Damon and Drexer, they're looking like they want to position themselves in a way to just prevent Demons from picking up the flag. And unless Demons get the flag relatively soon, then there's going to be an opportunity for a potential quick cap here by VC.
Wait, hold up. Where's the druid on the side of demons?
I
There's
don't
no
have one.
druid. They're
Yeah.
playing with two warriors. They have a massive disadvantage in terms of combat. The entire VC squad is dead. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play it out because typically you would expect that, a team that runs a druid just have a druid mage kind of running the flag. But on the side of demons, I think the entirety of the team just wiped out the VC and now are going together to pick up the flag. But the problem is here, they spent a lot of resources here fighting through the vampire clan twice. So Yes Master is already going to be in the base, and if they just kill the flag carrier while he's in the base, that's it. And all they need to do that is drain these two almost out of mana priests, completely out of mana, or just crowd control them. So I feel like this is a big opportunity here. Yes Master, though, is going to be running back as he is pretty much running into an entire team there in the tunnel.
This is a really interesting strategy from Demon. Something we haven't really seen too much. Just stick together as 10 people. Stick together, wipe the enemy team, go, grab the flag, and Zetox, I mean, he's looking relatively healthy. Vodka could fall. Definitely needs to not in this situation. He's so far away from the graveyard. If they're going to try to implement that 10-person strategy, they need to make sure they're not losing a single member during this exchange. Once again, Demons, they are completely grouped up. Adim trying to get back to the rest of his team as well. And they're going to regroup. I think they're going to sit down, they're going to drink, they're going to be looking to rebuff, recover their mana, and then as a 10-man squad, try to escape the Alliance base.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see because they don't have too much mana. If you look at their priests, both of those guys are pretty much out of mana, but it's an interesting strategy because right now they are in the base of VC. So at least if you want to do this strategy, you want to rest up, get full mana, and then at least get to your side of the base in case something happens. The problem is as well they're not going to really have any pressure onto Yes Master. So Yes Master can pretty much do whatever he wants in this situation. So it's going to be kind of telling if they just choose to stick it out here and wait for 35 minutes and maybe try to win the game on kills, or
are they going for killing blow strategy?
we never saw a single game in Europe actually get to killing blows.
Are they actually? I mean, I would say if we're looking at just purely team fight, 10 versus 10, Demons probably has a better composition with the double elemental shaman, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, and also better players. I'm just kidding. We're going to see right now a team fight being initiated here. Zetox is charging in with the flag right now. Honestly, the only thing DC needs to do is just counterspell both of those priests at the same time, or rocket on them both at the same time, anything like that, and they're going to be in a great spot. I feel like this strategy could definitely backfire here for Demons. I at least want to see them swapping over to their side of the map, but actually, maybe they're staying on this side to force Yes Master to stay very far away so that they can potentially just repick if Zetox does go down. Flag carrying with a two-handed arms warrior. Very interesting strategy here coming out of Demons.
Yeah, but I mean, once again, BT's wiping. Bobka could fall. At this point, BT has not gotten a single killing blow. Maybe they take out Bobka. He's incredibly low. Is he going to be able to survive? Really is the question. It does look like he's going to be able to hold on. And once again, VC, they get wiped. They're forced to run away. Demons, a few close calls there, but at this point, we're about 5 minutes into the game. VC only has 2 killing blows, and the team of Demons has significantly more, around like 20 or so. Quick math. And yeah, I was going to actually lead the day when we were talking about the rules, saying that not a single game in Europe came down to killing blows. But Demons looks like this may be the strategy they're looking to implement. And and here's the thing about a format like this is I don't know if VC is prepared to deal with a strategy like this.
Yeah, that's a great question there. I don't think so because in practice I doubt that they've ever been in this situation, and now they're actually going to have to outperform them in a team fight. The good thing for VC is if they try to go in, and try to sync their go with the res timer, and they can kind of force the fight to prolong, where they can continue res and enter and re-enter the fight. Because of the position on the map, they could potentially win because of that. But honestly, I think Demons have them in a pretty nice spot here. After they wipe them, they're able to sit down. And what do you think about Maui Wawi's Frostback? I think if he was playing actually he is playing Arcane Power. Okay, so yeah. I was gonna say, Maui Wow is just standing here with flamethrowing, increased range. and Bobka is going to get removed right there. So I wonder what they're going to do to get Bobka back into the fight. Is he going to cancel the res maybe after the fight and get res? We're going to see. They're still fighting here. They're going in, trying to wipe out VC once again, going down with big AoE damage here from the mages, from the warlocks. One shot of dome, super low HP, and he's going to fall. ABAP also taking decent amount of damage here, and it looks like VC are fighting it out a little bit better now, just kind of going in and out of that tunnel, and that's going to allow them to use that rest time. I really don't see how this strategy is going to work for demons in the long run. Doing this for another, 20 minutes, it's going to be rough.
And more than that, another 28 minutes, so almost 30 minutes they're going to have to keep this up. And keep in mind, when the Horde side falls, they have to cross the entire map, which is definitely not ideal for them. And you can actually see Dayman in the midfield trying to slow down the reinforcements. And this is very intelligent by himself. He's crowd-controlled one-shotted, and he's crowd-controlled Bobka. And now Zetox could be the one that's in a little trouble. He does have the flag, but he's getting lower and lower and could ultimately fall. He needs some big heals here if you're trying to take him down. And Zetox is on the run with that flag. But yes, Master, he's realizing they have a potential here to get a cap, moving into position. All the reinforcements from demons are being cut off, and Zetox is basically left all alone.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any healers with him, so this is where things are going to spiral out of control. Zetox, so you're going to take the fall damage right there. He is so extremely low on that warrior. If anybody targets him, he is most likely going to go down, and right now it's starting to look like it. Bruce Wayne might just need to pick up the flag, but they're getting chased. They're getting clothesline from all sides. Zetox is going to fall. Flag will be dropped, and now can Yes Master secure the flag cap? It looks like it. Maybe not. Bobka is there. Blinds. Let's see what he can do. He gets title shot. He does pick up the flag, but he is caught up in a stun, in a fear, in a bash, and he will go down, and that will be 1-0 here for VC.
I feel like demons, the way I see it right now is demons are trying to make the best of a bad situation. I feel like their composition just isn't super great, to be honest.
They don't have a druid.
Yeah, not having a druid. I mean, they're trying to take advantage of, the fact that they don't have a druid. Maybe they have a better team comp, but VC, they diffuse that situation. They get the first flag cap, and now Zico, at this point, killing blows are completely irrelevant. Killing blows only matter when it's 0-0. Now that a flag has been capped, demons, if they want to win this game, they have to focus on getting the flag to the other side of the map. Otherwise, they're going to lose this game.
Yeah, and I think this is the problem with what demons were doing. After they wiped VC the first time or the second time, why not just cross the map? Why sit and drink for a minute and rebuff when you can just cross the map and then do that on your own side? And that way, you can even fight on your own graveyard that way, and you're gonna be in a great spot. Ooh, Yes Master getting caught here. Bruce Wayner does spot him, but he doesn't get him out. I don't think. No, he does. There's a scatter. He gets a full freezing trap here onto Yes Master in the midfield. They could potentially try to take him down. OG looking to try to speed cap here with Bruce Wayner going for the fear, trying to slow him down. He gets rocket hound right now. Yes Master, if he does a couple of good jumps here, could be enough for him. But he gets rocket hound as well, but there's a priest there to dispel it. Unfortunately, therefore, Bruce Wayne couldn't get that cross crowd control. Yes Master going to do a couple of jumps, get back to the top side here of the map, and you can see the flag is slowly being escorted to the side of demons, to that horde side of the map. But Yes Master should have no problems picking this one up. He has a priest as well behind him in the tunnel. He's going to have to go in through bear form, and the only thing that stands between him and the flag is Maui Wowie on that frost mage. Actually, he's playing Ignite Barrier, which is why I've been so confused to his spec, but he is going to get a couple of hits here onto Yes Master, who uses a free action potion, as well as that Skull of Impending Doom. He does take a decent hit here. If Maui Wowie has an improved counterspell or something, he can potentially take him down with some big damage, but I don't think he has the damage that he needs right now. Doesn't have any lockdown. No, he does actually. Gets him with the rocket down. There's the death card, Dust piece, though, there to back him up. Fear Ward comes through, and the rest of the VC is there to back up their druid, the flag carrier.
And now Yes Master is going to be feeling incredibly durable. Take a look at where Zetox is right now. He's in the midfield fighting, but I can't help but feel like this is not the best positioning for Zetox. Just the two-handed flag carrier with his rank 14 weapon. I mean, he's certainly going to be able to put out a lot of damage. And Demon's composition, they are not lacking damage. Zetox is actually just going for it.
Oh, the freezing ban.
Freezing ban first global. Yes Master going to be implementing those freezing bans, try to get these pesky melee off of him, and that will definitely help him out early on, as it looks like Zetox could easily fall here, getting some heals from Trickster, positioned very far away. Nice positioning, but the damage from VC might just be overwhelming, and I think Zetox could potentially fall here.
Yeah, both healers are basically out of mana, so it's an Ellie Shaman trying to keep him alive. If you can get down there, though, maybe they can get the repick. They go for the big fear bomb there. Zetox still staying alive here, one-shotted on that Ellie Shaman, one-shotting one of the mages and keeping the flag carrier alive. And where's Yes Master in all this? He's still up here. He died with the flag. They can cap this. The flag will get returned to the base most likely by itself here, as no one will be able to make that jump. And I cannot believe this, but Demons might actually tie the score up here. I think they're going to be able to do it. The only one who's close enough is Leximic here on that Priest, but I don't think he's going to be quick enough here. If the ABAP can slow him down with maybe some Fierce or something, Zetox should actually be able to cap this. And all of a sudden, if they can get the flag and carry it over to their side after this, that's a cap. And they can win on Killing Blows again. They don't even need to win on Killing Blows. They just got the most recent cap. That means that they win by default. Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, yeah, they're in a really good position. Although I have to say, for Demons, I want them to keep doing that. It seems like they're doing great in the team fights. They're managing to keep Zetox alive. They're getting a lot of Killing Blows, so a lot of pressure out. And I think they have a great opportunity here. It's kind of clear to me with the way VC is positioning, they want to go for a quick cap. They're grouping up as a team. They're sending a little bit of people back in the midfield to try to slow down anyone crossing. You have Daemond and Pure Wind in the midfield. Sap's coming out, Snare's coming out, and that's going to be their main objective. Just make sure the Demons cannot cross, try to get the quick cap, but I just don't know if they have the midfield presence to actually do that. Zetox right now in the middle of the map. Looks like he will be able to get up the tunnel and pick up the flag before Yes Master can get back to base. The Demon's in a very good position. Like I was saying, I really just want to see them focus on the objective. Don't just focus on, turtling it up in the base. I think that's way too risky. If they just play it out normal, play it out standard, it seems like they have a fair shot in this match.
Ooh, but Dust Piece is here. He could potentially slow down Zetox before he gets the flag. Let's see. Does he have the Death Coil? Doesn't use it right now. Zetox actually going to just... What is this damage? What? You see this? This Warlock just got erased with like 2 auto attacks. Just to kind of go back to what happened earlier, I just need to give a massive shout out to one-shotted right there, because one priest was out of mana and the other priest was counterspelled for 10 seconds. And the only reason why Zetox survived there is because of that Ellie Shaman healing coming through from one-shotted and also taking down some of the people that were killing him. So one-shotted doing a great job right there, one-shotting another mage in the tunnel here. But they need to be careful here. Zetox with that flag, just staying in the front line, not exactly what you would expect here. He just actually doesn't care. I want to see all of the members of Demons try to reposition to the exact same spot where they are right now, but on their side of the map. Because if what happened earlier happens again, they're going to drop the flag here, and I don't think that VC are going to mess up like that and drop a second flag like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I like I said, I just want to see Demons focus on the objective. They can do it. Baka, Deem, they're positioned quite far away, and I really feel like with this positioning, Demons should just get out. They should just jump down, run away, go to the top side of the map. It's going to be a VC that has to chase them down, and even if a few get picked, I feel like they'll get the reinforcements that they need from respawns, but they're once again just going to go for a wipe. But if I see, honestly, if we see 9 members of VC in the tunnel, I really just want to see Demons go for a rotation and just run away and cross the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I want to see them either just bulldozer through the tunnel and get to their side of the base. Right now, they have the momentum. They have the players alive here, and people are already starting to die. So this is their chance. I wanted to see them go through the entire tunnel right now or jump down and take the balcony. Let's see what they do here. They clear it out, and they are entering through the tunnel, going back to their side of the base here as a team. Basically, they have 9 players. They've lost 1 Ellie Shaman, but look on the side of VC. The entire squad is just dead on the ground, and I don't know what Zetox is, what kind of pots he's chugging here, but they're going to be giving a lot of strength. I think it's Noggin Fogger, but I don't know if they're bugged or something, because Zetox, every time I see him auto attack something, they lose 6. Look! Right there! Right there on the rogue. The rogue just lost 80% of his HP. Zetox is just... Look at Drexler. Look at Drexler. Boom!
Bye.
One auto attack is 40% of his HP. Zetox is a monster on this warrior.
This guy's got a high warlord weapon, and Zetox from the dueling tournament, he was one of the heaviest hitters that we really did see, and it's funny to see him as the flag carrier, just laughing at VC, running at him with a two-hander. But it looks like we are going to see demons cross the map, and you can see VC, they really don't want to allow them to get snug in their base because they realize they can just turtle as 10. And like you said, if you have the graveyard advantage, if you're playing on your side of the map and you actually can res with the graveyard, you don't have to cross the entire map. I feel like Demons is in a prime position to win this game. And ladies and gentlemen, we are currently at 16 minutes in this game. So still quite a bit of time here left for the side of VC to catch back up. But that timer is slowly ticking down.
Yeah, and they're exactly going to do what we kind of anticipated here. They're going to all try to rotate back to their side of the map. And after that fight in mid, VC has the team fight advantage right now. So Demons need to res up and get back here as quickly as possible because they will have to fight outnumbered or at least try to stall for the dead players on their roster. And look at VC. They're holding views here, so he will miss the res, I do believe, right there. They end up kill him off. I think they're going to try to go for it right now. And there's a bunch of players here on the side of Demons. I think they have about 5 or 6 players here alive in their base, and the rest are on the graveyard. So if they can reposition to the graveyard and then come back into the base together as a team, I think that's the line of play. If they engage this fight, then you most likely will drop the flag here. I don't think that 6 Demons are stronger than 10 Vampires. Unless it's a 6-demon bag, of course. Then anything can happen.
Ooh. MAVP trying to get away. They're trying to get the pick. Slippery is all over him, but you can see the entire team of Demons has come back, and now Slippery is kind of regretting his decision as he gets immediately taken out of the fight. And now this is kind of the home field advantage for Demons in the Horde side base. They're going to have that res advantage. They can go back to their graveyard if they need to. Every single time they get a pick, that means VC, they're going back to the Alliance side, back to the graveyard. And I have to say, I feel like this game is looking good for Demons in this position.
Yeah, they're in a great position. So far, 18 minutes on the clock. So we're about halfway through here, just above that 50% mark. And they got their most recent flag capture. And if you look at the Demons here, they're actually trapping up this player right here, this priest. They're going to wait for the rest timer to tick. And then once that rest timer has passed 30 seconds, they're going to go ahead and kill him. And then, actually, they might just keep him in crowd control here until DC... Do they have enough crowd control to do that? Do they have a fear or something? They trapped him into a trap. Yeah. Oh, Keith Blunt going in for the fear. Let's see what they can do. They're holding both of their priests here like a hostage.
I love it. I love it. This is my favorite strategy. Are they gonna take him down? This is the time you take down Lex Emmett. Get him down. He's got no mana. He's got no health. You take him down now, he's going to have to go back to the graveyard, and all of a sudden the push from VC. And that is such an important tactic. We don't talk about it enough, but the split resing is just so good. A lot of these players, they have timers for when the reses are actually going to go off from the graveyards. So if a res just happens or is about to happen, you can just wait and then make it as unideal as possible.
We got a rogue versus rogue situation here. Dayman getting found by Bobka in their base behind enemy lines. I think Bobka is just going to go for it. He gets the sheep shot into the hemorrhage, into the kidney shot. So Bobka is not playing that dagger spec. And Fearwind is going in trying to help him out with the scatter shot, but it's going to be too late. So Bobka might actually end up killing 2 players. Gouges the Fearwind here on the scatter shot, which means he can't get trapped. He's going to manage to get a cheap shot here. Trinket forced there from Fearwind. He feigned death, drops the trap, but he could get kidney shot in a couple of seconds here if Bobka can get in line. No, he's going to use that slice and dice and instead try to duck away with those combo points. He actually just had the pet parry his kidney shot. Fearwind doing what he can here. Bobka is actually getting clotheslined by the team and by Fearwind. He goes for the blind, and the entire squad of VC here kind of going for Bobka right now in that tunnel. So they're probably going to be able to take down the rogue, but they did lose their own rogue right now. So another thing to note is that Demons are fighting with their flag carrier, whereas Yes Master is just AFK doing nothing,
9 versus 10.
Yeah, well, now it's a 9 versus 9, but in general, it's a 9 versus 10 game.
Yep. I mean, that's part of the benefit of having, a mage flag carrier or, a warrior flag carrier. Of course, you don't have that same level of mobility as a druid, which in most cases is a massive disadvantage. But when you are going for this kind of, 9 versus 10 situation, you're just straight up a person up. And when that person is a rank 14 warrior, that's definitely someone you want to have in a team fight. And with this positioning, you just have one shot and you have a Deem on these elemental shaman just raining down chain lightnings. Definitely not an easy spot for VC to be in, but they are actually going to be making the charge here, Zico.
Yeah, there looks like they are going to be charging in here. Leximic, everybody is popping their free action potions. They're going back up now, and this is looking like a much better team fight here for VC. But still, OG going down. Didn't have his ice block ready there, I think. A lot of AoE coming in here from VC, though. And on the flip side as well here from Demons, the Zetox down to very, very low HP. Could potentially go down and drop the flag here maybe, but it looks like they are going to wipe them and survive for a little bit longer. I want to see some crowd control here onto Keith Blunt, if possible. If they can reach him and try to take him down or at least interrupt him, that would be great. And they actually wiped them down. And there he is. He's going to go down as well. So once again, Demons having a really close call there on the Warrior, but it looks like they are going to be able to survive. And another thing I would kind of want to see here from Demons is for Zetox to drop the flag to Omnivore. Omnivore probably has his shield wall available. So for the next team fight, Zetox can just go in, pop his recklessness, do whatever he needs to do in the offense, and have Omnivore instead be the guy with the flag. And Omnivore, if he has his shield wall, he can use that in that fight and then give the flag back to Zetox after that fight is done. And they can kind of just get a free win in one of the team fights that way.
Yeah, I think that's really, really smart. Just kind of rotate, because in Classic, a lot of your cooldowns, they are really long cooldowns, and they're exceptionally powerful, shield wall being one of them. So I think that would be a great line of thinking. I'm kind of, I swear, I haven't seen OG or Drexler use Ice Block once. No, are they playing like Fire Arcane?
No, OG has Ice Barrier active right now, so he definitely has the Ice Block. For Drexler, though, I think he might be playing Pampyro, because it's typical to have one Pampyro mage and then one Frost mage here. I'm gonna keep my eye out on him, see if I see any Ice Barriers, but I do believe that Drexler is playing some more offensive spec.
I mean, it's just such an important thing, right? If you're going to be that person that's charging in, you have the free action potion, you're getting super deep into the enemy territory, you need to have that immunity ready to go. But OG, once again, he is going to be charging in. Let's see, do they have the damage to take him down? He just Ice Block immediately. He literally just Ice Block instantaneously. And now this is actually not a bad position for VC to be in there, all over Demons right now, just spamming out the Goblin Sabotages, spamming out the AoE. Zetox goes down, and that is the problem. That is the risk you take when you are all grouped up and you have two mages that are willing to just basically run in and kamikaze with all kinds of AoE, and you are so clumped up. The Goblin Sabotages are so effective. Zetox will ultimately fall, and I mean, that's where the power of Druid is just so strong. You can actually run away from those situations. You can create distance, and it's a lot harder to kind of do those all-in pushes.
Yeah, and it looks like we might be having a speed cap happening here. Drexler picking up the speed boots in the tunnel with the flag right now, and he's going down the tunnel.
Can I, I want to know what you think about this. I feel like Demon, their strategy was good. I like what they were doing, but I really think they should commit at least one person to offense. I mean, Master is literally all by himself. There's no reason that Bobka can't go and pressure him, because he will win that 1v1. It's just a matter of time. And maybe Master will get away for a little bit, but just pressuring Master and forcing VC to come back and actually worry about a slight offense, it is a world of difference compared to him knowing he's just 100% safe and he doesn't have to do anything, you know? I think it's a big mistake here by Demons.
Completely agree. And speaking of mistakes from Demons here, Zetox blinded with a free action potion up on the flag spot. The Master is there, so if Zetox dies here, the game is completely over, and it looks like he will be going down here. No backup available. Flag gets returned, and that is going to be at 3-0 here for VC. But that game was extremely close there, man. It was definitely an interesting strategy coming out of Demons here. Not using a Druid, and it almost worked out for them, but in the end, VC just too strong. They adapted well, and with that last team fight, just going in, using that ice block, and kind of forcing everyone to clump up on OG, allowed the rest of his team to catch up to Zetox there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. VC, they played out a good strategy, a good offensive push, and got that third quick cap, which is big. But I mean, the main criticism I have for Demons is just they need to have a slight offense. You cannot just 10-man turtle, in my opinion. But yeah, really, really close game. Well done by VC. Well done by both these teams. But it is going to be the lower bracket for Demons and VC. They will be marching forward. The next match we have is going to be Relax versus thank you, Skiram. So take a look at those rosters really, really quick. Is there any kind of final thoughts you had about that last game, Zika?
My final thoughts are that I like what the strategy that they were using here on side of Demons. I think they did do a couple of blunders in terms of execution. I definitely think they should have swapped the flag with the shield wall if it was available there. I think they could have also, when that fight went the way it did, like as soon as VC pushes in with their free action potions, there's nothing really stopping the other side from just dropping down and going to their own graveyard. And I feel like if they utilized their own free action potions a little bit better and went down there, it would have been a lot better for them.
Yeah, it's weird how much distance they gave, how much space they gave in the banana, like that connector from the tunnel to the top. They basically let them get all the way up without really contesting them too much. But, I mean, that's enough of that game. The next game we do have, like I said, is going to be a Relax versus Thank You Ski Ram. We'll be jumping into this game relatively soon. I'm just taking a look at the rosters. Not anyone I'm overly familiar with from either one of these teams, but this is going to be a round 2 matchup in the upper bracket.
This Relax is, I think, Ferlina Alliance squad here. Xani is a rogue that you remember. Xani, we played with him on the beta and everything, and a little bit on Farlina. So unless he rerolled somewhere else, this could be another Alliance Farlina squad here coming out of Relax. And on the opposite end, Thank You Skiram kind of sounds like a Skiram squad, if I'm gonna be honest. But I don't think I'm familiar with any. Okay, so
it sounds like they should be on Skiram, but
yeah. Otherwise, their name comes across a little BM-y.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there is realm transfers in Classic, right? Maybe that's where they originally rolled. There, yeah. I don't know. We'll definitely be able to see what these two squads are running and where they're from. We do have that game coming up for you right after a very quick commercial break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl. This weekend is all about North America, and we just saw the Vampire Clan in kind of a close game. It was a 3-1. They did take down Demons. Now, the next matchup we have for y'all is going to be Relax versus Thank You Skiram. These players should be ready very, very quickly. Zico, we did play with some of these players. Is there anything? I guess we don't know too much about their overall compositions. So far, I mean, with some of the compositions that we have seen, there's some standard things. I mean, in that last matchup, we didn't see, a wrestler druid being a flag carrier. Why do you think that is? I mean, do you think these teams are intentionally not going with the druid, or maybe they just don't have one available?
I think that, having played on Farlina, if you were making like a super all-star team, there's not that many druids to pick from. I mean, there's a couple of really good ones, but if those like 2 or 3 players aren't going to be available, then what are you going to do? I feel like at that point you have to kind of get creative and call in Zetox maybe.
Call in Zetox, yeah. I'm trying. That's one of the things. Another squad from Farlina, Horde side, that is, I think they'll do exceptionally well, is Bean's team, and they have Reverie, who was one of the druids who actually did pretty well in the dueling tournament, I must say. So I think that team will probably, out of all the Horde squads we've seen so far, have actually a reasonable composition. I expect the team. I honestly, if I had to, bet, I think that's going to be one of those squads, CLC and friends, that does make it really, really far in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And wasn't Reverie? Isn't he the reigning Twitch Rivals champion in Warzone? Or am I mistaken?
No, you don't even remember. You don't even remember the druid we played with. That is.
I don't.
MVQ, man.
Oh yeah, it was. No, but we were talking to Reverie about it as well. I remember. Oh yeah, you're right. It was MVQ.
Oh man, he's so sad you just said that.
Don't. It's fine. No snitches in here.
All right, don't talk.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, being from Farlina, we're gonna have to expect that the Farlina squad here is gonna do better, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's got to be a given at this point, and we do recognize some of the players here. I've seen I'm a Midget, Keener, Xani. These are some people that we've run into the open world, and they're pretty good. And they do have a druid on the side of Relax and on the side of TY Skiram, so this is going to be a little bit more standard game, I would say. Here we could kind of expect that.
Yep, and actually, another thing we didn't really touch on for this tournament just yet is that we are going to run into situations where both teams are Alliance or both teams are Horde. So in this particular case, Thank You Skiram, they are going to be actually playing Alliance characters, but they are going to be on the Horde side of the map. And then for Relax, they are going to be playing Alliance characters on the Alliance side of the map. So just something to look out for and pay attention to during the games. And it's been interesting so far. I mean, we've been discussing a lot about some of the advantages of Horde versus Alliance, which one does have the edge, as it is, such a wide debate amongst players on both factions. And I think we did come to the conclusion that if you're an Alliance player, Horde has an advantage, and if you're a Horde player, Alliance has an advantage. And I think that's pretty fair to say.
Yeah, and if you die, it's your hero's fault. Don't forget.
100%, yeah.
Tip your mages too. Yeah. So now that we've gone through kind of the etiquette of classic WoW, we are ready to get this game started for you all. Gates are going to be open, and we're going to see here in terms of composition. I got to say, one thing that's quite interesting on the side of Relax is that they have 2 hunters. So in the team fights, if it goes on for a long period of time, that Viper Sting is really going to start doing some work for them. But when it comes to killing that flag carrier, they don't have a Warlock, and I think that's going to be a big issue for them moving forward.
Yeah, the Viper Sting it's pretty big. I mean, if we see hype going for the flag, then it's going to be up to Lucan to basically just mash out, cleanse every single global, trying to get off all the Viper Stings that are incoming. But we do have a bit of a midfield skirmish right now, as we do see I'm a Midget and Fofu sneaking off to the Horde side base to pick up the flag. There's no defense left there, so Thank You Skiram actually leaving no defense whatsoever. But for Relax, I actually have Zanny on defense, and I'm curious to see how he does defend this flag.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what he can do here, but right now it's looking like the entire squad here of TY Skiram are just going for the pickup after this fight, or at least a couple of members there. Xani is in a rocket helm, so I don't think he's going to be able to do too much there. And if you look at just the other side, you can see there's no issue whatsoever. Ooh, they actually do.
What are they doing? What a disaster! I don't know. Did you see that? Okay,
No,
so
what happened?
okay, Lauren
I was looking
Berry
at the
was
other side.
Lauren Berry was with Hype, and they were gonna drop the flag so he could pick it up. And Musi just ran in, got the rocket helm, and Lauren Berry was so slow in dropping it, and it let him Musi just pick it up. So that the Alliance base or the Alliance flag is going straight back to the Alliance base, and once again, Lauren Berry is going to be going to try and pick it up. But that was a bit of a disaster, to be honest.
All right, well, they do get the swap this time around here. Hip, though, not going to be feeling too hip right now as he is on about 50% HP, charges through into the tunnel, and he actually goes back to his teammates because there is actually a collapse happening here on the bottom end of the tunnel. They're getting a little bit sandwiched here. They're going to have to go ahead and kill Xani maybe in the back line and try to turn around. Hip, what are you going to do here? Xani popping his evasion and just dying immediately a second later. And now it looks like TY Skiram are going to commit here for the tunnel play. I don't know if this is the right line of play here. They are definitely going to be stacked up here. And if they get AoE, it could be big trouble. See, Maystone's coming in here onto Hippie. He's got a rank 14 warrior already chopping away, taking some damage. But I do think he's going to be able to maneuver his way out of the tunnel. And he should be okay to cross the map here.
Yeah, looks like he will be able to cross the map. No questions asked at this point. There's no one that's going to be able to contest. But at the same time, we do have the team of Relax. They get their flag carrier nice and snug inside of the Alliance base, and now we're going back to that kind of standard defense and offense we've seen before. But actually, the Netherlands squad, thank you, Skiram, they are going to do a 10-person retreat. So they're going all on defense. I mean, if we look at killing blows,
they're
very
winning.
close. I mean, they're winning, but it feels so insignificant that like banking a win on that strategy at this point doesn't seem super intelligent, but it looks like that's the line of play they're going to be going with. And this is I don't know if this is just like an NA special or what, but this is I'm curious to see if this is something we see played out by a lot of these North American teams.
Well, I don't mind the strategy that much. I think it's pretty interesting, but if this is your kind of play, I feel like your rogue is going to be somewhat useless. I mean, that's what we saw from Bobka on the other in the other game. But I guess on the side of TY Skiram, they don't actually have a rogue, so they're not going to have that problem.
Well, this is what's bizarre about this is we actually need to see Relax send more offense. Right now, it's going to be 6 versus 10, and there is no. If they win this fight 6 versus 10. That would be absolutely outrageous. I don't think there's going to be any chance that happens. They're going to get wiped up very quickly here. And now Relax, they're going to have to dedicate a little bit more of an offense here because the numbers just don't make sense. So going back to the graveyard, now they have an opportunity. The one thing I do want to see from the team of Thank You Skiram, if they are going to go for this kind of turtle strategy, is send a rogue. But I just noticed they don't even have a rogue, so there's not going to be that option available. But I still do think, sending one person, trying to sneak by. Who do you even send, though? Who would you send as like a one-person offense? I don't think they even have anyone that would be great at it.
I would. It would have to be one of the hunters, but I feel like the hunter would lose in a 1v1.
Yeah,
I think everything else is just too like. You could send the mage, but the mage would probably get kited pretty bad. And I think everybody else would just like the only guy who can actually kill him is the warlock. But I feel like you want the warlock with your team fight. Like, I'm not sure. I think having death coil and fear and just the damage that a warlock brings, I think it's just too valuable to give up for offense. And also the warlock is just so immobile. Like, how is he going to cross the map on his own? He would have to be so sneaky.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of the problems. And one of the things that happens, I mean, you don't have a rogue. There's a few classes that I feel like are pretty important in Warsong Gulch. Druids being one of them, warriors being one of them, priests being one of them. Honestly, the thing about classic Warsong Gulch is all the classes kind of have a role, and it feels like if you're missing even a single class, it really hurts you in the long run.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, there's certain classes that you want to get 2 of. Not because they're necessarily super good, like mages, but you just want to have 2 of them because you can have one in defense and one in offense. They can kind of fill both those roles. And I think what you choose to stack is it's a big thing. Obviously, priests, for example, is one of those classes. You want to have your priest in defense, dispelling those free action potions. If you're alliance, because you don't have any shamans, so you're not going to have any purge in your offense unless you send a priest there, and you're going to have to do that if you want to take down a flag carrier. So having 2 priests is basically mandatory if you're playing on the alliance side. Whereas if you're Horde, you can afford to maybe just play 1 priest. Usually people tend to play 2 priests on Horde as well because you don't have access to a paladin, so you may as well. But it's interesting to see what people end up stacking and if it works out or not.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. At this point, Relax, they're behind on killing blows. There's no question about it. And they're going to have to try to figure a way to kind of maneuver. Look at Lauren Berry's positioning right now. Look at where Lauren Berry the Mage is positioned. I've never seen this before. Very interesting.
I think you can slow fall to get there. I don't know how he got there.
I have no idea.
He set up an alarm button up there.
Yeah, that's a very defensive position to take. They're not going to be able to really punish him too much. And the thing is, as soon as they come out of that tunnel, look at these blizzards. The blizzards. This is actually really, really creative positioning here. I think from a defensive point of view, it's definitely a decent spot to be in. We're going to have to see a lot of free action potions coming in from the team of Relax if they want to make it through all the snares of the Hunter and the Blizzard and all the AoE that's available. And I have to say, the positioning that Thank You Skiram has is significantly better than what we saw from Demons. I mean, they're at least putting up some sort of a barrier, but here is the offensive push. Relax, they are charging in. Let's see what they can get done. Right now we do have West LOL leading the charge. Hip is just positioned so far away at this point, but it looks like West is actually broken through, and he might actually be able to get to this Druid.
Yeah, it looks like he might be able to, but Fofu is just chilling on his side of the roof. Hip, though, still running away, trying to get away here from everybody with that free action potion active. Westlell, though, is kind of closing in on him, but he is starting to slowly wipe here. He's taking too much damage, had to go back to his team, but he was overextended, so... on the side of Thank You Skiram, they try to just close up that banana position and then kind of stop there, but I don't think that's what they can afford to do. They need to really push through and basically get to where Westlaw was, all of them. I think if they stay and they have some people going in and some people staying back, they're going to quickly lose that fight. And now they're going to have to be on the run here, trying to get back to the tunnel. And of course, now we can see everyone on Thank You Skiram go in and just do a bunch of damage here, try to mind control some people, some of those priests, taking them hostage. And they're going to be in a pretty good position now for the next fight if they can keep that priest here. But I do think this Hunter is keeping his Viper Sting on him, so they ended up taking him down anyway.
All right. Well, looks like we kind of know the strategy for Thank You Skiram. They are just going to be turtling it up here in the base. They are going for a killing blow strategy. And, from what we've seen of this strategy, it has never worked so far. There's a moment, all Relax has to do is just one time sneak through, and you can look right now. Look at Zanny's positioning. Look at Zanny. He is going to be able to set up for his team. And having, a rogue that is pushed through the flares, this is very intelligent. Very, very, very intelligent. And we're going to allow Zanny to basically go for saps, as well as blinds to get some initial crowd control onto Thank You Skiram, and that is going to allow his team to, get a little bit further. And also, Zanny should be able to actually cut off Hype when he tries to escape. So when Hype is rotating away, he's trying to kite, having that rogue there to stop him, put him in a cheap shot, put him in a kidney shot. This is very important, and I think this could be, the reason we see Relax actually cap the flag.
Yeah, I think Zanny, if he can just go in and get a sap on any of those priests and then blind the other, that's going to just open up the entire game for them. So we're going to have to see some individually clutch plays for him while he stays undiscovered. Obviously, on the side of Relax, you can tell they have no idea he's here. They're just sitting there, not really AoEing or anything like that. They're just trying to keep that bottom side entrance on lockdown and trying to make sure that free action potions and things like that get committed. Like Hip right now is line of sighting his priest as well. I would love it if if Xani just goes for a play very, very soon here. He probably needs to wait a little bit for some of those consumables to come off CD, but he is moving in here, Van, and this could be what decides the game here and now. If he can do this properly here, it's a tough task to crowd control that many players, but he has the element of surprise being on that rogue.
He's doing it.
There it is.
It's
Sap.
Sap. Uh-oh, and now they realize, panic, there's a rogue amongst our ranks, and this is the charge. Relax, they are just going all in. Zanny actually gets caught. Complete disaster. If Zanny goes down, this is going to be a nightmare. They had such a good positioning, but it looks like he will potentially fall. It looks like he will fall. I almost would have liked if he just went after the druid by himself just to cause kind of a distraction. The Sap is just so risky, and he didn't commit the sprint. Relax right now, they are trying to make a play, but being down, a couple members at this point, Zanny falling so early on. Once again, it looks like Thank You Skiram is going to be able to bunker up and easily handle this offensive push.
Yeah, I think Zanny needed to play that out a little bit more quicker. He needed to go in, get the Sap, instantly pop his sprint, blind the other priest, vanish, we rocket down the flag carrier, set something like that up, and that would allow his entire team to collapse on that flag carrier while he's just being a nuance there in the kind of inside of the roof where the flag carrier is basically standing by himself, isolated. I don't think he's going to get many opportunities like that in general. If he can get himself through the tunnel somehow and position himself in a similar spot, he would have another chance of kind of redeeming himself after that. But right now, I don't see how that's going to work out. There's a flare in the tunnel. There's two hunters, spamming those out. So unless those hunters really mess up, like one hunter is enough to cover that area. But if you have two, there's no way Xani should be able to get through. And now he has revealed that he is in the tunnel by sapping somebody. So Xani is going to have to just get back to his teammates here.
Yep. And let's see what they can do. Relax. Moving up the tunnel right now. A nice little sap there onto shift. Let's see if they can take him down. If they lose a member, it's not ideal, but at the same time, they have a lot of flexibility actually being around their graveyard. If Thank You Skiram actually has to, then they can just rotate back to the graveyard if they absolutely do. And that's one of the advantages of having that druid as a flag carrier as well. The mobility just allows him to have such ideal positioning and kind of drag the entire team of Relax through basically this massive gauntlet in order to actually get any sort of significant damage on him, and I'm a Midget will actually fall. Big burst damage coming in from Skiram, and now once again, Relax, they are down their mage, one of the least ideal people to fall down, and I think at this point they're going to have to actually just wait for I'm a Midget to respawn and actually get back, buff up, and slowly but surely, Thank You Skiram, they're pulling further and further ahead in this game. We're about 14 minutes left in the game, 21 minutes left, and things are looking incredibly good here for Thank You Skiram, but it's just one push needed from Relax. Just one time they can take down the flag carrier, and all these killing blows, this massive killing blow advantage for the Horde side squad will ultimately mean nothing.
I'm trying to think. Do you think it would be worth it to trade the druid for something else on the side of Relax, so you can actually tag him in, because he is a healer technically, so. Maybe trade out
Hunter,
one of the Hunter, but the thing is, when they see that trade has been made, I feel like Xani might, or actually, there's no rogue on the other end. Yeah, I think they could actually get away with it. Just trading the flag to one of the Hunters and trading in a Druid into the team fight could be what they need to kind of stay alive longer. But they're pushing through now. Big fight initiated here, Van.
Yeah, Zanny's trying. Look at him. He's charging with sprint as well as a free action push, and he wants to get on top of this Druid, but he's already 50% health. Moving forward, pops a little bit of a heal there, but I just don't know if they're actually going to be able to get on target. Once again, Thank You Skiram. Big damage coming in. They wipe 4 members of Relax, and I think this offensive push is not going to really amount to too much. Jeff should easily be able to take down Zanny, and he does. And these pushes, I don't know about you, Zico, but these pushes from Relax are not looking convincing at all. Like, it's not even close. There's been I don't even feel like Hip has taken any sort of damage from these pushes just yet. So they definitely have a long way to go.
Looking at the killing blows, I don't think these pushes have even resulted in a single kill here from the Farlina squad of Relax. So I'm not sure how relaxed they can be at this point. They're going to need to change something up, because if you compare it to the VC pushes, this is just not on the same level at all. They need to group up, get that free action potion going, and see what they can do. And honestly, at this point, I don't think Sani ever is going to get that same situation he was in before, which could have been, like a situation where he could be a playmaker. So I think for now, maybe just stay downstairs and maybe try to catch out the Druid if he decides to jump down, if your team does have a good push. Because in this team fights, he does reach the target, but he also just goes down very, very quickly. I feel like he's not really getting too much done because he gets there ahead of his teammates, and I think that's the big issue. They need to get someone who can take a beating a little bit. Maybe someone like Westlall again, try to connect onto the FC, and then that should be enough to buy the rest of the squad enough time to get there as well. That's pretty much what we saw OG do on that mage. If Westlall or the mage can do the same thing here, I'm a midget. That could be a line of play as well.
I still can't believe that Zanny managed to actually sneak through the entire horde base, get inside enemy territory, and they weren't able to accomplish anything with that. I feel like I just don't know if opportunities like that are going to roll around again for the team of Relax, but we'll see what Zanny's going to be able to do. Once again, probably going to be making that charge, trying to get on top of Vipe and try to get that damage rolling. But so far, these pushes, they just haven't resulted in too much. Looks like Fofu, look at Fofu's positioning right now, kind of just in the midfield. So I guess he doesn't want to push.
He's sleeping.
Yeah, literally. Let's take a look at what he's doing right now. Just hanging out, waiting for his team. Trying to be there for moral support. But I mean, he's basically. I feel like for the last 15 minutes, he hasn't really played too much in this game.
Yeah, I think Fofu he needs to be careful so he doesn't get AFK tagged out at this point.
I think he needs to buff up. Like, I hope he's buffing it. Maybe he is. The reason why he's in the midfield is he's just a little buff bot for his team because Mark of the Wild is really strong. You definitely want to make sure you have that if you're making these pushes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he can contribute in any other way, so he may as well try to just get those Marks of the Wild rolling. But speaking of things that are rolling, I do think we are about to see another push here initiated. It looks like it. Let's see what they can do here. If they're going to have Axe leading the charge this time around on that Warrior, let's see what he can get done. Free action potion comes out. He's getting spammed dispelled. Still has the free action potion available. And this is where the mistake is happening here from TY Skiram. They're staying and trying to fight it out here on Banana, where all of their range people can just do whatever they want without having any pressure on them whatsoever. The first interrupt now coming through on one of the healers. I think they just need to keep running and get to the Druid because that's where they will have that pressure. But they are actually taking down a couple of players here. They finally took down one of the Hunters. Rocket Helm gets used. Rocket Helm gets immediately dispelled. And now it looks like they are slowly going to wipe here. I feel like if they use those free action potions, but why not just keep running? Just keep running. Never stop running. And if you get on top of Hip, then all of a sudden they have to worry about protecting Hip and not killing you. So it becomes they get a lot more pressure that way.
Way more. And I mean, that's what we see a lot of the really, really experienced warriors do as well. Is, I mean, you can charge as a warrior if you run up on the little lip in Banana. You can actually charge from the bottom to the top for many of those range that are up there. And if you have a free action potion, you have a speed buff, that results in a lot of speed and a lot of distance that you can cover. And then once you're in the back line, that's when things get really shaky. Like you said, you have two armed warriors on top of your Druid. All of a sudden, you can't focus on everyone who's running on the ramp. You have to actually peel back, attack those warriors, and try to help your Druid out. So I really want to see these warriors use that if they can. Try to get those charges from the lower side of Banana to the upper side and actually get in there on top of the Druid. Because with this positioning, with the way they're fighting it out, none of these pushes have looked good from Relax so far. They definitely need to make some adaptations.
Well, I feel like right now they're just banging their head into a wall. They need to just keep running. Target Skull, which is Hip, and never stop until you reach him.
Put
Hip is Skull. Yeah, literally mark him with a big fat skull and just run through everybody. If you're a warrior in this situation, so like for example, we saw Axe, he went in, he was, he had pretty good RNG with his dispels as well. He was getting dispelled a lot of times, but he just stopped running at Banana and just started attacking somebody. Just keep running, press your fear, try to, hit 3-4 members maybe with your fear, and then keep trying to get deeper into that backline and see what you can do there. There's no shaman even on the opposite end, so no one can really do anything if you get a big AoE fear. So you have two warriors who can do that, split up the team, and that can buy you a lot of time to actually get those pushes going and to actually get those kills onto the druid.
Watching Fofu right now. Look at Fofu's positioning. He's actually moving forward, so I'm not sure if he's actually going to try to contribute in this team fight, but he is positioned very far forward at this point with the flag. I mean, it's going to be really difficult. He actually drops the flag.
He knows that it's going to despawn, right? If he stays there, he needs to pick it up again. It's only like 10 or 15 seconds. Yeah, see, it got returned to the base. Oh, are they trying to bait them to jump down and cap or something?
Maybe Zanny is there. They're actually trying to bait him to come down.
He's not taking the... I would take it.
I would jump down instantly.
He can easily make that jump. You know what you do? You drop the flag to a mage, and then the mage jump blinks, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Hip, drop it to Laurenberry, please, drop it.
I'm really surprised they're not.
Drop it. It's so obvious. Drop it. The mage picks it up, jumps, blinks. They can't do anything.
They just need to do it really, really quick.
Yeah.
I mean, Zanny's there
waiting. He can skull too.
Yeah. Zanny's there to pick up the flag, so I mean, he could just click on it right away, but I don't know why you wouldn't take the risk. You're right there. You can capture the flag. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing, but definitely not trying to fall for the bait. And honestly, I think for Relax, it was I feel like it's a questionable maneuver as well, to be honest. They're going to make the push. Let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, they're going in, and Fofu is leading the charge here now. He's tired of not doing anything in this game. He wants to go in there, use his rocket arm and gets dispelled. And now they're finally going to connect here onto Hip, and now we're going to see that pressure come through here. Let's see what they can do. Hip caught up in the flash bomb, trinkets out of it. There's the intimidating shot that we're talking about. Another flash bomb, big damage coming out here, but they are getting wiped too quickly here for Hip to actually be taking any real damage. And now he can jump down and safely pick up that flag or cap that flag. That's what he should be doing right now. Xani's still waiting on that flag spot. I want to see Xani just pick it up and run. Your whole team is dead, dude. What are you going to do? What are they scared of down there? Half the team is rezzing on the opposite end of the map. Just drop down and cap it.
I mean, at this point, I honestly just feel like they're bad mannering. Like, there's absolutely no reason why they shouldn't jump down. They literally wiped the entire team. At worst, there's one person or two people down there that can stop them. And the fact that they're not jumping down makes me think that some shenanigans are going on.
Well, if the other team gets a quick cap, then it's 1-1, and they would lose because it's 1-1, and their kills wouldn't matter. So maybe they actually just never wants to cap. Maybe their strategy is actually never cap, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe they feel, maybe that is it. You could be right about that. Maybe they they're just the flag is irrelevant at this point. It doesn't matter if they want to cap. They're just literally playing for time. And I mean, if we take a look at the timer, there is 9 minutes left in the match, 8 minutes left in the match. Mm-hmm. So here we go, I guess.
11 minutes left in the match, actually.
They have no interest in actually capping the flag. They are going for a purely killing blow strategy. And I don't know at this point if there's anything Relax can even do about it. There is.
Well, definitely there is something that they can do about it. They could kill the FC.
Yeah, they could kill the FC and then return the flag. That is something that they could do about it. So,
it's usually what people do about this type of situation.
But I mean, it doesn't seem like their offense hasn't been convincing enough. They need to make some adaptations, but they're just dying so fast.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Their offense needs some polishing. That's for sure. But let's say you kill Hip, you lose like 5 members, and you manage to kill Hip. Like, then what? You don't have a flag yourself now, and you're behind on kills, so you're still gonna have to carry the flag and go back. And if Fofu is one of the people dying, then someone else is gonna have to pick it up and do like a quick cap. I guess Xani is waiting there to just pick it up and double sprint, rocket boots, just use everything to get a quick cap, but I'm not sure. It feels like a long shot right now. Another team fight here initiated, though. Big damage coming out. A lot of AoE here. Westload takes a huge hit to the face. Fofu dropping out the Ninja Swiftness, healing up. I'm a midget. Look at that. Beautiful ice block on 1% there. Going to be soaking up a lot of damage and then actually getting healed up so he can re-enter the fight. But still, even with a 10v10, they're still not really being able to do too much here on the side of Relax. I mean, they're getting clothesline. They're losing members, and TY Skiram are just looking as healthy as ever. They lost a little bit of mana, but after they win the fight, they can just go and drink again because it's going to take a really long time before those free action potions are going to be available again for Relax.
All right. Well, I mean, take a look at Zanny, still just positioned far away. So even in all of these team fights, it's still going to be a 9 versus 10, right? I mean, even though we do see Fofu positioned a little bit further up so he can actually heal and try to, assist in that push, they're still just getting absolutely smashed in these team fights. Like, if we take a look at the score screen and we take a look at the killing blows, it is night and day. I mean, right now, the team of Relax has a grand total of what? 1, 2, 4, 8 kills. 8 kills total for the entire team of Relax combined versus, thank you, Skiram. I mean, what, they're close to around 40 probably at this point, just quickly looking at the numbers. So big difference.
Quick maps.
And, yeah, it's a big difference. And the thing is, like you said, that's another thing. I mean, even if we do see Relax right now go in, they take down the flag carrier, that doesn't even guarantee that they get a cap because they don't have the flag. They're no longer in that position where they can quickly just go grab the flag. I mean, just imagine this. Imagine Hip ends up falling and then just reses at the graveyard and runs across the map and picks up the flag again. Like, you're still in a great situation.
Yeah, and they're probably happy about this. Honestly, not having to worry about the flag carry thing, and they so I don't understand what is Xani doing now. He's just standing there on the flag spot the whole game.
What is the point of that?
I'm not sure. I mean, they're never going to jump down anyway. So, okay. So why wouldn't Fofu pick up the flag, then bring it in with him on the team fight, and then you just have Xani fight with you on the team fight as well. And if Fofu goes down, well, they're not going to cap anyway, because it clearly looks to me like Relax, TY Skiram, they just want to. They don't want to risk having to cross the map and getting speed capped on. I think that's the big thing. So I think as long as you have that knowledge, you just commit your whole team. If you're going to commit your flag carrier, you already made that call. So bring in Xani as well. Like, what's the point of playing a 9v10 with Xani and then you sub out Xani and now you're playing a 9v10 without him with your Druid instead? Like, okay, maybe you get a little bit better healing, but they're dying so fast anyway. I feel like they need more offense. They need more people who can close the gap on Hip. And when you're playing a comp that doesn't have a Warlock, well, the two best classes at killing Druids in this game in BGs is Rogues and Warlock. They're the only ones who can actually catch a Druid and, death coil him and do enough damage to burst him down, surprise attack him, catch him when he's trying to rotate. Those are the two classes. This is why you bring Rogues and Warlocks. That's for flag carrier killing potential.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think at this point we should see one of the hunters sitting in the horde side room defending that flag, and we need Zani. I mean, Zani, rogues are just so powerful. They have so much burst damage, they have so much lockdown, and also a ton of mobility with free action potion, sprint, evasion. I mean, you can be one of those classes that does push forward, and we've seen that in the past. So Jeff just putting out tons of damage right now. The West is going to immediately fall, and once again, Relax looking like they're going to get wiped up very easily. No one, it doesn't even seem like anyone on Thank You Skiram actually lost health in that last push. They're just going to be pushing them the tunnel. They're going to be taking them down. And here's the part that gets really, really scary at this point for Relax. I mean, Relax, at a certain point, I mean, we're still seeing Zanny just defend the horde side flag, but at a certain point, if Hip just jumps down and he does end up capping it, there's just no way for Relax to recover. But I just don't even know if they're ever going to take the risk. It feels like there's no, I guess there's just no reason. At first I thought they were just bad mannering, but they were just committed to the strategy. I mean, 0-0 or 1-0, it's essentially the same score for them at this point. There's no reason for them to get out of the sort of bunkered down turtle position.
Yep.
And, it looks like they're happy to do it.
Yeah, and it looks like just Relax is way too uncoordinated to be able to do anything here with the situation here. Look at Axe. He's just being held hostage. Tell me, man, is there anything more satisfying than seeing a warrior getting sheeped over and over again, being put in a Frost Nova, Frostbite, just big slows, just getting spam crowd controlled? I feel like there's not.
I mean, I think we have kind of a biased point of view in that regard. For the mage, it's definitely satisfying. For the warrior, it's probably rage-inducing. Fofu's actually going to go ahead and pick up the flag at this point. But, I mean, even with Fofu in the team fight, they weren't able to get the flag. Now that Fofu is going to be out of the team fight and presumably holding the flag, I don't know how that could possibly be better for them. I think Relax has kind of realized what's happening. I feel like they almost have it. They don't have much time. I mean, they only have a few minutes left to actually try to get this game together. They are going to be grouping up for one more offensive push, but I think they only have one or two more pushes left here, Zico.
Yeah, and that's what it's starting to look like. We are 4 minutes roughly away from this game ending, and this would be the first time ever that a game gets decided on killing blows. So it looks like TY Skiram are going to be able to make it here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think with a little bit better polished pushes, there's just so much offense that you can all stack up and kill the FC. You don't need to win the fight. You just need to kill the FC and click the flag, as we saw by VC. So I feel like at this point, the pushes just haven't been good enough. So they're really going to need to clean it up here for the last or so push. Because otherwise the game is going to be over. They have roughly 3 minutes left here, so probably this push here is going to be the last one. And look at Goro Gecko. He just misclicked. Did he misclick his free action motion? No, I think that was a Freedom actually coming out. So I'm not sure. I really am not sure what they can do here in this kind of stalemate position. But imagine if they actually do a push now and they kill here after stalling for 35 minutes.
Oh my goodness, that'd be brutal. Yeah, I'm just telling you that. So it is actually just looking at killing blows. It's about a little under 60 killing blows to 6, or 8. So that kind of tells the story of how this game has gone so far. And I think you hit the nail on the head. For Relax, it just seems like they're not well coordinated enough. Their offensive pushes just haven't been strong enough to really break through this defense, because I don't think this is a strategy, quite honestly, that should work. If both teams are kind of evenly matched, I think just turtling with 10 people, it's a really risky strategy. I mean, it can work, but I mean, we saw teams like Apes and even VC in the last game kind of break through that turtle and actually be able to push through and get on top of the flag carrier. And I think if you are coordinated enough, you can do it for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, I felt like by the looks of this game, I think TY Skiram could have just won this game by 3-capping or by doing this, and they chose to go with this strategy. I wonder if that's how they're going to be trying to play all of their games. And if so, we're probably going to see somebody, crack the defense. And if nobody can, then maybe this truly is the best strategy. I'm obviously going to be skeptical until I see them fight, like one of the really higher up teams. But the final push here of the game, potentially, let's see what they can do here. They're pushing through, and so far they're looking pretty healthy. It's not looking too bad. They got 3 people here connected onto hip. Can they do it here, man? I don't know. They can. I'm a midget.
Even if they take it positioning, I mean, Relax. We did see I'm a Midget go down. They have a chance. They're actually on top of the Druid. Can they take him down? But even if they kill him, they can't cap the flag in time. I feel like it's almost impossible for them to win the game at this point. But they're still going to be making the look of push. This is the best we've seen so far. The flash bomb does land. I think that's actually the first flash bomb we've seen in any of the games so far on these Druids. Looks like Hip will be completely fine and Relax. Their last offensive push is looking like it's going to be easily snuffed out. And this is looking like thank you, Skiram. I mean, can't officially call it yet, but it looks like they are going to be winning this game, barring, an absolute miracle or blunder.
Yeah, that's got to be GG at that point. We can pretty much safely assume here that TY Skiram are going to be walking away with this dub. And
I really don't like, I'm going to be honest, I really don't like that they just on this flag. I
was just about to say that.
That was such a bad call.
Yep.
It's such a bad call. I mean, we know. We've seen it. Rogues are insane at making an offensive push. They have so much burst. They have so much lockdown. They're very slippery with their cooldowns. And to just kind of throw that away, I would say Rogues are one of the best at actually pushing and getting on top of a flag carrier. So the fact that they just sat Zanny on top of the flag, I think was a massive blunder.
Yep, I completely agree with you. All you would have to do is just use a free action potion, sprint, get through that initial flare spam, and then if he can get a shield and vanish or something like that, he would be able to close the rest of that gap. He packs a lot of crowd control, but there's no point discussing that any further. this is going to be TY Skiram's win, and this is going to be the first win that actually was decided on Killing Blows. So TY Skiram bringing rock solid defense here, and that's going to get them this first dub.
Yep. And that will conclude that game, and it will be thank you Ski Ram that does advance to round 3 in the upper bracket. And for Relax, they are going to be having another chance in the lower bracket. And we'll see from these teams a little bit later on. Our next matchup is going to be another round 2 in the upper bracket, and it is going to be MDB going up against CLC and Friends. And I kind of gave a little bit of a preview for CLC and Friends. I feel like in terms of forward side Farolina, this team has positioned themselves in a very very good way. Some big names on the roster. Bean on the Hunter, Reverie playing the Druid, likely going to be that flag carrier. And I think this is going to be one really solid team from Farolina Horde.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, CLC has been a guild that's been around for a long time on Farolina Horde, and they've been very prominent in things like World PvP. So picking up a couple of great players here like Bean, it should do them well. And Bean actually, I think he was second place in the most recent dual tournament in North America, as well as the winner of that Twitch Rivals tournament earlier with Arathi Basin. So Bean definitely been making quite a name for himself on that Hunter in Classic WoW, and now he's looking to do the same here in Warzone Gulch.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can get it done. We'll see what the squad can do. I have high hopes for them, but we'll definitely see. Their opponents I don't know too much about. Can take a quick look at their roster as well for MDB and what they're likely going to be running. But we are going to be jumping into this game relatively soon. I'm still just surprised that strategy worked, to be honest. I really think that if there's 2 evenly matched teams, the all-out turtle shouldn't necessarily work.
I gotta agree with you on that end. And by the way, I think that their opponent is also a team from Farolina Horde. So I think this is a Farolina Horde versus Farolina Horde squad going head-to-head here. I remember Banek. He was in our old guild, if you remember the Hoagie Haven. He was a priest in that guild.
Oh, okay.
So unless he
re-rolled
or something. Yeah, this is a Farolina Horde a mirror matchup, I'm pretty sure. So a little bit of, kind of real pride on the line here. And so far, we've seen a lot of teams actually signing up from Farolina, which is, obviously a little bit of bias there because that's our hometown. So
that's not biased. There is a lot of teams signing up from Farolina.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say it's biased that we're excited about it.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of the people that, at least in my mind, a lot of the people that were kind of really, really serious about PvP and wanted to play against the most competitive people, they did go to Farolina. Not all of them, of course, but a lot of them. I think that's why we do see it. It's very similar to what we saw for Gehennas in Europe. There's a lot of teams from Gehennas entering the tournament on the European side of things. But the game is going to be opening, and we can quickly take a look at the different rosters that these teams will be implementing. So far, it seems like a lot of the teams, they haven't actually had ideal compositions. We're seeing teams missing rogues, we're seeing teams missing druids, and I think that's something that can definitely be difficult.
Yeah, it's basically comps that are kind of built around turtling, and I don't know if they don't have the right classes available to them when they were signing up, or what the play was there. But I definitely think on both sides, you want to have a druid, you want to have a rogue, you want to have a warlock, and that there's always one of those 3 that's missing, it feels like. And even in this game, CLC and Friends are going to be going with that classic double shaman combo instead of trading out one of those shamans for a warlock. And in terms of healing, they're going to go with 2 priests. Other than that, their comp looks pretty standard. So CLC and Friends, they bring in another shaman instead of a warlock. I guess I'm okay with that. But I would say that on the side of MDB, their comp is looking a little bit better, a little bit more, rounded out here. The only thing that I don't like about their comp is that they're also running 2 shamans. I'm not sure what's up with that, but I feel like trading out 1 shaman for, maybe a hunter, an extra mage could potentially be better.
Mages are good. There's no question about that. Mages are super solid, both offensively and defensively. I would say probably, the best and most awesome class in Classic WoW. No bias there.
Yeah,
Um,
that sounds
but
about right.
yeah, it sounds about right. And we will be seeing these teams implement those shamans, and I mean, shaman in Classic WoW, very heavy hitter, elemental mastery, guaranteeing critical strike on your chain lightning on your Earthshock. That's going to be a big hit of damage that can be really difficult to deal with. So if you can coordinate, a warrior charging over, putting up the 50% healing reduction with Mortal Strike, and chain lightning hitting at the same time, that is massive damage. And a well-coordinated horde team can, take someone down very quickly.
Yeah, and we're going to see two potentially well-coordinated horde teams here, and I'm seeing a couple of old guildmates here on the side of MDB, and actually on the side of CLC and Friends as well. So I'm kind of conflicted as to who I want to win this match personally, but I guess may the better team win. We're going to see Bean trying to intercept the mage here. The mage immediately going to try to turn around. He's trying to juke Bean a little bit here. Is going through the tunnel, and the mage is just kind of ducking on the outskirts here. Bean is trying to hide behind that fence, trying to get some sneaky snares in, some sneaky viper stings, and he does land a concussive shot right there. So Bean revealing his positioning there.
He's going to be showing his positioning, but at the same time, I mean, it's very standard to see a mage go with the druid to really help them secure the flag if you can. And we'll see. The Wad's pushing forward. He's going to be picking up that flag, and it looks like Bean is not going to be able to do too much about it, although it does look like he will be able to get a pick here on Jarvini. And on the Alliance side of things, let's take a look at and see what we're going to be able to see Reverie do right now. Reverie sneaking in. He's trying to get inside. Dookie's actually going to be potentially picking up the flag, and let's see if he can do it. Very nicely done. The Skull of Impending Doom, the Blink. He gets over to Reverie. Good defense, though, coming in from Stiletta. However, it looks like Reverie will be able to escape, reconnect the Lazarek, and it's looking like both these druids are going to be able to pick up the flag and potentially cross the midfield.
Yeah, really nice handoff there between Reverie and his teammates, and they are going to be able to most likely cross the map here. Reverie still has a free action potion running for a couple of seconds, but there is a lot of enemy players there on the other side, so he's going to have to duck around a little bit. Was also has safely made it through. Maybe we're going to be charging one player and then just crossing the map completely safe here in this situation. Let's see how Waz is doing here. He's entering that leaf hut, picking up a heal, and he actually has a lot of players surrounding him here. And rogues, everything. This could be a big power moment here for the squad, and we're going to see Waz actually using his trinket right there. CLC and Friends also still all over him, though he's dropping dangerously low, and he gets blasted by chain lightning. But the mage with the nice repick there, can he get away, though? That is the question right now, as he's cleaning up with those AoEs. Bean is still trying to fire away with that hunter damage, but it looks like Jarvini is going to be able to duck away and then drop the flag to his druid right there and then get back into the fight. That was an extremely close call, though. CLC and Friends almost able to cap immediately before the flag even crosses into the base.
Definitely a close call, but also really, really quick fingers there by Jarvini, picking up the flag, bringing it back to safety, and redropping for the flag carrier it was. So we'll see right now, Reverie and CLC and Friends, they have a very nice defensive positioning here. They're going to be feeling relatively safe. And for MDB, they're also going into the Alliance side base, and it looks like we are going to be sticking to that standard 5 offense, 5 defense for both of these squads, and we'll see which one of these offensive teams can really push forward and crack that defense and return the flag, or neither one of them are going to be able to. Maybe we'll have to make some adjustments on the fly to actually push in, but it will be it does look to be MDB who is a little bit closer to the action, so it's likely they're going to be making that first push.
Yeah, definitely could be MDB here. They're kind of gathering up on the top side of the roof, but they also have a decent amount of people in their own tunnel, and you can see I actually think CLC and Friends might do the first pounce here. I'm not sure what MDB are waiting for here. It looks like we might just have both teams pushing at the same time now. MDB finally pulling the trigger here. Free action potions come out, but this is a small squad here. They only have, what, 4 people right now going in that offense. I'm not sure if that is going to be enough here. Let's see what Reverie can do as 3 players are trying to clothesline him right now. He's going for a lap around that big pillar here on top of the roof, but I think he's going to run into too many players here. A lot of peels coming out here for his team. He gets caught up in the death coil. Big damage here onto Reverie. Let's see. He catches the big nature swiftness miracle, taking a lot of damage there, and he potentially could go down. Bean is there as well, defending Reverie very, very well in this situation. And it looks like Reverie is going to be triggering out of that flash bomb. He gets caught up in intimidating fear, still taking a lot of damage here. Miracle is all over him on that with that damage. Let's see if he has enough to potentially take Reverie down, though. Reverie needs a couple of heals, and Miracle is going to try to get one big hit before he goes down, but it's not going to be enough. Reverie should be completely fine in that situation, and Was looks completely fine in the current situation as well. And having his entire team wiped is going to allow them to regroup there if they're losing that fight on their defensive side. So that's one of the benefits of being that team that goes in first.
Yeah, absolutely, no question about it. And that was a really, really good defensive play. But that was a close call on Reverie. We did see Miracle put out a ton of damage, and I feel like if he had just gotten a few more crits, it could have been Reverie that did go down. So definitely going to have to be really careful of that warrior pushing in and charging. We take a look at what's going on right now with Waz, as we do see CLC and friends making a push. Waz is actually going to jump down, but Kibler is there, gets the blind onto Waz, and this is a situation you do not want to be under. The blind, it breaks early. I think Waz actually got the abolish there. Kibler's still in hot pursuit. Let's see if he can get on target. It will be the rocket helm that slows him down and keeps him locked down. And now we'll see Kibler. Does he have the burst? I'm not sure he's going to be able to actually take him down. There's a lot of backup there for MDB that's going to be helping out Waz, and looks like Kibler will ultimately fall. But that's the scary thing. I mean, when you are a druid, if you jump down from that roof, both of these teams are playing a strategy where they keep the rogue on the lower side in the base, near the actual flag, so they can attack the druid when they do jump down. And I think you really have to think twice about doing that, as that could easily result, if you misplay just a little bit, that could result in your druid going down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Waz played that out really, really well. Used the free action potion, and when he jumped down, spammed out the Abolish Poison and the Skull of Impending Doom as well. And he was able to get enough distance there to buy his team enough time to kind of clean up everybody who was chasing him. So it was just the rogue there being outnumbered. So very nice defense there from MDB, and we're going to see what they can do here moving forward. And on their own side, they have that offense now looking kind of ready here in that tunnel, and nobody out of the people that just res is actually going back to the tunnel. So we could see a push here initiated, and it looks like Miracle is going to be leading the charge here. They're actually avoiding that freezing trap, saving a couple of seconds before they activate those free action potions, and they're going to drop a nade as well. I really want to see those free action potions come out now on that offense. Doesn't look like they're going to be committing those, and they're just going to try to crowd control that mage. I feel like if Miracle had one running and maybe some kind of movement speed boost, he would already be on his desired target, which is Reverie. And let's see if they can do it, though. They are closing in. They're finally on the top end of the roof, but really nice peel so far here from Dookie X on that mage, slowing everybody down. Scatter shots coming out from Bean. I don't think this push is going to amount to anything.
It doesn't look like it's really going to be able to do too much, and I'm really curious why he didn't use the free action potion. It's such a slow waddle when you're being snared by a hunter, when you're being snared by a mage, and you're not willing to commit the free action potion. I'm not sure if it was on cooldown. Definitely didn't get dispelled. I think for MDB, if they're going to be making these pushes, they need to commit those resources. Otherwise, I feel like it's almost impossible to push through when you're snared that much.
Yeah, pretty much impossible, especially when we have 2 Horde squads going head-to-head here. We're going to quickly know that there's no paladins that can give you a Blessing of Freedom, which would be like kind of the budget version of a free action potion that you could use. So definitely not the greatest spot here.
Budget version. Paladins everywhere are very offended right now.
Well, we've already offended all the warriors, so we may as well offend their right-hand paladin as well.
Ooh, here we go with the risk. Going to be moving forward. Big damage potentially, but he jumps off. He manages to survive using a potion. For this positioning right now from Waz, basically, if you're going to be going, it's so open that if you're going to be going after this druid, the entire team of MDB the entire team of MVB is going to be able to put out a ton of damage and actually take CLC and friends down, and it makes anyone who tries to kind of challenge and attack Waz very vulnerable to damage. And it looks like right now we have a bit of a turtle going on right now for MDB as they look to regroup, rebuff, drink up, get their offense in fighting form once again. They will be moving across the map, but really can't blame them for wanting to group up and clean up the offense just to make sure their flag carrier is nice and safe. And now that he is, it's time to make a play.
Waz has a Claw of Chromagus. Waz, when I was in Hoagie Haven Heroes, there was a 20 mage queue to get any weapon. I'm not sure what kind of ninja shenanigans went on to get that one, but definitely going to be helpful for him in that situation. It's going to be adding out a little bit extra damage, compared to just having like a healing mace or a damage mace. So was going to be putting that to good use here for his team. But I got to say, so far, in terms of offensive pushes, I got to give it to CLC and friends. So far, they have been the team that's been the most proactive on the map, and they have been having the best pushes so far in this match. Closest calls for sure onto the Druid, even taking him down once very, very early on.
I want to see what Stiletta does here. What is Stiletta going to do? Got the rocket boots on. And this is where we're going to see the power of the rogue with sprint, with evasion, with a free action potion. Let's see how far he can get. See if he can actually get on top of Reverie and actually get out some burst damage. We'll have to see. In the past, he was kind of just sitting away. I'm curious to see once Stiletta reveals the position if Reverie just decides to jump down and rotate to the graveyard as he knows there's no threat. But here it is. Here is the play. Stiletta with the free action potion. The rocket boots making the charge. Reverie, what are you going to do? This is a very scary situation. If Miracle and Stiletta can get to target, it'll just look like Reverie and Bean, they're just going to rotate right away. And that's the problem when you don't have a rogue kind of cutting off the Druid, is they're going to be able to escape. And I think Bean's going to be able to provide some pretty solid defense here against this rogue.
Yeah, and what is Kibler doing right now? I think, oh no, he's in perfect position here. Sorry, I was looking at Stiletta. I'm not sure what he was able to do in that fight, but he definitely wanted to be on the bottom end of that map to kind of prevent that from happening. We're going to see now, though, a push on the opposite end here. Kibler, what can you do? Can you reach your target here? Can you get the crowd control that he needs? He gets the flash bomb. He is on top of Waz, but he gets caught up in a Tidal Charm into a rank 1 Frostbolt, and now he's getting spam snared with a Fury Fire. And let's be honest, Fury Fire in Classic is basically a button that just deletes the entire rogue class, unless you have somebody who can dispel it or those Resto Potions. But if you use the Resto Potions, then you can't use the free action potions because they're on a similar, or they're on a shared cooldown. But we have a Shaman here potentially reaching to Waz, but looks like Jarvini once again on that mage, really stepping up big here for his team so far in this match. Once again, just going to be able to deflect that situation. Drops the double Nova, and as I say that, he falls down. Waz now, are you going to stay up against that Shaman Warrior combo? Are you going to jump down? What are you going to do? Definitely a big mistake there from Jarvini. Now Waz forced to jump down. Big Chain Lightning connects as he runs through the tunnel. If anybody can connect onto him with anything, could potentially be the game, but those rocket boots doing a lot of work here for Waz. He's going to be able to make it up the tunnel, back up onto the roof. Excellent kiting there. And as I was saying that about Jarvini, he makes a massive error right there, falling down and leaving his flag carrier to fend for himself. But they were able to escape through that situation. He had to expand the pair of rocket boots, though. But a lot of these teams in Classic carry multiple pairs of rocket boots and then swap between them, because there is a chance that those goblin boots, which was the ones that was just used, break when you have them active.
Yes, these players are literally holding on to 5, 6, 7 pairs of boots just to make sure they have enough if the match does go on for a long time. But, with the 35-minute time limit, there's only so many uses you can get, so you can get away with not having, a ton of them in your bag. But definitely a good shout. Right now, we do see a little bit of a push here coming in as MDB is going to be moving out of the Horde side tunnel, trying to rotate up that banana and actually get on top of Reverie once again. But so far, CLC and friends, their defense has looked really, really solid. It's been difficult. And the thing is, Stiletta, with their positioning, this is what's happening. Stiletta actually runs up banana, then Bean and Reverie are willing to jump down and just rotate and kite. If he doesn't reveal his positioning, then Reverie just stays up top and takes the 5 versus 4, and they usually end up winning that fight as well. So definitely a difficult spot to be in. I think that's one thing I really like out of all the teams. I really like what Apes does because they commit 6 people to their offense, which is something we don't see from a lot of teams. That way, you have the 5 people pushing up Banana, and then you also have the Rogue to cut off, and it makes it really difficult for that Druid to kind of make that play. But in order to pull off a strategy like that, you have to have a solid defense.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel like you need to have a good defensive comp. You need to have that hunter, mage, priest, flag carrier kind of synergy on point in your defense. And then, of course, in your offense, you need to have a warlock because right now, when Waz jumps down, if there's a warlock who can death coil him, that's going to buy Kibler all the time he needs to really dish out some damage. And I want to see Kibler just keep using those flash bombs that he's been doing such a good job with so far. Anytime Waz jumps down, go ahead and use them. But we do have another fight here initiated. Let's see if they can push through the Banana. Jarvini doing whatever he can here to deter that push. And this is looking like a really bad push from the side of CLC and friends here. It looks like they're just going to get wiped immediately.
And they will be going down. Let's see what does happen. They'll be going back to the graveyard, and it looks like once again we have the team of CLT and friends defensively. They're looking very, very solid. And it just seems like neither one of these teams have been able to make too good of an offensive push. But it does, and this is something you mentioned a little bit earlier on, it does seem like CLT and friends are making a little bit more strides in order to actually cap that flag. We can talk about how long this match has been going on for. We're about 15 minutes into the game right now. If we do take a look at killing blows, there is an advantage for the team of MDB. So it is going to be up to CLC and friends, even though their offensive pushes have been looking better. Their defense has been looking solid. If they can't cap the flag, they're losing on killing blows. So it's definitely something we need to keep in mind.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, like you mentioned, they've had a little bit better progress. At least they forced Waz off of the roof. They did kill him one time, and they've had a little bit cleaner pushes. But that last push was definitely not one of them. And now we are going to see MDB go for their own push here. They're waiting in Diza in that tunnel, but then they should be ready. They have all players that they need, and what is Stiletto doing right now? Like, why is he in the bed? Like, why is he a part of the team fight? He's leading the team fight, and he's going way too soon. Oh, is he baiting? Why would he use his rocket boots if he's baiting?
Yeah, that'd be kind of a questionable bait. Maybe he's like, okay, I'm gonna sneak in, show them I'm going up, and then I'm gonna go wait for Reverie. But I just don't know. It doesn't seem like that next level sneaky tactics. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I don't think Reverie is gonna be deceived by that one at this point. Miracle is charging in though. Can he get the damage onto Reverie? Warriors with that weapon, it's just so incredibly scary. Big crits. I mean, Reverie could just fall right away, but there's just so much defense. Look at how solid CLC and friends are looking. Good crowd control on everyone. Big picks. Reverie's going to be completely fine. And once again, it's going to be MDB that needs to kind of regroup and take a look at what's going on right now with Waz as well. As he's on the run. This could be a flag cap as well. We do see the team of CLC and friends. They are all over Waz. He's trying to position. He actually does a great thing, rotates back to Banana, but he's in the middle of this mage and in the middle of this fight. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get away. Right now, you do see MDB. They are just trying to kite. They're trying to get a pick. Waz, actually, I have to say, he did a great job there with his positioning, making it extremely difficult for CLC and friends to stay on target. But Kibler is still in hot pursuit. But I just feel like in bear form with Fairy Fire, there's nothing Kibler can do. He will fall, and that will be enough of a defense, although that was kind of a close call there.
Yeah, definitely a really close call there on Waz. And again, it was Jarvini ready to intervene on that warrior, sheeping him up and just doing a great job kind of breaking up that offense, helping out his druid when he needed to. And honestly, I feel like sometimes you have to take the win if you are the rogue. I see so many positional errors from a lot of these rogues, and it makes me miss my boy Chances in Europe. But there, Kibler, there's no reason for him to actually go for that solo play. Instead, try to just drop combat, sneak in, try to stay on the inside and set your team up for that next push where you can, be the initiator, sap somebody, blind somebody, rocket hump somebody, and all of a sudden you crowd control 3 players and your team is running up the banana with free action potions and everything. Just small things like that, I think, can really make a big difference. And another thing to note is that Kibler is wearing his rocket boots, and they are for sure on cooldown. So, losing that extra bit of damage is small things like that. You definitely got to micro how you're swapping your gear in PvP and Classic. It's a lot of damage that you end up losing out on, and especially when you're a rogue, it's mostly about being at the right place at the right time. You're not going to have, any real like a shadow step or something like that, gap closing abilities. So the best way for you to be useful is to intercept your team. And speaking of that, I do think we see, once again, CLC and Friends defense here doing some work with Dookie, almost taking down 3 players there, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to happen. He's going to be sent back to the graveyard. CLC and Friends diffuse another attack, and this time they didn't even need Bean with them.
Yep, and Reverie is just immediately rotating away, and it's just the exact same story over and over. Stiletta, when he reveals himself going up banana, Reverie says, okay, see ya, jumps down. He knows there's going to be no rogue to cut him off. And when he doesn't reveal himself, Reverie says, I know exactly where Stiletta is. He's waiting for me to jump down. I'm not going to. So, I mean, there needs to be, they need to switch something up, because at this point, it seems like CLC and Friends, they have them read like a book. It's just very obvious what they want to get done. They're looking completely fine. And I feel like one of these teams is going to have to make a change in, their offense to actually try to break through. And that team is likely going to be CLC and Friends, because they are behind on killing blows. The timer is ticking away. We have about 15 minutes left on this match. And I mean, those 15 minutes go by very, very quickly. And killing blows, I mean, we saw it in the last game. That can definitely win you a match like this. And I think as the time goes on, these teams are going to be forced to take more and more of a risk. And at that point, that's when things become a little bit more unsturdy than what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and I do gotta say though, it feels like it's just a matter of time before Waz eventually messes up and dies, or somebody makes a big play on CLC and Friends, a big rocket ham or something like that. You can see right now, there's still the entire team of CLC and Friends are still in the base looking for Waz, but I do think they're going to be deterred here from those players that just rezzed on the graveyard, and I do feel like CLC and Friends defense and offense are accomplishing a little bit more than MDB, but still just Waz and Jarvini so far doing a really good job keeping him alive, keeping him mobile. And I think Waz himself is a big reason to that as well. Almost dying the last time he was on this tunnel roof, able to do some sneaky plays, charge to one of those totems that was still up from the previous fight and get himself extra distance by doing small things like that. Definitely been a joy to watch him perform on that druid and keep himself alive, but he's gonna need to keep pulling plays like that out of his claw and see if he can do that for another, I think, 13 minutes, which is the time left on the clock right now.
And we'll see which one of these teams is going to be making that adaptation. Right now, once again, we have CLC Friends very safe, secure in the base, Reverie with them, and it's going to be the team of M and DB that has to regroup their offense. And you can see CLC and Friends, their offense, it's in a pretty good position here. Kibler right now is just going to be sitting in the tunnel, kind of realizing he wants to intercept Waz, and that's something you've been talking a lot about, Zico, is the rogue needs to be in a position where he can intercept the flag carrier. Because if there's no interception, the druid can basically just run and get away indefinitely. There has to be someone that is going to be slowing them down, and that kind of is the job of the rogue in classic Warsong Gulch. And right now we see CLC and Friends looking to make an offensive play. Waz, is he going to jump down? That's the thing. If Waz does jump down, Kibler is there, but I think he might realize it. I think right now Waz is just very comfortable in the situation with the wrist, is trying to push forward, but he falls really, really quickly, and these offensive pushes, they're looking sloppy, honestly. It doesn't seem like they're being well coordinated as a team. That being said, I mean, the defense is looking good, and both these flag carriers are, I would say, reading these rogues extremely well, like never really running into their trap.
Yeah, definitely doing a great job so far. I do have to agree with you, though. Some of these pushes are definitely looking extremely sloppy. And look at Kibler now. Finally, look at him sneaking up on the roof. But Jarvini kind of maybe anticipating it right now. He's just trying to AoE him out, thinking that he might be snuck into the base. because he hasn't shown himself for a second. So Kibler's going to need to do a great job just staying back. But this is the dream scenario here for a rogue in Warsong Gulch. You have successfully snuck between the enemy lines. If he can stay undetected until his team groups up in the tunnel, there's a good chance that CLC and friends are just going to assume that he's not even there, that he's going to be downstairs, and that could be something that really, really ends up costing them. So if Waz, he is looking for him, so it feels like they kind of know that he's around here, and they could be equipping things like cat's eye goggles. Look, they're sending in their hunter. Hunter's having that detect hidden. Look at that. Yeah, there it is. Now they know Kibler is not going to be as sneaky as he wishes to be. He needs to buy some time. He gets AoE'd out there by Waz. Free action potion coming out. Blind on the free action potion. Can Kibler use a vanish or something though and escape? No. Fury Fire is active on him, and he will be going down here. There's no way.
It is so close. CLC and friends were almost there to back him up, and that was the push that they needed. That was the initiation that they needed, but getting caught on that rogue, there, they really kind of, like I said, the reads on these rogues have been quite good. With the risk is going to be pushing forward. Waz does get bursted down in a decent position here, but it's a warrior on top of him. A little bit scary. The elemental shaman one-shots him. Insane damage. And that will be the cap for CLC and friends, and that's what I'm talking about. I said at the beginning of the game, I mean, if a warrior can get there with Mortal Strike, slow down the healing, and an elemental shaman can use the elemental master with the chain lightning, with the Earthshock, that's all your health gone almost instantaneously. Was getting absolutely deleted, and as a result, CLC, about 25 minutes into the game, will be getting the first flag cap.
Excellent stuff there. And this is kind of what we were talking about a little bit. It looked like CLC and friends, their offense was close a couple of times, you know. They did connect some of that damage, and it looks like they were getting closer and closer with each and every push. And now, finally, they can, feel confident that they will be winning this game if they can hold out for another 9 minutes, though. But 9 minutes is a lot of time here for MDB to potentially equalize the situation. Stiletta looking to snare down this flag carrier. Could be going for some speed cap shenanigans here. Stiletta, though, what are you going to do? Flag gets dropped. It gets picked up by LolQQ, and it gets picked up again by with the wrist. Waz has the flag on the opposite side, but he is caught up in a flash bomb. So if they can slow him down, that could potentially be a quick cap, but doesn't look like it. Good defense here from MDB. Going to keep him alive. Going to be escorting him across, but I think Waz could have a lot of issues crossing this midfield here.
It's looking like it. I mean, there's a lot of CLC in the midfield. Let's see what the Druid's going to be able to get done when he does get to the midfield. And looks like he is trying to cross, but with the wrist is there, the charge comes in. Here's the interception from CLC. And Waz is, I mean, he's not alone, but he is trying to just dance around the map. He's got a beautiful feral charge there to escape, but caught into the Goblin Rocket Helmet. And here's an opportunity now for CLC to actually get that burst down. The flash bomb comes down. Big damage on Waz once again. They load up with the Elemental Shaman. Some decent healing coming in, but Waz is just not getting topped off. And I have a feeling that he might actually go down. The big chain lightning once again. We see Stiletta actually pick up the flag, but a rogue is not the class to pick up that flag in that situation, and that will be a 2-0 for CLC and friends. And this is something we see a lot in these Warsong Gulch matches, Zico, is momentum. Once the team gets a cap, it just seems like they have momentum on their side.
Yeah, definitely, because we're kind of used to seeing this, 5-man defense, 5-man offense, or 4-man defense, 6-man offense, and it's a very safe position for both of the teams. You know, both teams' defense plays it out well, they're going to be completely fine. And it drags on the game, but as soon as that flag gets in motion again, it's all about who won that most recent fight, who has the positional advantage, who can slow down the people on the graveyard rezzing, who can slow down the flag, and on the opposite end, who can get the flag and get it to their side the quickest. That's what really sets up these speed cap scenarios. So definitely, as soon as one flag gets going, there's always that potential for a quick cap coming out right after. And at that point, once you're down 0-2, that's when people are going to stay taking those risks. So the momentum just kind of snowballs for one of the teams usually when that happens. And it's kind of a double effect as well. It's kind of a domino effect because one team has to play more aggressive, in this case MDB, and the other team, they're going to be in a great spot already because they got that speed cap and they did play aggressive to get that speed cap. So both teams going to have to turn up the heat here, and when one gets too aggressive, the other one can also just punish that very, very easily.
This is looking like it could be a third cap. I mean, Reverie, he's already on the Horde side of the map. We have Bean and Kibler playing defense right now. This defense is going to be imperative.
Jarvini.
Let's see what they can get done as they do try to pick up the flag. Jarvini does grab it, but he gets absolutely annihilated, and he will end up falling. Is there going to be anyone else? I mean, Bean is doing a great job on defense right now. It does look like Ross is able to pick up the flag, but he just have him so low. A little bit more damage, and he will ultimately fall. The counterspell comes in. That will be a drop, and this is looking like the third and final cap of the match, and it will be CLC and Friends advancing with a 3-0 victory.
Excellent stuff here from CLC and Friends. There was a long kind of back and forth there between the offense and the defense, but once that defense got cracked, the game just immediately spiraled out of control for MDB. And CLC and Friends, I gotta say, rightfully so, earned that victory. They looked stronger in their offense. Their defense looked really, really good as well. So I feel like that was something that was inevitable to happen eventually. At some point, one of the Elishamas is going to catch Waz and just delete his account.
Yeah, their defense just looked more coordinated. Their offense, I think it was mainly their offense, although their defense did a great job as well. But yeah, an excellent match and a well-earned victory by CLC and Friends. Now, the next game we have is going to be Benny Boys versus my AV Pop. And I have to say, this is a matchup I'm really excited about for a couple of different reasons. The main reason is, though, I have a lot of history with Benny Boys. I actually played Classic WoW with these guys, and one of the players on this team was actually my best friend growing up. So I'm going to be a little bit biased in this matchup. I just found out that they were playing this tournament, and I'm really excited for this match.
Oh, wait, is this the best friend that you told me about that you used to beat in every single game? And he's the guy who made you roll a mage because you played, what do you play, like a druid, and he was beating you in duels?
Yeah, he was farming me. He played an elemental shaman. His name was Towner, and he was farming me in duels when I made my druid. That's actually the reason why I quit druid, is because I got farmed by him in duels. I was like, yeah, I'm making a mage. Forget that.
Yeah, I remember that story. That's cool that he's going to be competing here, because you told me that story like a couple of years ago, and when we were talking about why you rolled mage. So definitely going to have to keep an eye out on these guys now that we have so much history here on the line. And we're going to see those guys compete in just a second, right after we come back after this commercial break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the World of Warcraft Classic Summer Bowl North America Edition. We just saw a fantastic game between CLC and Friends and MDB. CLC and Friends with a very nice performance, cleaning that one up 3-0. This next matchup, Zico, though, is going to be Benny Boys going up against my AV Popped.
Yeah, Benny Boys, clear crowd favorite from what we know so far here. No bias coming out of the commentator side. And we're going to take a look at some of these players, what compositions they are going to be running here. Obviously, we want to see as many mages as possible, but more importantly, I want to see rogues, I want to see warlocks, I want to see druids. Do they have everything? We're going to have a warlock, rogue, and a druid. And we are going to have a warlock, rogue, and a druid as well. Okay, so both teams are going to have those three very, very high impact classes that you're going to be needing in that Warzone Gulch setup. So setup's looking good for both sides right now.
Yeah, setup's definitely looking good. And I'm excited for this one. Like I said, I mean, the Benny Boys, they're near and dear to my heart. A lot of these players, Mullane, Stepdad. Stepdad was actually my friend from way back in the day. Mingo, Linkolas. I mean, these are people that I dueled against. You know, I'm not talking about in classic WoW. I'm talking about vanilla WoW many, many, many years ago. So we'll see. I'm going to have a little bit of a bias towards them, but my AV Pop, let's see what they can get done in this matchup. Just to take a quick little look, it does look like for the team of Benny Boys, they're going to be playing the Alliance side. And for my AV Pop, they are actually Horde. So it's going to be a Horde versus Alliance matchup here between these two squads.
Yeah, repping Benediction. And of course, on the other side, we're going to have Fairbanks here. And hopefully they dug deep into those guild banks because we saw, a little lack of consumables on some of those other pushes. I don't think that's going to be a problem here, hopefully. And you can see what they can do with those pushes. I'm excited to see. The Benny Boys comp here is basically what I would handpick if I was making my dream setup for Warzone Gulch. So really excited to see what they can do with that setup. Of course, these druids as well are going to have a lot of pressure on them here to perform, and need to have one mage to kind of escort them. And I want to see Mondays here. What spec is he playing? I want to take a look, see if we have a Pompyro mage here in the fray. It looks like we do. Slow roll's going to be on that potential Pompyro mage, or he's playing Elementalist, or I don't know. He's not playing Ice Barrier at least, so hopefully he can get some big crits with that Pompyro if he is running that Arcane Power Pompyro, which, I mean, if you're going to go Pompyro, you got to go 3-minute mage. So hopefully that's what he's running.
3-minute mage. Let's see if he does get done. Although the Blast Wave it's pretty nice. Blast Wave's pretty nice in Warzone Gulch. All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
It's nice for team fights, but me, I've been called the 3-minute mage in many contexts in life, and we're gonna see if Slow Roll can keep up with that and potentially get some big crits onto the flag carrier. But now we're gonna most likely see both teams go for that default team fights to buy their flag carrier some time to get through the other side. And I'm excited to see what these rogues can do on defense. Diurdo is sneaking in right now, and Linkolas is going to have to do a good job on defense. You can see Ori as well, ready to fall back, so that rogue hunter combo early on could be deadly. Diurdo actually failing the jump right there. He failed it again, Van.
Oh no, we got to watch. Let's see if he can do it. Come on.
Failed it again.
The camera's on. Let's see if he can get it. Oh, is he going to give up? He actually gives up on the jump. No, that's so sad. You really hate to see that. He will be getting through the tunnel now, and we can see right now that Mondays is going to be looking to pick up the flag, but he is caught into a blind using his ice block to remove that blind, and the defense from my AV Pop is looking relatively solid here. Mondays does get caught into a full stun, and without that ice block, I'm not going to be able to get out. There's no way he escapes with his life. Uses a second ice block. I'd say a little bit of mismanagement there, but that's going to result in, clap, clap, snap. He's going to have to figure out a way to get this flag, and I don't think it's going to be easy.
Yeah, Diordo now finally sneaking through the tunnel. Linkolas is there waiting. Wow, he jumped down perfectly there. He gets a big ambush crit there on Diordo. The free action potion is running. Let's see what he can do here with that Skull of Impending Doom. He's taking so much damage. He's got a nature swiftness. Big heal there from that NS. Diordo charging through here on the ramp. He gets scattershotted into what exactly here? Into a flash bomb. Does he have the trinket? He drops the nade. He can't use his trinket actually, and it looks like he is going to go down here with the flag. Not going to be a great position here for him, but luckily for him, his team was able to shut down the other flag here from Clap Snap. And we're going to see him now go through the middle here. And if they can potentially defend the base, this could be a quick cap here for the Benny boys.
Well, let's see if the Benny boys are going to be able to do it. Rotating through the midfield right now. The only one that can really stop them is Maiden. Let's see if Maiden can do it. Can he cross the field in time? Mondays is there to slow him down, and this is looking really good. This is looking like there's almost no way it's not going to be a 1-0. Now the clap is in the tunnel. That is going to be it. Clap snap. Benny boys are going to be up 1-0 in this match, and now it's going to be pressure on for AV popped. Let's see if they can pick up that flag and rotate once again, because they are behind and they need to catch up in this match.
Beautiful stuff here. Clap, snap, cap, 1-0, and now once again the Benny boys are looking like they want to set up for that next flag cap. You can see Slow Roll's already in position here on that mage, looking like he wants to get aggressive, looking like he wants to pick up the flag. There's nobody currently in the base to hold him off. Big PP man just res there on the hunter, so an excellent class to stop that mage. Hopefully Slow Roll saw that and he's going to be going through that tunnel. I want to see him try to pick up the flag and then immediately go through the tunnel. No, he's going through. Ooh, Big PvP man doesn't spot him right away, but there it is. Scatter into the trap. He doesn't have an ice block because he is playing that 3-minute mage, so he's going to be stuck in this big aim shot being loaded up here. Slow Rolls actually does have an ice block, so he is playing that blast wave spec potentially here, Van.
It looks like Deirdre is looking to pick up the flag as well. Let's see if Linkolas can play a solid defense once again. Deirdre grabs the flag in bear form. Linkolas realizing needs to jump down and try to slow him down. Gets the cheap shot. It's going to be no free action potion. The trinket. And it looks like Deirdre with the rocket helm should be able to escape. I don't think there's too much Linkolas can really do about that one. Deirdre is going to be looking to rotate back with his team as Linkolas is just left behind in the base. Now Clap Snap is also looking across the midfield. Gets hit with some big damage, but Lane able to get there, get some heals out. Stepped out as well in the midfield, should be able to rotate to him. And Deirdre is looking like he could just go down. Deirdre's left all alone. He's got no backup from his team. And it looks like ultimately he will fall. Old man, can they actually get there? They just need a little bit more damage. He's holding on. It's such low health. There is no way. It does look like the flag is dropped, but it looks like Shez Paka is able to pick it up. Very nicely done in a good position. The Shaman, I just don't know how far this Shaman really is going to be able to get. They need some good pressure here against the Benny boys. Linkolas actually rotating, trying to get offensive as well. Big intimidating shout coming in. It looks like it will be Shispaka who does end up falling, and this is looking like it will be a 2-0 for the Benny boys.
The Benny boys are definitely doing some work so far in this game. Really nice presence there in the mid. Really good defense there. I got to say, Linkolas definitely stepping up here for his team. Doing a great job here. Shutting down the enemy flag carrier. Doing a great job just pressuring him constantly. And it's going to be what allows them to secure that kill in the middle. That pressure that he was able to generate. Getting him very, very low, the enemy flag carrier. And then, of course, the rest of his team able to capitalize on that. And Slow Rolls as well, playing it out pretty well there as well, picking up the flag and escorting it to the middle where he could swap it to Clap Snap, and that's going to be a quick 2-0 for the Benny boys. Linkolas again here in prime position to defend against the flag carrier, and it looks like they're going to be able to pick up the flag here. Mondays, let's see what he can do here. He is completely out of mana, but he is running with that free action potion here through the ramp, and it should be okay for him to drop it off for his team. If he can make a couple of more yards, he gets a big opener from the Rogue as well with that Skull of Impending Doom, but Mondays doesn't have a Skull of Impending Doom active anymore, so he might get blinded. He could get crowd control here if Linarca has anything. Doesn't look like it, and the flag will get transferred here, and now we're going to have to turn our attention once again to Linkolas here on that Rogue. He has a Hunter's Mark on him, so he's not as sneaky as he would like to be.
Yeah, that's certain, but he is in a prime position, and right now, that flag is marching closer and closer towards the alliance side of the map. Gyarados is running out of time. Definitely needs to try to grab that flag as soon as he possibly can, but Lincolus being there, defending, I mean, Gyarados knows it. And it does look like the Shaman will be charging forward. Actually, a nice sap coming in from Lincolus. And the Shaman will be crowd controlled right now. Lincolus going to be looking to get some damage. Goes for the re-stealth. Looking for an ambush. Big damage on Gyarados, but he has backup this time. And that is the power of the mage coming to help. But still, at this point, Ori is all over this Druid. Gyarados caught into the flash bomb. And it looks like there's a good chance here. It's going to be a 3-0. Gyarados needs to try to get away. The Hunter's just putting out way too much damage. He's still caught into the flash bomb. Big PvP man is there to pick up the flag if he needs to. And Ori looking like a one-man army trying to take him down. Solroll is actually in position as well. Does he have the damage to do it? Let's see, big Fire Blast coming in. Gyarados caught into the Death Coil as well. The damage is rolling in, but finally Gyarados has reconvened with his team, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Another Flash Bomb drops, and it looks like he will ultimately fall. Clap Clap Snap is in position, but the flag gets picked up. Very nicely done there by Big PvP Man. Big PvP Man, are you going to be able to escape? Doesn't look like it. He falls. Clap Clap Snap in position, and that's going to be it. The Benny Boys 3-0 over my AV Pops.
Beautiful stuff here coming out of the Benny Boys. I mean, what else are you going to expect from people who have been lectured by Venruki on how to play this game their entire lives since the OG vanilla days? I mean, if they just manage to pick up even 1% of that knowledge, then this is what the game is going to look like. And excellent defense, excellent offense, and excellent execution right there.
Very proud. Very proud right now. That was looking like a solid game. They got the composition, they got the tactics, and they will be advancing to the round of 3 in the upper bracket. The next matchup we do have, if we take a quick look at the bracket, is going to be Protect the Lumber going up against Fun and Flirty. Zico, I need to take a look and see if we are familiar with any of these players. I think this is actually going to be... Is it a lower bracket game?
No, this is a round 3 game.
Oh, round 3 game. I need to refresh my bracket is what I need to do. So I'm going to refresh my bracket. This is a round 3 game. The first round 3 game in the upper bracket we are going to see. And yeah, I mean, as we march through this upper bracket, these teams are going to start dropping like flies to that lower bracket until inevitably we do see which team does make it to the grand finals, to the upper bracket. And at this point, from what we've seen, which one, like what are a couple teams you think are likely going to be making it to that upper finals?
To the upper finals, I feel like we need a little bit more sample size to go after, but I think VC so far looked pretty good. I think Demons looked kind of good as well. How do you feel about CLC and Friends? I feel like when we looked at them on paper, we expected them to be one of those teams that potentially could make the top 6, could make the finals. But I would just place them as a top 6 contender right now. I want to see if any of the other teams look stronger, because there was, a couple of weaknesses on CLC and Friends. I feel like they were up against a good team, but it did take them a little too long to execute, in my opinion. Some of those pushes looked a little too sloppy.
Yeah, so for CLC and Friends, what's interesting to me is, it's going to be difficult because they're actually going up against Thank You Ski Ram, and Thank You Ski Ram is the only team we've seen so far that has been able to actually just turtle it out and will win on killing blows. They're the only team we've seen so far. So my question is CLC and Friends going to be the team that, has that offense, have that coordination, have that offensive, oomph to really push through and break that defense, or are they going to crack to that turtle strategy, just like we saw Relax a little bit earlier on in the tournament? So that should be an interesting game. Curious to see which one of them comes out ahead, but we are going to be taking a look at Fun and Flirty versus Protect the Lumber. Both these teams we haven't seen play yet in the tournament, so we'll see. We'll see what they are able to get done, and we'll be jumping into the game relatively soon. We can see what both these teams are going to be bringing to the matchup.
Yeah, and this is, like you mentioned, our first round 3 match here, Fun and Flirty. They're going to have to be fun, flirty, and great at the game as well if they want to win this one, because, going up against a team that has won both of their previous matches, it's, as we move forward in that upper bracket, we're going to face more and more, we're going to see more and more teams that just hasn't dropped the game yet, and obviously the competition is just going to get more and more fierce up there, so you want to try to cling on to that upper bracket spot as long as you can and protect the Lumber. in their own right here could be one of those teams that could give Fun and Flirty a run for their money.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if they're going to be able to do that. And this tournament, it's been a good one so far. A lot of teams, actually, I would say the teams that I kind of expected to do pretty well are, kind of rising to the occasion. Since you were a little bit dodgy with the answer, I agree we need to see a little bit more of these teams. But so far, I think the teams that have
I was dodgy with the answer. I gave one team. I said,
you say that it's the Canadian answer, like very wishy-washy. You don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
I don't know if I do that, it's because I picked up that habit from you. I used to be the one who had the aggressive takes, and you used to be super Canadian. Now you have gotten a little bit more aggressive with your takes, but I've maybe gotten a little bit more. Yeah, you've gotten a little bit mauled with your predictions, and I've gotten a little bit more Canadian, I guess. I don't know. Maybe this is what happens when we don't get to be roommates for a long time.
Yeah. No, we'll see. Anyways, what I was saying is, it feels like to me so far the teams that have been looking the best, and there has been a fair amount of teams in the upper bracket we haven't seen yet. But I would say CLC and Friends. I'm still not convinced of the turtle strategy from Thank You Ski Ram. I mean, maybe I feel like they're a team that could just win without turtling, though. Like, I actually think they just win by capping the flag, so they're looking solid as well. VC, it's actually going to be VC going up against the Benny boys, so that'll be an interesting matchup. We'll see how my old friends can do against VC, which is a veteran team in Warsaw Gulch, at least in the North American side of things. I think for VC, there's a lot on the line for this tournament. I mean, there's prize money, but more so than anything, being one of the first official Classic Warsaw Gulch tournaments, a lot of these teams have been playing Classic for a really long time. They've dedicated themselves to the game, sort of perfecting the battlegrounds that are available. And I think for VC, if they could win this tournament, that would be big for them. The bragging rights would definitely come in handy.
Yeah, definitely. This is the qualifier stage of the tournament. This is something very important to know, that we will be playing out the entirety of this bracket throughout today and tomorrow, and we will crown the qualifier champion. But when you make that top two, you're going to get a bye in the championship stage, which is going to be the next weekend. And there on Saturday next weekend, we're going to be seeing all of the 6 teams that qualified in Europe go head to head. So we're going to be seeing, the 2 Ape squads and all of the other teams that made it. And then after that, on Sunday, we are going to see in North America who can do the same thing. So obviously a lot of bragging rights. If you can maybe win the qualifier and win the championship round, then, it's not like anybody can kind of take anything away from you at that point and say, oh, maybe you got lucky or something. Now, at that point, you are just a super dominant team. So definitely, a lot of the potential here for a team to really step up and show that they are the big dogs, kind of similar to what we saw from Apes in Europe.
And we'll see for Protect the Lumber. They only have 9 people in the match, so hopefully they get their 10th member loaded in here relatively shortly. But this is going to be another one of those games that is going to be Horde versus Alliance. And in Europe, the story was all about the Alliance. It was a bit of a feels bad for the Horde side of things. The Alliance were pretty dominant in this tournament, and it's kind of a fun thing that we were following. Well, I'm curious to see if it's going to be kind of Horde domination. It looks like Protect the Lumber will be leaving the game, I believe, and I think we might end up getting a remake here just to make sure we get all the players in, and the game is as fair as possible for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I saw Sapler rocking that Thunder Fury, so I'm excited. I'm excited to see those Thunder Furies in action. I think there's multiple Thunder Furies in this game, and being such a legendary blade, it's always fun to see what people can do with that one. It's something that some rogue players even it's a weapon that some rogue players even desire to have. At their disposal, just because that proc is so good, especially if you're in a team fight, you can get, a chain lightning proc basically, hitting, a lot of people. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do with that and with their compositions as well. Of course, we're going to be evaluating those as soon as we get into game, nitpicking on every single decision that they brought, on every single class that they brought to the table.
Scrutinizing them. These guys don't have a druid. Yikes! These guys don't have a rogue. What are they doing?
Only one mage. Like this guy's gonna be spending half the game making water.
Yeah, it is a big problem staying hydrated in the games for all these players. So definitely shout out to all the mages creating that water. Don't forget to tip your mages. Definitely really important in classic WoW.
Of course. Simple economics, supply and demand.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, predictions. For this match, predictions. I feel like there's no way I could make an accurate prediction. I mean, at this point, it would literally just be what team name do I like more? That's the only information I have about these rosters.
Well, I feel like the chat makes half of their prediction based on that, and they get it right more often than us. So maybe we make a prediction like that, Van. Let's get a little bit bold here. Don't be so Canadian. Let's go. Right. I go with Fun and Flirt. Actually, Fun and Flirty sounds like a team that's not that serious, so I'm gonna go with Fun and Flirty still.
What?
No.
I'm gonna go with Fun and Flirty. Actually, this team doesn't sound like they're that serious. I'm still gonna go with them. I'm gonna go. That was gonna be my pick too. I'm gonna go with Fun and Flirty. I think you can be, have fun, be flirty, and also, get down to business. And we'll see if Fun and Flirty is gonna be able to do that. Protect the lumber. It sounds like their team name, at least to me, sounds like they're going to be rocking a solid defense. They're going to be protecting that flag at all costs. I don't know if that's I'm just guessing at what their team name's about. I don't actually know, but we'll see.
So did they think it was an AB tournament, protecting Lumbermill, or do they have a warrior maybe who's like a bit of a lumberjack in the guild? I'm not sure here what to expect from these guys.
Make sure you leave the party if you didn't. We're just trying to...
I got kicked.
Okay, good. We're trying to work through some technical stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. You don't need to worry about all that. We're just reforming the party here. We'll be getting into the game relatively soon. That's all you need to know. And we'll be kicking off, this match, Fun and Flirty versus Protect the Lumber. Now, I'm curious. You're making us guess our predictions. We don't really have too much information to go off. Chat, what is your prediction on this matchup? Is it going to be Fun and Flirty, or is it going to be Protect the Lumber? Going in, as we do get into the game, and it looks like all 10 players for both sides will be able to load in. Horde versus Alliance, Fun and Flirty versus Protect the Lumber. Which one of these two squads is going to come out ahead in our first round of 3 in the upper bracket?
All right, so let's take a look at the compositions here. We do see... do they have the trifecta? They do. So Protect the Lumber here, bringing a pretty solid comp here, if I may say so myself. Only going with the single shaman, and I mean, I think personally that's an excellent choice. If I had to pick between having 2 shamans or having 2 mages, I mean, I would always go with 2 mages. So I feel like that makes a lot of sense. And on the flip side as well, we're going to see a warlock, rogue, we're going to see a druid, and we're going to see that paladin priest combo in terms of healers. 1 warrior, basically both of them running pretty much an identical strategy. Of course, the main difference being that Horde and Alliance dynamic here.
Horde versus Alliance, which one is going to pull out ahead in this match? We have 1 paladin for the side of the Alliance and 1 shaman for the side of the Horde. I think both these teams running the double mage setup it's ideal. I think from what we saw from Apes and my experience in Classic WoW, the double mage just seems really, really solid. Having 1 mage on defense, 1 mage on offense, or 2 mages on defense, it makes it really, really difficult to deal with. Just so much control, so much AoE, and I think that's why we're seeing it as well. I mean, these mages, they're so powerful at helping the druids. I think that's why we've seen it be pretty standard, where the druid will go in with a mage, and the mage is more than enough peels to deal with the rogue. If you leave a druid to go one-on-one against a good rogue, that doesn't normally end super well for the druid. So that's why we do see these mages trying to help them out.
So I think, looking at Xerok, he is definitely playing some more aggressive spec. So all of the mages on the side of the Lumberjacks have Ice Barrier, which means that they are deeply spec'd into Frost. most likely they are playing either Ignite Barrier, which means that they go for the Fire Tree instead of the Arcane Tree, and then they max out the Frost Tree, of course. And that's going to give them a little bit more damage, a little bit more 1 versus 1 potential, a little bit better punch if they take down the flag carrier. But if they're playing that improved counterspell, which is the most standard thing, they're going to be having that. They're going to have access to improved counterspell, which is going to be better for crowd controlling healers and then killing somebody. So it's basically better when you're fighting multiple players. So we're gonna have to take a look at that. Xerok, the only player out of all of these 4 mages who doesn't have an ice barrier, means that he's probably playing a deep fire spec with arcane mixed in, or he's playing a maybe 3-minute mage or something. I'm still surprised we haven't seen that many 3-minute mages here. It looks like Xerok is just playing straight up fire right now. He's just been casting fireballs after fireballs, and we just got our first Thunder Fury proc here from aggro meters.
Yeah, big damage coming out. Let's see, both these druids are looking to rotate in, and we can see both these teams actually set up with a solid defense as well. We can take a look at Etu and what he's going to be able to get done on this rogue. It does look like Sif has kind of snuck by here. Let's see, he's going to be coming in. Is the Skull of Impending Doom, the abolish poison. That's to prevent blind, as well as any other shenanigans. With the free action potion, there's going to be no stuns available. Etu just going to be charging in, but there is... Look at how many people they have actually committed to helping Sif get out of that flag room. Definitely using the power of teamwork and friendship to help Sif out and get into the middle of the map.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough here? Sif still having a couple of people chasing him here, and there is a collapse potential here from aggro meters, and he does have that Thunder Fury, so never count that man out. And now Sif just going to be crossing the map here. Flag was dropped by Lapria here. What is going on? He's going for that drop off to Selena Gomez. Selena Gomez XO, actually. So a fantastic singer and a fantastic player here in Warzone Gulch. Going to be using that. He's going to fall with the flag, and it will be returned to the base. So Sif here potentially going for a quick cap, Van Rookie. He's making that jump. Will he make it? He does! Ooh, he does. And Xerok looking to pick up the flag here. Can he get through, though? Gainsay is all after him. Can he escape? It looks like Xerok actually might be able to get there first, but how is he going to get out of here? The tunnel is full. He just used a sapper charge and tried to take somebody out of stealth with that. I'm not sure. He took a bunch of damage. Nice free action potion, but it's not going to be enough. Sif from Fairbanks here is going to be capping the first flag, and it is looking great so far for Protect the Lumber, as the casters predicted.
Yep, Xerok, the little gnome mage, tried his absolute best, but it was not enough. He could not escape the base with the flag, and that is going to be a cap here for the Horde side of things. And correct me if I'm wrong, it is going to be Take the Lumber, or Protect the Lumber, that is playing Horde. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, so that is a lead. It looks like both of us are going to be wrong in our predictions at this point. That is a nice pickup, though. It does look like, once again, Take the Lumber. Actually, the flag dropped, so both the flags have been reset for these teams. But we do see cheats for the Horde side actually going to be marching forward to try to grab that flag on that mage. And I would say in most situations, the mage is kind of the second best class for picking up that flag and trying to transfer it to that druid as soon as possible.
Yeah, mages, having that ice block, having a lot of mobility, a lot of ways to clear those slows. Definitely a good class to kind of have it cross, the danger zone in that flag room and then drop it off for the druid. It's what a lot of teams opt to do for. And now Selena Gomez here caught up in a mind control cap. Look at Take. He's just taking full control here, crowd controlling both of these healers here on that mage, doing a great job. And the flag will be dropped as a result of that. Both healers, all healers actually, on the side of Protect the Lumber will be in that crowd control chain, but they don't have this flag on the side of Fun and Flirty. So Fun and Flirty kind of diffusing a bad situation there from escalating, but still it wasn't enough to kind of put them ahead. If they had the flag there safely and they were crossing the mid with them and a play like that happened from their mage, then that would result in a cap there. So still, nonetheless, good job there by Take A. And now we're going to have to see them do a better job, though, as a team, getting that flag for laps on the side of Fun and Flirty.
Yeah, it looks like right now, there's a pretty solid defense here by Protect the Lumber. They are just going to be protecting this flag at all costs. I mean, they realize right now they are up 1-0, but this is a strategy that can easily backfire. They really need to have kind of a offensive presence. It does look like Takia as well as Sif are going to be rotating to try to get into the alliance base and try to pick up that flag, but you can see Shook, he's positioned very far away. Lapria actually just going to be trying to move forward, and let's see if they can actually pick up that flag. This mage just slowly waddling, being trained down by this hunter. A Viper Sting is going to be landing, and it does look like he blinks into a rogue, and that is probably the worst case scenario for a mage. When you blink and a rogue is on top of you, you are not going to be able to survive for too long. It looks like Shook should be able to take him down. Lapria just one hit away from ultimately falling, but gets a little bit of backup. Does look like LL is there to try to help him out. Power Word Shield, the Ice Barrier. And it looks like Lapria, in kind of I would say, a little bit of a miracle, does manage to survive, but still just so low on mana from those Viper Stings. And still, this team hasn't been able to pick up the flag. Right now, it does look like Fun and Florida, they really are struggling. The defense has been solid here by Protect the Lumber.
Yeah, and Lapra actually used a potion there, and it bought him enough time to survive there, but he still can't jump down and pick up the flag. He needs to make a move very, very quickly, and there it is. Free action potion, Skull Impending Doom. He's going towards the tunnel, which is exactly what he needs to be doing in this situation. And now, if you are on the side of the Lumberjacks, you want to be outside that tunnel, basically sharpening your axe, getting ready here. Lapria still going to be dropping the flag, but to who? Selena Gnomes again? He's going to be picking up the flag on that pile, and he doesn't want it. He drops it right away. He's like, you take it. I don't want that. Laps. Finally going to get that flag. Free action potion is running now, and now they're going to need to do basically an entire lap here around this tunnel, try to get to their side of the map. And we could, for the first time in this game, be in a position where both teams get the flag to the flag room, to the roof, and potentially start setting up those 5-5 splits.
Yep, and that is kind of the standard play. Sif going to be rotating to the top side of the alliance base on the outside, getting to Takia. It looks like there's Bacon there to try to slow down on that Warlock, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. And it does look like there's enough backup here by Protect the Lumber that Sif should be okay to cross. We'll definitely have to see, though. There is a decent amount of alliance here. Fun and Flirty definitely looking to make a play. Sif just positioned so far back. Take a look at where he is right now. Just really wants to be out of this fight, allowing his team to kind of clean up the alliance, clean up the offense. But he does get caught. Itu is there. Let's see if he has the burst damage. It does look like the Horde team, they need to get to their flag carrier as soon as possible. Sif needs a little bit of backup, but looks like he's going to get more than enough backup to get back to his base. And right now, I mean, Horde, there is about 8 minutes elapsed in this game, so still a ton of time left in this match. But it does look like their team will be able to secure the flag on the Horde side of the map and get back to that formation you were kind of talking about, the 5-on-5.
Yeah, the 5-on-5, the 4-on-6. It just depends on your composition here. And we're going to see if Sif can make the jump once again. This is pretty much a highlight of the tournament so far, seeing which druids are making these jumps consistently. And Sif making it look easy, picks 2 nice hops and skips, and he is going to be making it to that position. On the opposite end, we can see Laps already just running around here on the top end of the roof. And the rest of his team should be there very, very shortly. You can see he has his priest with him already. And of course, Lapria on that mage is going to be there as well. All they need now is their hunter, and they should be all good. And Jeeve is downstairs already setting up those traps, setting up those flares as well at the bottom end, that entrance there. So I think we're going to see a 4-man defense here coming out of Fun and Flirty. And I mean, I think so far they've been having fun, but I think it's time to get flirty now with Sif.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see Sif right now, positioned in the Horde side base. Looking solid right now, and we do see the team of Fun and Flirty. Like you said, they need to kind of get serious in this position. They are going to be grouping up and actually sending a 6-person offense right now. I like that. Be a little bit more aggressive, be a little bit more risky with this offensive push, and be able to hopefully see the rogue get in a position where they can cut off the flag carrier if he does jump down. And they have an opportunity here. Right now, I really want to see them get in a position, make the offensive push, and try to make the play, because there is that numbers advantage for the team of Fun and Flirty. At the same time, though, they've taken a little bit of a risk. They only have a 4-person defense, and there is a 5-person offense going up the alliance side tunnel, getting ready to pounce. And we'll have to see which one of these 2 teams does strike first.
Yeah, we're gonna see who strikes first, and right now it's looking like Agrometers is leading the charge here for his team. Let's see what he can do here. Fun and Flirty looking to equalize the game here. Agrometers taking a lot of damage though. He is catching a couple of heals, but he needs to keep on trucking forward here. Can they reach their target? Already, Sif could make the difficult choice here of jumping down. What will he do? He is staying back here in the back end, trying to just gauge the situation at hand here. Sirok taking a lot of damage and he gets blasted, and he is that mage on the roster that doesn't have that ice barrier, that offensively spec'd mage, and Sif just basically staying back here, buying himself a lot of time, and it looks like his team is dealing with this aggression beautifully. Agrometer's now going to go down as well, and now if you take a look at Selena Gnomez, she is getting put in that sheep in that crowd control. Let's see, are they going to try to potentially take that paladin hostage, or are they going to let Selena escape here? It looks like it. And once again, Laps now also in a little bit of trouble, running through the graveyard so far, potentially looking to get onto the tunnel roof. And Shook, look at him, he's trying to potentially make some kind of play there to get there earlier, trying to jump through, but I don't think he's going to be able to. He's just going to stay back. So Laps should be completely fine here, but there is still a lot of people in his base, so he's not out of the woods yet. He already used his free action potion. If Shook can get there, maybe get some crowd control going onto Laps, and buy his team time to connect, that could still be a good opportunity here.
It definitely could. Sirach once again getting absolutely destroyed. You see a 6-person defense here for the team of Fun and Flirty, but they're behind right now. I feel like they, at some point, are going to have to try to make a defensive play. They're actually rotating more people back. So it looks like Fun and Flirty, they're just going to be rotating most of their players back to the Alliance side of the base, trying to clean up this offense if they can. But I feel like this is actually an opportunity for them to potentially make a push. It's going to be Etu as well as Bacon, for their team that is trying to get something done. But I just feel like with two people, there's no way that's going to amount to sort of anything at that point. Kotis is going to fall as well. You see a big fight here at the outside portion of the Alliance base. Let's see who comes out ahead. It does look like with the numbers advantage, Fun and Flirty is going to be able to more than handle this push coming in from Protect the Lumber.
Shook went up, open onto Laps, cheap shot at him, and then fell down. I do think Laps actually expended his PvP trinket, which is the thing that people can use to escape stuns on that cheap shot though. So I do believe that there will be a 5-minute window now if they can regroup and make another push where potentially Shook can lock him down, or a flash bomb could lock down Laps. So gonna see if they can do that. But now Big JC getting caught up. And it looks like Big JC is going to be sitting in this base for a minute here, potentially getting crowd control, Viper stinged, and just being abused here by the squad of Fun and Flirty. It looks like Jeeve just wants to flirt a little bit with Big JC. He's actually going to let Big JC just recover. I don't know if I agree with that statement, but I do think it's because of those players pushing up the tunnel. Labs needs to be extremely careful right now. This could be a head-on, 5 versus 4, 4 versus 4 from that tunnel. Could potentially be danger here for Laps if he's not careful. Doesn't have his PP trinket, and Shook is in his base looking to set something up, but they know he's there.
Yeah, that's the sap. Shook, he's actually going to go for the open. This is when they need to make a push. This is when we need to see the team of Protect the Lumber actually push up. Good crowd control coming in from Shook. There is good backup. Lapria should be able to get Shook out. Shook just has to survive. He needs to wait for his team to get there. If he can just hold on, look at the sap, look at the gouge. Good control coming in from Shook. He's trying to chase, but Laps is going to be running Laps once again, jumping out of the Alliance base, rotating back to the graveyard. And unfortunately, it was just too slow by Protect the Lumber. That was, honestly, I feel like getting knocked out there, Shook still was able to kind of make, a decent or a bad situation kind of decent for his team, but they're just way too slow to the punch. They were not able to back him up, and as a result, looks like Laps and Lapria will be able to rotate back inside the tunnel and likely back to the banana, but there's still 5 Horde in this base. Laps does get caught once again. This is still a really dangerous situation here for the team of Fun and Flirty.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, I think Shook did, he took a bad situation and made it pretty good there. He did what he could in that situation, but Laps also preemptively abolished poison, cleansing that blind. So, and that's the reason why you just got to open with that blind. I feel like going for the sap on somebody else, it's sometimes too greedy. Just go for the blind, try to maybe use your Rocket Helmet if you have it on somebody else when you're already in combat. Playing Rogue in Classic is all about spamming cooldowns, but Laps right now needs to be extremely careful. He has 2 players here. He goes for the rock. He gets Rocket Helm. Nice nade there by Laps, but now finally getting clothesline, and there it is. Sheep Shot gets trinketed out here by Laps. Do they have anything to follow up? A big chain lightning, and that is going to be the flag return to the base. Can Sif get the cap though? He's on the roof himself, a little bit pressured, looking to make those jumps. Shifts out of a flash bomb right there, preemptively. Beautiful stuff here from Sif, but he does get caught up in a death coil, gets caught up in a rocket helm. Does he have enough HP to keep on trucking? He's activating those rocket boots, nature swiftness coming through, and it looks like another cap here for Sif as the Lumberjacks.
So
he gets it.
Yeah,
nicely
really
done.
Good. Nova counterspell coming in from the mage, slowing down LL, not able to actually grab that flag, and now that's going to be 2-0 for the team of Protect the Lumber. Extremely well done. Great offensive push, and I mean, when that elemental shaman can get there, and you as a rogue can catch that druid, it's an absolute nightmare for that druid to survive. The elemental shaman doing so much damage and really showing its power in that situation. Now for Fun and Flirty, this team is down 2-0 at this point, or 0-2. This is not a great situation for them to be in. We are at about 16 minutes elapsed in this game, so still plenty of time, but I just have to say, Protect the Lumber, it seems like they just have a lot more momentum in this match.
Yeah, Protect the Lumber definitely looking like the stronger team so far, but Fun and Flirty could turn things around. There is still, about halfway through the match remaining, so plenty of time for them if they are going to be making a push. Right now they're catching Sif. He drops the flag. Shook comes through, picks it up. Nice handoff there, little pass there, basically playing a game of football, not soccer, man. And let's see, Shook vanishes with the flag, drops it back to Sif, and now Sif, once again, going to be able to escape here. And if they can shut down Laps, then that's going to be a quick cap here. Laps caught up in that flash grenade, or in that fear grenade, and now being on the enemy graveyard could spell danger for him, but so far he is looking pretty healthy. He has the backup there of Seam giving him some shields, but now he gets coiled immediately here by the Warlock. Can he get the fear? And this is why the Warlocks are so good. Flash Bomb once again shifted out here. These Druids been making great predictive plays. Sif still in a little bit of trouble, but I do think he's going to be able to make it out. And now Shook, after doing those beautiful passes with his flag carrier, now looking to put the pressure onto Laps. Shook has been very impressive so far in this tournament.
Sif actually dropped, and Rumi picked up the flag. Extremely good job there. Definitely dangerous. So, I mean, Rumi, a priest, 30% health, absolutely no mana whatsoever. Could fall, but team is there. It looks like Takia will be able to pick up the flag, and it looks like actually it was Gainsay that did pick up the flag. Not an ideal flag carrier for this roster, and this Hunter is going to be in a lot of trouble. Definitely needs the Druid to get there. Sif, is there enough time? Oh, looks like they are able to do it. And let's see if they can actually return this flag. It's looking like it is going to be a cap. Well done. And I mean, it was looking like Protect the Lumber. They had so much momentum, but all of a sudden, Fun and Flirty, they're back in it, and they're one flag cap away from actually being in a commanding position, actually being in the winning position in this match. So for Protect the Lumber, they definitely got to clean it up just a little bit.
Yeah, Fun and Flirty, showing some signs of life here, showing that they're not all talk, they're not all just having fun. They can get serious as well when they need to. And now, once again, there's opportunity for a quick cap here. Let's see who does it better. Right now, we can see the flag here onto Shook once again. Let's see what he can do on that rogue. Going up on the tunnel roof here. He's got Big JC with him, and that's going to be a nice duo with that rogue priest, but that priest not going to be super mobile. Flag getting picked up here by E2 on that rogue with the banish play. Let's see if he can get it further and further out of that tunnel. He's catching a couple of heals, and he does reconnect here with his team, drops the flag for Laps, and this is looking like a great spot here if the entire team can go back now. There it is. Okay, I thought they got returned there for a second, the flag. And if they can all connect now onto their base, they need somebody to slow down those players that just rezzed and everybody else to collapse onto Shook. They cannot let Shook make it through that tunnel roof position. If they all collapse on him, kill him, return the flag, it is most definitely going to be a cap for Fun and Flirty here.
Yeah, but it just looks like Sif is in a good position to actually get to him. Sif going to be rotating up the connector. Bacon trying to shut that down, though. The Death Coil comes in. If he could take down Sif, that would be an absolute disaster, but it just looks like there's too many members of the Horde, too many members of Protect the Lumber that are grouped up, and I think Shook, when he can, will be dropping that flag immediately to Sif, but they're just pincered right now. They're stuck inside the Alliance base. There's not a lot of room for them. What I really want to see from the team of Fun and Flirty is just wipe these three members that are outside the base, And then once that happens, as a 10-person offense, just go in, wipe up all these horde players that are grouped up inside the base. And if they can get the flag carrier down now, it's likely going to be a second cap coming in. So I think they're in a good spot. It's just going to be up to how the team of Protect the Lumber decide to protect their flag carrier in this position. But one thing is for sure, they do not have the numbers advantage here.
Yeah, they're not going to have that advantage. And right now, they are giving their opponents a lot of time here to group up, but they're trying to buy time for their teammates to get here. I think Fun and Flirty should just go for it at this point. They got a lot of people in the right place. If they can get there, it would be massive for them if they can kind of collapse onto their own base. But they need to have somebody downstairs, and E2 is waiting in the wings on that rogue, looking to make some plays if Sip ever drops down. And there's so many people now going up the tunnel. 4 players here from the team of Protect the Lumber going up that tunnel. If they can clean those out and then make a push, that could be big as well. E2 needs to hold this position, though. I actually want to see him get a little bit more aggressively positioned. He can afford to move forward and stand in that spot, like on that little bridge inside the connector. That way, he's going to have an extra second or two to react, and that can mean a lot when you're a slow rogue. Oh, here we go. Sif jumping down. E2, what are you going to do about it? Flash bomb maybe potential here. Let's see what he does. Sheepshire comes out, and does he have anything more to follow it up? Maybe a gouge into a kidney. He goes to the kidney. Sif trinketing out of that one, and he gets caught up in a full blind. I do think it breaks, though. Let's see what they can do. He's by himself right now, just having Sirok with him. It looks like Sif is actually going to be able to make it out on the ramp here, but he gets caught up in the coil.
Yeah, the Warrior's all over him. The Warlock as well. Sif just getting spam dispelled by his healers. Really well done. That gives him a lot of freedom to actually get back to the rest of his team. And now, at this point, they got to be feeling very safe. I mean, Sif, there's no one on him. He's completely fine, full health. And now, for Protect the Lumber, they need to try to work towards getting this third and final flag of this match. I mean, they are ahead right now. If they wanted to, they could try, some really defensive strategies, but I just don't think it's worth it. Got to have that offense, continue that push. And we'll see how Fun and Flirty is going to be able to deal with it. Definitely a tense moment, though, as we do see Protect the Lumber. 5 of their members going to be grouping out inside the Alliance base, inside the tunnel. But with so many people from Fun and Flirty, the Alliance side just in their home base, I don't think this offensive push is really going to be able to get too much done. That being said, if we take a look, Shook has he snuck his way in. He's in a very good position now to set his team up. He's just going to be hiding. And when we do see the team of Protect the Lumber try to make it an offensive play, Shook is going to be in basically the best spot you can possibly be in as a rogue to try to really get their team in an advantageous position offensively.
All right, so these are your options, Shook. Equip a Mind Control Cap right now, or equip a Rocket Helm right now. Then mind control the druid out of stealth and blind the guy who can dispel him. If he does that, he can literally walk the druid into his own team and just secure a kill for him. So I want to see him do something like that. Last time when he was in this position, he did end up getting found, so it was kind of given away, but he still made a pretty good play regardless of that. Able to get a crowd control on one guy, gouge on the FC. Wasn't able to have his team connect onto this flag carrier, but still, plays like that definitely look good for Protect the Lumber. So Shook really looking to put his team on his back here. You can tell he's getting a little antsy right now, wants to move forward and just sap somebody and open up before he can get discovered here, but his team is not in position, so he has to wait a little bit longer right now. And we can see on the opposite end as well, a push is kind of establishing itself here for Fun and Flirty. A lot of people here in the tunnel of Protect the Lumber. They're actually taking the fight here. They don't want to see this many players in their own base. They're just going to try to clean them out a little bit before that fight happens, but looks like they are outnumbered, though. I don't think this is a fight that you actually want to take on the side of Protect the Lumber because they're just getting wiped right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not ideal for them. And the longer they just allow Shook to sit here, I mean, they're basically just one person down. You kind of want to see them just avoid the fight if they can. Try to sneak by. I think messing with this offense, it's not working out too well for them so far. But I mean, at least they are slowed down. And the thing is, at this point, they are up in the match as well. There's not that much time left. About 11 minutes to go. So there is an opportunity for them to try to just stall it out, play overly defensive. And the thing is, Shook is in such a good position where I could actually see them right now just having a 9-person defense, 9-man defense. And from that position, you actually set yourself up quite nicely, because what's going to have to happen is Fun and Flirty, they're going to have to peel some of their defense onto offense. And then all of a sudden you have Shook in the perfect position to actually open up on the Druid. And I think just the fact that this rogue hasn't showed his position for so long makes it difficult for Fun and Flirty to actually want to make an offensive push.
It's an interesting strategy that he could employ, but even then, I find it kind of hard for Shook to take down this Druid if he's going to be using, all of the consumables and just running. I think eventually Shook is going to get kited unless he plays that out extremely, extremely well. He would have to get, an opener into a Rocket Helm on the free action potion into, more crowd control and then potentially win. But the good thing about that scenario is that he would have time for it. Right now, there's 10 minutes left of the match. So right now, Protect the Lumber holding all of the cards. And you can see 4 people in that tunnel, which means Shook is ready to open up very, very shortly here. And let's see what he ends up doing. What kind of play is he cooking up in that Shook book?
Yeah, I was going to say, Shook has the opportunity to, win the game for his team right here. If he plays this out right, I mean, he can really control a ton of this defense and allow his team to get on top of that Druid. And what he does in these next few moments could determine the outcome of this match. And Shook will be pushing forward. Let's see what he decides to do. Sap onto the Priest. Cheap shot onto the Mage. The Druid right now. The Vanish comes in. The Rogue is just spamming out the cooldowns. Looks like Shook does get the kick, and he has kind of set up his team. There it is, the full blind. The Abolish comes in, though, and Laps is on the run. Unfortunately, Shook just did not get the control he needs, and Laps is already gone. And that's the problem. I mean, if you just mess up that just a little bit, I mean, it was a good try, but it just was not. It was not the right formula to keep that Druid locked down.
Yep, he added the eggs before he added the butter in that saucepan. You gotta go for the blind onto the Druid immediately. That's the first priority. Who can dispel the blind? The Druid. Who can scold the blind? The Druid. He's never gonna do it out of stealth when you've been sitting there for minutes. So you have the element of surprise, but you lose the element of surprise the moment you sap somebody, which is exactly why I didn't want to see him sap somebody. He could even blind the Druid and then prep and blind the Priest. He could do anything as long as he does it to the Druid first. So, guys, if you play a rogue and you are in that position, the Druid or whoever is carrying the flag is the main priority. Sif, though.
Yeah, let's see how Sif's doing. It's not looking so good right now. So on the run, he does manage to get away from all of the Alliance, and it looks like he's in a decent position. His health is a little bit low, but with no one around to actually attack him, that health will go up quite quickly when he's actually able to get some heals on himself. And we look at Laps right now. Laps is actually the one that's in trouble, taking a huge hit of damage in the flash bomb. Big damage coming in. Sapler, and that is going to be it. The team of Protect the Lumber with the 3-1 victory.
Excellent game there. Very back and forth there. In the start, it was looking all like Protect the Lumber was just going to take this one, but Fun and Flirty at least gave them a run for their money.
And that'll be it. Great game from both of these teams, and that does mean that with that victory, Protect the Lumber will be the first team, I believe, to actually make it to the round of 4. And our next match is going to be another round 3 in the upper bracket. And that matchup, Zico, is going to be VC versus the Benny Boys. What do we make of this one?
Well, I would say VC are probably favored to win, but in that last match that we saw, Benny Boys had a great dominating performance, quick 3-0. So anything can happen. I mean, it's definitely in the players' hands here. Let's see what they can end up doing when we do get into game. But if I have to make a prediction and not be Canadian, I would say VC.
VC. Yeah, my heart is cheering for the Benny Boys. I mean, these, like I said, I just have so much history with these players. The VC, I mean, they've proven themselves in classic Warsong Gulch. They've been one of the top contenders on the North American side of things, and I think their experience is really going to help them in this matchup, because they've played so many Warsong Gulches, and they've stuck together as a 10-man unit for a really, really long time. And I would say, out of all the teams in this tournament, they're probably the favorite to win it, I would say, on paper for a lot of these teams. So we'll see. Benny Boys definitely a difficult matchup for them, but let's see if they're going to be able to do it as we do get into this game relatively soon here.
Yeah, and I never heard your prediction, though, man. Conveniently.
You never asked for my prediction. I'm just going to give it up willingly. You know?
Fair point. So what is your prediction?
Oh, goodness. I was talking to my friend, the paladin for Benny Boys, and he says they practiced a lot for this tournament. They got in some war games, and they actually did war game against VC. And from what he made it sound like, the war games weren't going in their favor. So I mean, my prediction would probably be VC walks away with this one, but I'm looking to see what the Benny Boys are going to be able to do.
So your mind is telling you VC, but your heart is telling you BB.
I guess so, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in the same spot.
Yeah. At this point, it's hard. The experience of VC, it's hard to bet against them, right? I think they are, out of all the teams here, they are the most experienced roster for Classic Warsaw Gulch in North America. They're a team that takes it very seriously, and I think if Benny Boys were able to win this one, it would be a massive upset and extremely disappointing to VC. So we'll see what the Benny Boys are able to do. They had a great performance against MAVP Popped with a quick 3-0, and it didn't seem like, I mean, their strategy seemed really solid, right? Like their defense looked good, their offense looked good, they had good rotation. You even said that you feel like if you could handcraft a composition, theirs is the one you would pick.
Absolutely, their composition made a lot of sense, and they might be able to carry that momentum. And if there's one thing that I've learned from casting, competitive World of Warcraft for a long time, it's that whatever team wins in war games doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be winning in the actual stage when we get to those tournament matches. A lot of those teams are very dominant in war games, but they just can't put the pieces together. Some teams sandbag a little bit in war games, things like that. Trying new things. So definitely could be anybody's game.
It's really funny you say that because you and I, we both work on the AWC and cast that, and sometimes at these events we'll talk to the players and we'll ask them, how have war games been going? Are any teams giving you trouble? And more often than not, every single team says they're winning most of the games. It's just like, the math's not adding up here. The math's not adding up. How is every team winning most of the games? Like, someone's got to be losing these games. But yeah, that's just a fun little factoid about sometimes the perception of players and how well they're actually doing in the practice. So, like you said, definitely just because you win in the war games doesn't mean that you're going to be winning the actual match. But still, I have to say VC probably has an edge in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And VC, if they're gonna live up to their reputation here, we're gonna have to see them, kind of be a very dominant force in general in this tournament, because those are the expectations that are set on them. There are, are they the favorite to walk away with this one in terms of the entire tournament this weekend, or like the qualifier stage, that is?
I think so. Like, when I look at all the teams, I feel like, just from what I've seen so far, the most convincing teams have been CLC and Friends and VC. Fun and Flirty actually look good as well. I don't know. I need more data on these teams, but I think VC, they've just been, from the time I played Classic WoW, I was playing against a lot of these players, and I would say it was fair to say that out of all the Alliance teams, at least, VC was definitely, it seemed like they had the most experience and were the most well-practiced in Warsaw Gulch. So I would definitely say, for me, at least on the Alliance side, they have to be the favorite, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I was expecting, to see like some kind of super squad come out of the Horde teams, Z-Dogs, Bean, all these players kind of together on one team. But I do feel like Demons were kind of that team, but they don't have a Druid. So in my head, we didn't see a single team without a Druid qualify in Europe. And I don't expect, maybe they can qualify, but I don't expect them to be the team that wins. That's for sure. We are, however, getting into the game right now. We got VC going up against the BB. And I don't know. This is, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, BB and VC. And I correct me if I'm wrong, but these teams are both running the exact same compositions. So it's going to be a complete mirror in terms of what composition. We're not entirely sure of the major specs, but we'll definitely have to see. I mean, Damon playing defense for the team of VC, Linkolas for the Benny boys. Linkolas did a really good job in his last game, but we'll see if how he's able to hold up against really experienced flag carrier like Yesmaster, especially being backed up by OG and Drexer.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, Master. A lot of experience on that Druid, and he's going to have to prove it now against Benny Boys, who I would say are looking like one of those squads that could potentially qualify for the championship stage later on, based on what they've been able to do right now. But so far, they are up against a very, very difficult foe here, kind of a David versus Goliath scenario, if you will. And I'm excited to see who does end up come out on top, because even when there was some games like this over in Europe last weekend, we did see momentum shift. We did see kind of the underdog sometimes pull ahead for periods of the game. So definitely anything can happen. And when the games are capped, the longer the game goes on, the more desperate the losing side is gonna be, and that could sometimes make them win, or sometimes just make them lose super fast. So you're gonna have to keep an eye out for what they can do here.
I kind of feel like just like looking at the starter room and seeing all the names here. This is one of those tales that's looking like it's going to be a dodgeball story. Globo Gym going up against the average Joes, and I mean DC definitely going to be representing that Globo Gym. They have the the experience, they have the big names, but the team of the Benny Boys is going to be looking to hold it down and represent their server Benediction in this match. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, and gates are open here, and we're going to see kind of standard things, most likely. Both teams kind of staying back for a little bit, just waiting for those druids to get a little bit closer. And you can see Lexemic looking for that mind vision. And if you can get that mind vision off on a druid before he stealths, I do think that it carries on giving you vision of his mind, essentially revealing his position for the priest, as long as you keep channeling that out. But we see OG right now going for that jump, and he is going to be able to make that one easily. And now he's going to be looking to fight off against Linkolas here in the base very, very early on here with the flag cap from VC. Let's see what OG does. Free action potion, Skull Impending Doom combo comes out, and there it is. Sap is going to be breaking out, and OG going to be taking up the flag. No, he messes up. He doesn't get the flag, and gets a rocket helmet here onto Linkolas. Nicely done there by OG, but he had to use a lot of things there. That was not looking like a 1v1 that he was winning. Regardless of that, though, he is going to be sprinting down with those rocket boots down the tunnel where Ori is waiting. Let's see if Ori can get the scatter shot. He does get it onto the blink. Freezing Trap comes out, and OG Ice Blocks picks up the flag once again, and he has more members here going after him. But Yes Master is there. Will he drop the flag, though? That is the question. He drops it. Yes Master picks it up, and now Yes Master looking to potentially get through the middle here, stuck in a death coil. Very dangerous situation here, but Yes Master is looking healthy right now, and he is, next to his teammates, so he should be completely fine in that situation. Whereas Clap Clap Snap is stuck here in a rocket helm on the top side of the graveyard on the enemy side, and if he goes down here, that could be massive, massive, massive trouble. It could be a straight up cap here for Yes Master.
Yep, Clap Clap Snap's going to be in a little bit of trouble, and I have to say, even if they don't win this game, Clap Clap Snap has my favorite name of the tournament. Full bash down to Clap Clap Snap. Nicely done there by Yes Master, using the Feral Charge to get into a better position, and Clap Clap Snap is just taking so much damage. He's got no backup, and it's looking like he might actually fall. The Shadow Reflector comes in, he gets a big heal, a huge heal from Stepdad and Mullane, and it looks like Clap Clap Snap will be safe to rotate back to the Horde side of the map and get back into safety of the base. And it looks like this is going to be one of those games that likely going to be rotating to that 5 defense, 5 offense for both of these squads, as both druids are looking nice and safe in their respective bases.
Yeah, and that was a very, very close call, though. VC definitely played out the starting portion of that game pretty well. It was a kind of a close call, though, that OG dropped that flag. He ended up taking a little bit too much damage there in the starting room. And honestly, if Linkolas could have maybe used his own Skull of Impending Doom there on that rocket helmet, that could have potentially just been a quick cap on the other side. So this game so far has been extremely close. And with Clap Clap Snap having a near-death experience already, he is definitely going to be excited to just be back on the roof, drinking, buffing up, and just having a good time right now as we see VC get completely wiped out here at the start of the tunnel. And we can expect both teams to kind of go back to those default positions, which with both of these comps should be a 4 defense, 6 offense split.
Yep. It's looking like that's exact. So you think it is going to be the 6 and 4? Or is this the same like kind of standard composition that we do see the Apes run as well?
Yep.
Exact same. All right. Well, that might be exactly what we do see from both of these rosters. It does look like the Benny boys, they're going to be sending, it looks to be 5 on offense, actually 6. So they are sending 6 on offense, and that does mean they have 4 on defense. Very quick math. And let's see what the Benny boys are going to be able to get done, as both teams are marching up the enemy tunnels right now, looking to take down that flag carrier. And it's going to be about which one of these flag carriers, which one of these defenders can do a better job. Slippery, obviously very experienced warrior. We're going to be curious to see, how deep he can really get, if he can immediately get onto that druid, which is exactly what we do want to see. That pressure, with the free action potion, with the speed buffs, the rogues rotated on the bottom side of the map. You can see Dayman already getting into position. Let's see if Winkeless is doing the same. It does look like he is trying to, but right now just caught into a flare. I would say right now, VC is looking like they're in a much better position to actually get a cap.
Yeah, definitely. They're already pushing that druid all the way down. He's clap, clap, snapping, running around, trying to get to the tunnel roof here. He does have Dayman in a pretty good spot, and Dayman is actually going to go down, so that's great for the team of Benny Boys. Let's see what else they can do here. Clap, clap, snap, going up on the tunnel roof, and he looks like he's going to be in a pretty prime position here. And now you can see he's going to just potentially wait here on the tunnel roof a little bit for his teammates, then maybe go down the tunnel. And meanwhile, on the opposite end here, we do see a push happening against VC as well. Yes, Master in that bear form, looking to potentially try to survive that situation, and he should be kind of okay right now. And you can see he's kiting most of that team on the opposite end, though. Clap, clap, snap getting connected on. Let's see what else he can do. Looks like he's going to be jumping back now towards his own room. So clap, clap, snap doing a great job kiting, but there's a lot of people still chasing him from the side of VC. They're going to clothesline him. Slippery is all over him. He's trying to jump back up on the cart, but he's not going to make it. Flag gets dropped and returned there by Slippery. And now it's up to Yes Master. Can he get the cap? That is the question right now.
No. Convinced he's actually going to be able to do it. Mingo is looking like he's in a prime position to actually pick up the flag, but there was a lot of VC members here. Mingo does pick up the flag, but OG, Fearwind, Dayman, all there in position to try to take down a Mingo. Do we see any help from Mingo? He really needs help right now. He needs some heals. It's looking like he could potentially go down. Lucia is there, gets the power word shield, trying to put out just a little bit of healing there. Swag, Arnold as well, getting a little bit of heals out. A Mingo now caught into a scatter, into a full root. And I just don't see any way where he's actually going to be getting down this tunnel. Drexler is there, another mage, but the heals, he actually shield walls. I believe that was a shield wall coming in from a Mingo, trying to avoid that damage. And maybe with that massive defensive cooldown, it actually will be able to rotate with the back of his team, or the rest of his team. Clap, clap, snap in a decent position, but in a kidney shot of Mingo, still in so much danger of going down here. Big heals from Clap, clap, snap. So many heals. Can he do it? He's still just under so much pressure. VC can't believe that he hasn't actually fallen at this point in the game. And still, Mingo getting lower and lower. Looks like he will fall. They will return the flag. And now is the question if Yes Master is actually going to be able to do it. Looks like he might. Slow Rolls picks it up, but I just don't think Slow Rolls is going to be able to really create too much space. Swag Arnold there, getting some heals. How are they going to be able to actually survive once again? Barely holding on. The Benny boys, they're trying to escape. Yes Master needs to get into a perfect position. They do return the flag. Mondays actually picks it up. They can't believe what's going on right now.
The Mages are just passing it by. Mondays, though, caught him in a scatter shot, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go down here. No, he might be able to get a big heal. No, finally, the flag gets returned by Drexler, and Yes Master is there to finally secure that cap. It's going to be 1-0 there for VC, and that was a messy situation there for Benny Boys. They almost made it out of the tunnel. The hero play coming out of a Mingo, but a Mingo is not going to be able to survive all the way through to the exit of that tunnel, and they're going to have to basically restart the entire process there of getting that flag across, and they're not able to do so. Now, once again, speed cap potential here for both teams. Yes Master already getting in position here for VC to potentially pick up the flag. And let's see on the flip side here, it doesn't look like anybody from Benny Boys is in a good spot now to pick up the flag. Right now, it looks like they're going to be in a pretty difficult spot. Where is Clap Clap Snap? He just resurrected there on the graveyard, so not the best spot. Slow Rolls is there, but he's low on HP, low on mana. I'm not convinced that he's going to be able to pick that up. He's on the roof right now, looking to potentially drink up a little bit, but Dayman is waiting there in the wings.
Ooh, Yes Master getting bursted down, caught all alone. But Drexar going up the tunnel. We've seen Drexar try to pick up that flag and get it to Druid as much as he possibly can, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. There's a big defense here for the team of the Benny Boys. Right now you can see Dayman, Fearwind, they're going to be looking to slow down Slow Rolls. You can see where he is positioned on this map. Going to be looking to jump down. Dust PZ looking to create some pressure, making sure Slow Rolls can't just sit there and be too comfortable in the match. And I think if Slow Rolls does try to pick up the flag right now, you'll likely, find impending doom, as Dayman is there with a huge ambush. And ultimately, Slow Rolls will fall. Both these teams still have yet to pick up the flag.
Yeah, I think the big one there is that Yes Master went down, because if he could have picked up the flag there, would have been another cap. But there's still a lot of speed capping potential here. As long as the flag hasn't been carried across by both teams to the rooftop position, there's always potential here for this quick cap. Now, Clap Clap Snap against 3 members of VC. What can he do? One of them being a hunter, the other one being a warlock, and then a rogue, of course, as well. Very, very difficult situation here. He's sending in his mage basically as a little cannon fodder to soak up the hits here, maybe get Dayman to open up. And now Clap Clap Snap realizing he's not going to get a much better situation than that. He actually goes out and just starts spam healing the mage. So really committing to getting the mage to pick up the flag. And I do think that's a massive mistake. Instead, maybe just going in stealth, popping the dash, picking it up yourself, and trying to sneak across would allow your mage to do what he does best, which is peel for the druid, not be the flag carrier and soaking up damage. Now, Clap Clap Snap should maybe go down here as well. No NS available. He's taking big damage here from Fearwind and from the Warlock. Death Calls, Shadow Bolt. He gets erased there while Yes Master is holding on to the flag, going back up onto the ramp. And I am very confident that this will be another cap here for VC.
Yeah, it's looking to be that way. I mean, Yes Master, at this point, who can really stop him? Swag Arnold trying to make that final charge. But there's just no way a Priest is going to be able to get anything done. Yes Master, smooth sailing into the base, will drop it off. And that will be 2-0 for the team of VC. Now the Benny Boys, they need to regroup. I mean, they're having such a difficult time actually getting the flag out of the base. I mean, at this point, we need to see maybe 3 people try to go pick it up. I mean, VC, they're committing quite a bit to their defense. Although I do think that, the mage and the druid working together as a unit should theoretically be able to get that flag against the rogue and the hunter. So just need a little bit cleaner plays. VC obviously very experienced. You can see Drexar trying to sneak across the map, unable to do so. Monday is going to be shutting that down, as was Drexar, who did pick up the last flag and actually pass it over onto Yes Master, which did result in a cap. It's just something we do see a lot of these experienced teams do. You send in the mage to pick up the flag. It's going to be a little bit more mobile. The druid can just spam out heals on the mage, and then eventually when they do create enough distance, the druid can pick it up. But Yes Master in stealth, he's going to be sneaking in at the same time. We do see Clap Clap Snap doing the same, but look at Clap Clap Snap. He is the only one for the Benny Boys trying to make an offensive play, and there's 3 people defending for VC right now. You have Dust, you have Fearwind, you have Dayman. A druid is not going to be able to do anything in this situation. He really needs a bit more help.
Yeah, it's possible, but he needs to use a lot of consumables and a lot of cooldowns. He basically would have to try to sneak in undetected, which is very difficult, of course. And he would need to also have Skull of Impending Doom, Free Action Potion, and a Shadow Reflector, because if that Warlock Death Calls him, then he's basically a dead druid walking. Right now, though, it's just him and Dayman. Let's see this 1 versus 1 here. That's about to happen. Clap, clap, snap. Sneaking through to the balcony right now. Dayman waiting in the connector. So I wonder if Clap, clap, snap is going to go through the tunnel or if he's going to go through that connector. I do believe he should go through the ramp here, but he gets mind control capped right away. Trinkets out of it into a gouge. Gouge breaks, of course, from that Skull of Impending Doom. Now he needs to use Abolish Poison, otherwise he's going to get blinded, and there it is. Abolish Poison coming through. Dayman, though, all over him, doing a lot of damage here on that rogue. Does he have a flash bomb? Improved kick comes out, preventing the Nature's Swiftness, and honestly, greatly played there by Dayman, pre-equipping the mind control cap. Kind of what I was talking about Shook in that previous game. If he would have done something similar, could have resulted in a kill for them, but they ended up winning that game anyway. Dayman, though, showing up here for his team, defending the base by himself, essentially, used with a couple of auto attacks there from Fearwind, and that could potentially allow BC here to get the final cap here, as we can see Jessmaster trying to kite across the map.
Yep, Yes Master is looking like he will be able to rotate back to his team, and this could easily be a 3-0 cap. Let's see, Swag Arnold trying to get there. Actually gets the Rocket Helm to slow down Yes Master just a little bit, but look how many members of VC are in the midfield right now. But the Benny boys are swarming. They're starting to group up. There is a decent chance that they could get some pressure here onto Yes Master. Monday's charging in, as trying to pick up the flag, but Fearwind is there, and Dayman is looking to cut him off. I don't know if Mondays will be able to do it. We're going to have to see some absolute hero plays out of this mage. He might be the last chance they have to stay in this game. Clap, clap, snap, and desperation as well. Let's take a look at Mondays. Let's see what he can do. Is he going to be able to get out of the base? That really is the question. He's trying. He's got the Skull of Impending Doom. He's got the free action potion. He's charging. Fearwind and the Rogue are trying to chase him down. Dayman is going to get there. The full blind onto Mondays. Does he have the ice block to free himself of that blind? Just at PZ as well there, looking to cast a huge Shadow Bolt, and there's no way that this mage is going to survive. It's absolutely one shot, and they're waiting to return the flag until Yes Master is in position, and that is likely going to be 3-0, or that will be 3-0 for the team of VC. Well fought by the Benny boys, but it's just, there's too much experience on the side of VC, and this was looking like a pretty one-sided match.
Definitely, VC making a good case for themselves here in this tournament, picking up a relatively quick 3-0 there against Benny Boys, who has been a team that has been quite impressive so far in this tournament. So definitely great stuff there coming out of them. And I mean, I look forward to seeing what the Benny Boys can do in that lower bracket, because I do think they are one of those potential top 6 caliber teams, man.
Oh, there's no question about it. I think they went up against one of the titans of the tournament, and it was a 3-0. But there's moments where they're showing that they had a fighting chance. But they will be going down to the lower bracket, and like you said, they're one of those teams that definitely has a fair shot of making that top 6. And for this bracket in particular, that's what it's all about, right? I mean, the prize money, all that good stuff, is in the championship bracket, and that will be happening next weekend. We already have our top 6 from Europe. That's what we figured out last weekend. This weekend's all about North America, making it to that top 6. And the little extra bonus you get for making it to the grand finals, if you are that top 2, you will be getting a bye in the championship bracket, which is extremely valuable. But that's enough of that. We will be getting into the next game relatively shortly, which is going to be CLC and Friends against Thank You Ski Ram. Zico, what do we make of this one?
Buckle up, guys. We are going to dampening. That's what I make of this one. I think
dampening.
Pretty much the classic version of dampening, which is 35 minutes on the clock.
Do you think we're gonna
zero caps?
Do we think that's going to happen? Do we think Thank You Ski Ram is going to be able to? I wonder. I really wonder. I mean, they did a really good job, and they were so determined with that strategy as well. Like, there was opportunities for them to jump down and try to capture the flag, and they didn't. They didn't take it at all.
The other team literally just refunded the flag. Like, you know what? We don't want to have a flag. You guys want a cap? Go ahead. We'd rather try to get a quick cap than give you guys this kind of 10-man defense. They were definitely a brick wall, but I do feel like CLC's offense was a little bit better compared to the team that they did face beforehand. So I'm not sure. We'll see.
Indeed, only time will tell between these two teams. But once again, this is another round 3 matchup, and the only team that's made it to the round 4 so far, I believe, is going to be VC. So definitely,
and protect the lumber as well.
And protect the lumber. So definitely in a prime position. So that'll actually be an interesting matchup. Protect the lumber going up against VC. I know a lot of the people in the chat were saying that Protect the Lumber is actually really, really serious and a good team. Fun and flirty as well. So yeah, that could make for a very interesting matchup here. But we will be jumping into CLC and Friends versus Thank You Skiram in a moment. And from what we've seen from these two teams, Thank You Skiram, they played a very interesting strategy. The only team so far in the tournament last weekend as well as this weekend that has been able to bring the game to 35-minute and then win on killing blows. And it seemed extremely difficult for the team of Relax to break that defense. But still, I'm not 100% convinced that CLC and Friends aren't going to be able to do it. I think if there is a team in this tournament that can break that defense, CLC and Friends, they'll figure out a way to do it.
Yep, absolutely. And that's kind of what we were talking about in that previous match. We felt like Relax's pushes weren't that good. They left their rogue basically to do nothing. And there was a couple of errors there. So now they're going to be going up against a little bit better opponent here in our opinion. And we're going to see if they can turtle against CLC and Friends, then I will be pretty convinced. I won't be entirely convinced, but I'll be like 85% convinced.
85%?
85% convinced that they can turtle their way to top 6.
I want to know how you came up with that number.
I considered every single variable, and that was the math.
I don't believe you. All right. Well, in this matchup, it will be Horde versus the Alliance once again. CLC and Friends, they will be representing the Horde side. And then for Thank You Skiram, they will be representing the Alliance side. And I would say for Thank You Skiram, their composition is tailored quite nicely for this kind of defensive strategy, if that's what they decide to go with once again. But we shall see. I mean, the thing is, for Thank You Skiram, they don't have a rogue. So they don't really have, someone that can sit back and, be a really good defender for their team, as well as, making those offensive plays. I think a rogue is exceptionally important if you want to play that kind of standard rogues defend, and then you break off and you do, six-person push, a 4-person defense. But the fact that they don't have that, they've kind of adapted their strategy to play a little bit different.
Yeah, and honestly, when we saw CLC and Friends, one of the big things for them was that they were owning in team fights. So I actually feel like CLC and Friends might just straight up wipe them when they're trying to turtle. It's going to be interesting to see if TY Skiram even goes for a turtle strategy. We don't really know yet, but based on that previous game, that is what they did. But they do have a druid, so if they want to, they could just play that standard game if that turtle strategy fails. So gates are now open, and we are going to see what these players are going to do. We're basically expecting both teams to do like a 10-man death ball to get the flag across, or like what are we actually expecting here?
Well, I don't know. I feel like for CLC and Friends, they have a couple different options. They could leave the rogue back if they want, but I think they know what Thank You Skiram wants to do, and I think that forces them to play a little bit different, right? I mean, for Thank You Skiram, if they are just going to death ball with 10 people, then you will lose the fight if you have too many people defending. But it does look like Kibler and Bean will just be sitting back. It looks like Thank You Skiram, they're just going to be grouping up together once again. Blame Shift, he's going to be sitting very far away in this position right now, actually looking to push forward as well. We do see Dookie pushing into the Alliance side base, looking like they're going to be able to pick up the flag.
Yeah, it's looking like they are going to be able to pick up the flag, no problems whatsoever, which kind of speaks a little bit more to Thank You Skiram's strategy, leaving no one in their own base, just primarily focusing on getting those initial kills here in the midfield. And so far, they're doing a great job here, taking them at least one member here, maybe multiple members in the fight. CLC definitely going to be in trouble here. Priest going down, both Priests going down, Shaman going down now as well. And that rogue Kibler looking like he might be going down as well, stuck in that rocket helmet in the tunnel. Ooh. But Hip as well is stuck in the rocket helmet. RNG.
Laurenberry falls, and they actually return the flag. This is looking good for CLC and Friends. Look at Reverie. He's crossing the map. He's going to be going for the Rejuvenation Hut jump. Try to make it in. Hype and hydrate yourself. Are going to be trying to pick up the flag with Kibler and Bean. And look, everyone from the team of CLC and Friends just rezzed at the graveyard. And now it's going to be up to Thank You Skiram. They need to get this flag out of the base, but there is a lot of defenders, and I'm not 100% convinced they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, Reverie does make the jump here beautifully, and that is very crucial. They need to go send people down to that tunnel
Uh,
now, slow down everybody in that tunnel, but they do pick up the flag here. Hip is going to be able to carry that through to the tunnel, and it should look like he might be able to. He gets flash bombed. I think he trinketed out of that. It looked like it. It has the same icon as the spell, so not entirely sure. But Hip, regardless, is going to be able to make it back to the safety of his own roof right now. And this is where the game is going to get interesting. Are we going to see the entirety of CLC and friends just be sent to offense, or what? How are they going to respond to this turtle now?
that's a really good question. It looks like they are. They're just like, all right, here it is. They're trying to turtle. Let's get a pick, and that's what they need to do. They're trying to disrupt this defense. A lot of them just charging in right now. If they can get a few picks, it would be absolutely massive for their team. But the team of Thank You Skiram realizes exactly what's going on, and they do not separate. They never let anyone fall. Always just constantly grouping up in these matchups. And if they can get, once again, into their base, that's exactly what they want to do. They want to just defend as the best they can. And so far, it's looking like CLC and friends. They're not going to really be able to make that push. Dookie has fallen, as well as with the wrist. Unfortunately for CLC and friends, they're going to have to regroup. They're going to have to rebuff up, and that gives Thank You Skiram an opportunity to just get all nice and ready to just turtle it out once again. And the question is, are they going to be able to do it? We weren't 100% convinced from the last matchup, but I think if Thank You Skiram can pull off the strategy against CLC and friends, I'll be a lot more convinced of the potential of just turtling for 35 minutes.
85% to be exact. And we're going to see. Looks like they're all gathering up here. So Reverie is going to be holding the flag in the base, dancing on that roof right now, playing his air guitar, and just hanging out. The rest of the team in the tunnel right now. And I want to see what Kibler does here. Is he going to go with the team? I do think that is the line of play that he wants to do, because we know that Thank You Skiram, they don't want to let go of that position. So if Kibler can stay down, it's going to be at 8 versus 10. That's going to be extremely difficult. But if he can push with his team, yeah, there it is. He's going to go with his team right now. Free action potion, using that movement speed. Rocket Helm coming out immediately here onto Misguided. They're buying all kinds of time right now, just running through, and big damage coming out though onto CLC and friends as well. Both teams taking quite some hits already. 2 players, 3, 4, 5 players getting erased by Thank You Skiram. What is going on here? They get completely blasted in that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we've seen, right? It is hard to push into that gauntlet. I mean, look at how much damage Thank You Skiram has available. 2 hunters, a mage, an elemental shaman, all 10 members just there, ready to go. And Hip is just positioned, as far away as possible. And when you have one team that's focusing purely on just bursting you down and taking you down, whereas for CLC and friends, they're completely focused on just surviving and trying to push through, that can be a really difficult thing to do. But it looks like so far things are looking good for Thank You Skiram. The question is, can they hold on for another 30 minutes?
Yeah, that is a good question. There's going to be a lot of pushes here coming out of CLC and friends, and if a single one of them doesn't or works out, then this entire strategy that they're banking on is basically going to be gone out the window. So Skiram and friends, Skiram and friends, Thank You Skiram, are playing kind of a risky gamble, but so far it's been working out for them very, very well in this tournament. And I'm not sure what you can do on the side of CLC and friends. It looks like they have them cornered pretty well.
Yep. Things are looking pretty decent here for Thank You Skiram as CLC and friends. They're going to be grouping up at the bottom side tunnel once again, and Scarborough will be there. You can see Reverie actually positioned on the graveyard, and I think he realizes he needs to get those buffs out. They need to make absolutely every single precaution. They need to take every single precaution to give them as much chance as possible to actually make those pushes. They're going to be fully buffing up. They're going to be using every consumable you could ever imagine. At the same time, you have Thank You Skiram completely willing and ready to just turtle this one out if they can. Once again, CLC and friends, they're making a push. Let's see what they can get done. If we do see Thank You Skiram, get a few picks, and likely CLC and friends, our offense will ultimately fall. Kibler taking some damage. Kibler looking like he will fall, and that's the thing. I mean, Thank You Skiram, they're just looking so solid. with the amount of damage they're able to put out. So far, no team has been able to push through. They're basically their defensive gauntlet right now. LOL QQ going after Hip, but it doesn't look like really going to be able to amount to too much. And once again, thank you, Ski Ram completely wipes the offense of CLC and Friends without losing a single member. And I mean, just looking at killing blows right now, just to give everyone an idea of what exactly is going on, CLC and Friends have a grand total of 2 kills versus, on the flip side, 25 to 30 kills for the side of Thank You Ski Ram. So 2 versus 30 in terms of killing blows. And Thank You Ski Ram is looking like the strategy is something they've definitely practiced and prepared. And I don't know if anyone's going to be able to really contest it.
Yeah. It's it's looking very much like their game versus relax right now. And I don't know, CLC and Friends, can they do it? They're gathering up once again in the tunnel. So what can they do differently with their push? I feel like maybe, yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know. I don't think they should set in Reverie. I think he should stay back on that Druid because I don't think he's going to be bringing too much to the fight. I think the problem is just having those alley shamans. Maybe they need to have the mages just go in first and ice block. Like maybe they need to do a block pull, man. What do you think?
I think that's exactly what they need to do. If the mages can get deep enough, kind of distract, but unfortunately, they just haven't been able to do it so far. And I think thank you, Skiram. One of the things they're doing great is they're picking a target and bursting it down really, really quickly. And that's kind of the thing in these team fights. When one member falls, things really snowball out of control. So if you have a well-coordinated defense like this and you can pick one target and throw, improve counter spells on the healer, it is super difficult for that target to actually survive. And thank you, Skiram. They've been doing a good job. But yeah, these mages might want to consider, doing a block pull, going in and just ice blocking, trying to gather everyone up. But thank you, Skiram is definitely. I mean, they're looking like it's difficult. I don't really know what CLC and Friends can do. What do we want to see? What adaptations? I mean, they're going to be trying once again. Kind of comment on adaptations after this push. Let's see what they're able to get done. They're grouped up. Big nades coming in for both these teams. Idiot Warrior just charging in all over the Rogue. Nice blind going out onto LOL Warrior. Let's see, no one has fallen just yet, but I'd say pressure still is in favor of thank you, Skiram. Dookie getting really, really low. Is he going to be able to get away? Caught into the ice block, but it looks like the pressure and damage is just overwhelming once again. Armala getting absolutely destroyed and taken down. Dookie looking like he will fall as well. Shadak's already gone, and look at thank you, Skiram. They're all nice and healthy. I mean, either these healers are absolutely insane, or CLC and Friends, I mean, maybe they actually just need to go for an all-out brawl. But the problem is it's going to be 9 versus 10. So, I mean, with the strategy, there's just always going to be a numbers advantage for thank you, Skiram.
It's also just a positional advantage. They have to run through banana while they're getting blasted from range, and they have to make those pushes because if they stay back, well, they lose. So they have to keep making those pushes. So no, I really think that the way to crack the code here is to have a block pull. It feels like they're just running in and doing the same thing over and over again. I want to see them stay back, buff up, drink up, get a super coordinated pull, maybe even wait for the movement speed boots to come out, have a mage pick them up, use a free action potion, and then get as deep as you can into that backline and ice block. And that way, if they deal with the people running up the banana, you're going to be on their druid. If they deal with you, your teammates on the banana are going to be able to catch up to you and also be on the druid. It's a win-win. The only scary thing is that these mages are getting blasted extremely quickly. But I do think with the blink, with the movement speed, pre-action potion, they should be able to get a pretty significant distance there.
Oh, 100% agree. And just to give everyone kind of an update on the timings and the killing blows in the match, about 11 minutes have elapsed in this game, and killing blows 40 for thank you, Skiram, and against the 2 of CLC and Friends. So 40 versus 2 in terms of killing blow. But here we go, CLC and Friends. They're once again going to be making that push. Let's see if they can do it. Let's see how far they're going to be able to get. Dookie just blinking in, getting a big Frost Nova. Nicely done by Dookie, but he's getting burst down and will fall. No ice block going to be found. Lazarek looking like actually getting interrupted. Could easily fall as well. The target fire, the focus fire from thank you, Skiram, is looking beautiful. Hip actually getting targeted just a little bit with the wrist actually just charging forward right now, but I don't know if they have the damage to actually take him down. There's so many members of defense. Hip just avoiding this warrior at all costs in bear form, kiting around, and it looks like once again, thank you, Ski Ram. Their entire team will survive, and this offense from CLC and friends will get absolutely snuffed out.
Yeah, it's looking like it. It's 3 players left who did connect on the Druid, but I don't think they're going to be able to do too much. And once again, oh, wait, a sneaky player coming out of the pre. No. He tried to use a cloaking device there to vanish off. He's like, I'm not here. But he went down rather quickly. And to bring it back to Dookie there, he charged in, used that Frost Nova. I didn't see a free action potion there, did you?
I think he did use it. It might have gotten dispelled. I mean, let's watch him on the next push.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely.
Because I don't think Shadex has an ice block, because I don't ever see him with an ice barrier up. But Dookie, we've seen him use that ice block, so he for sure has it. It might be on cooldown right now, but he definitely has it as a spell. So we're gonna have to see what he can end up doing, do on that mage. But I think the key is for sure get the mage as deep in as possible, and then ice block, because that's the recipe for success.
Just looking at the weapons for Dookie and Shad, both of them are using staves, and as a mage, you lose so much utility using a two-handed weapon.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to use the medicine pouch, which could help them actually make that offensive push. They're not going to be able to use the Skull of Impending Doom, and I don't know if they have a weapon swap available, but
let's see here what they end up doing. So there's movement speed boots up. The 1 IQ play would be to give it to the warrior. The 5-head play would be to give it to the mage. Let's see what they end up doing. Is no one going to pick it up?
Someone's got to pick
it
up.
They're giving it to the shaman. Okay, so they want the shaman to lead the charge and get in as deep as possible. Scarborough is getting scattershot immediately. He's looking for a rocket helm from the side there to try to cut them off, but he's not able to right now. Scarborough caught up in a fear. Doesn't have that blink or anything, so he can't really get that deep to do the damage that he needs to. And once again, it's looking like a team fight. They are doing a little bit of damage, but still two players dead immediately, and the rest will follow. Once again, TY Skiram looking like a brick wall in this match.
They absolutely are. And once everyone falls here, I want to tally up the killing blows once again, just to give you guys a good understanding of the devastation that's been going on for CLC and friends. All right, so it's looking like still for CLC and friends, they're at 2 killing blows, and then on the other side of things, 32, 41, 47,
45.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's bad.
It's bad.
They still have 2 killing blows so far. So all of these pushes, they still haven't killed a single member of Thank You Skiram. So
I wonder if they need to adapt. Like, do you feel like at some point they might need to adapt their tactics, and instead of just trying to get onto the flag carry, actually try to just take someone else out? Like, just have your mages, throw in silences on the healers and try to, burst someone down. I feel like there is potential for that, but so far no one's been able to do that.
I think that the high ground is preventing them from being able to do that. When you have so many ranged people, you have 2 hunters on the enemy team just sniping you from range. And also another thing to consider is when you're making that push, the priests, all they have to do is just spam dispel those free action potions. That's pretty much their only job in the start. And the hunters have a trap at the entrance. As you can see, it's triggered right now. And there's another trap at the entrance where Hip is right now. If you see where Laurenberry is currently positioned, there's a trap there as well by the other hunters. So you need to make it into that room before your free action potion gets dispelled or runs out. So you are on a time limit when you're making these pushes. And I do believe the only way to really break this defense is by doing a block pull. Dookie now is looking to lead the charge here for his team. And this is, they're staying back now, trying to fight it out, trying to snipe some kills for themselves. So they are going with that strategy that you suggested, Van. But once again, the high ground is making it quite difficult for them. They're looking a little bit healthier, though. But you can see these mages at the back casting out the fireballs, doing tons and tons of damage. Dookie's going to go down, and Lazarak probably going to be following very, very shortly here. Shadex, and he's going to go down as well. Lazarak follows suit. Warrior, Bean, Priest, everyone, once again, going to be wiped here. And if you look on the side of Thank You Skiram, every single player on their team is alive and well.
What are your thoughts on? So I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong. I really want to hear your thoughts on this, but I feel like the one of the things that's going on here is horde versus horde. The turtle strategy is significantly better. Like I actually think when you try to turtle against an alliance team, the fact that they do have paladin freedom and they do have escape artist as well allows them to kind of make that push a little bit deeper and actually not get caught up into all the roots and snares as much. So I think gnome could be definitely a big factor in making that offensive play, but maybe it doesn't end up mattering that much. But that's why
Yeah,
I'm curious to see if something like this would actually work against an alliance team like VC.
well, I don't think VC would make the kind of sloppy pushes that we see here.
That's fair.
So I think,
That's fair.
but to build on your point, definitely. I mean, the escape artist is huge. So 1 minute cooldown removes all roots, all snares. So definitely going to be big. But I feel like their problem right now is that like even when they have free action potions, they don't actually ever make it to the target. They just die before they get there. And I think that's a combination of staying and fighting in banana, but also just a good target calling from the side of Thank You Skiram. They are all hitting the same player. You can tell that they're extremely coordinated with how they're dealing their damage, and that's a really good thing for them. If you're playing the strategy, this is exactly what you want to be doing. And it's one thing that's interesting as well is that you can actually prevent being in this position altogether if you just death ball the flag as 10 in the very very start, because then at least you're gonna have an even fight in terms of even ground. But we're gonna have to table that for later because now we're seeing another push here, Van.
Yeah, we definitely are. After this fight plays out, I want to mention something I think that could definitely happen here. But it does look like CLC and friends are making a push. They're getting the deepest we've seen
There
so
it is.
far. Shad X is there on type of hip. Kibler as well. LOL. Q. Let's see what a hip is going to be able to do. He has to survive. He needs help from his team, and no members from TLC have fallen just yet. But it looks like the priest might fall, Bean might fall, but there is big damage here on the hip. They're all over him. They might be able to actually take him down. Reverie in a good position to actually cap the flag if they can do it. But it does look like Thank You Skiram will be able to hold on. Dookie falls. LOL. QQ is going to fall. Kibler falls. But that was a lot better. That looked significantly better for the team of CLC and friends. And I mean, there's still plenty of time for them to make those pushes. What I was going to say is what I would like to see from the team of CLC and friends is I want them to use rocket helmets. I really feel like warriors, using charge or rocket helms being used to bring you from that lower level to that upper level. It's a very good way to bring distance. And even if you don't get the crowd control, it still puts you in a little bit better of a spot. I think at least one point in the game, I'd like to see them try to coordinate that.
Yeah, I've actually seen some of the players look for those from the side, but a lot of the players who are up here sniping are doing it from complete max range. But definitely could be something to look out for. If they can get that rocket helm, if a warrior can, for example, rocket helm, like let's say Jeff over here, then he could potentially use his intercept to close the gap to hip. So he gets to save one of his mobility spells essentially. To use it to get even deeper. But in that last push, it was an extremely well played push. But whoever the mage was that improved counterspell the druid and didn't counterspell the free healing priest is the one that actually costed them that push. If you go back and you look at that fight, that mage is definitely gonna be a little bit sad over that decision because there was a free healing priest, and I do believe if they interrupted him, they would have been able to take down hip. He was so low right there. And Reverie has decided to join the fight now with his team, and another push is being enabled. Reverie is there already, making some value on that druid. You can see he's already down to 60% mana, spamming out the heals here on his teammates, trying to buy them more time when they're making this push. But they're all stuck at the bottom end here of banana. Look at them. No one has a free action potion right now because of that cooldown, and they're gonna have to waddle through the the gates of Mordor here, trying to get through to hip, and he's just gonna be standing up there, basically not breaking any sweats, as we see TY Skiram for the first time in a long time lose a member in this push.
Yeah, it looks like Thank You Skiram. Idiot Warrior will end up falling in the match. CTLC and friends are continuing to make this push, but the thing is, with this positioning and pulling Reverie, even if we do see hip fall, it doesn't guarantee a cap whatsoever. I mean, even if they take down a lot of members of Thank You Skiram, they're going to be able to go from the graveyard. They'll be the closest ones to actually grab the flag. Certainly a better position, and it looks like Thank You Skiram is kind of cleaning up here. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. It does look like with the risks will end up falling as they do make the push, but this is looking better. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you do have all 10 members. It gives you a better shot at actually taking down the flag. Shadak still going for it as well, but with Jeff there, with Hip there, I think it will end up falling. And this really is the question. I mean, even if you have Reverie here in this fight, I guess it's the only thing you can really do, right? Like, it seems like the only thing they really can do is go for the 10-person push, but it just makes it so awkward because even if they kill the flag carrier, like, imagine the situation, all right? They get all 10 members in, they go, they kill the flag carrier, the flag gets returned, and then Hip just spawns at the graveyard and runs faster than them and picks it up again. Like, that, I guess it puts you in a little bit better of a spot because they're not totally in, like, a turtle position, but still, I mean, even if they take down the flag carrier, that's still only half the battle.
Yeah, I want to take a look at the bracket after this. I do think that they would be facing off against VC eventually. I think they're on opposite ends of the bracket right now, but
upper bracket finals.
Yeah, so in the upper brackets finals, we could see them fall for sure. And I think if VC played them, I don't think Yes Master would join the fight. I think he would just be AFK in the base, and they would still be able to land the kills. So to kind of add on to that, I don't think Reverie should be needed here if the push was executed better, but I do at the same time understand why they would want to bring him here, because at this point, just killing the flag carrier seems hard enough, without him. So maybe you should just bring him on and see what you can do. And then if you do kill him, maybe you can at least, kill whoever picks up the flag again and get a cap that way. Might not be pretty, but it beats just banging your head against this wall over and over and not seeing any results.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if they can get a different result here. Bean.
Look at Bean. You see?
His positioning right now. Is he trying to get
Yeah, there it is.
He does. There it is. That's exactly what we wanted to see. Bean uses the rocket helm. He got into position. And this is going to disrupt that backline just a little bit. He drops the trap. Mortal Coil comes in, but here is the charge. Dookie, he's going for it. Dookie blinks in, but Idiot Warrior might be able to take him down. Dookie, no. Where's the ice block? It doesn't look like it's going to be available. And Mage will fall, and that's looking like potentially Thank You Skiram will be able to clean it up. Bean's down, Dookie's down. It looks like the rest of the team will shortly follow. There's just so much damage. Hip doing a great job. Kibler actually falling down there. That's super unfortunate. He got tricked there by Hip, who went to the edge, and he fell. And once again, Thank You Skiram. They will be able to deal with this push, but CLC and friends slowly making advancements in the game. Getting a little bit better. They're actually getting to Hip now, which is, big improvement. The question is, Zico, is that going to be enough? Do they have enough time to keep learning, keep trying to figure it out? I mean, there's not that much time left on the match.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough here. It's definitely looking extremely one-sided. They have upgraded their amount of kills to 3, so technically... they're
okay.
progressing.
How much does Thank You Skiram have right now? Do you think there's any way they could even catch up at this point? Almost impossible for them to catch up. It
is quite literally impossible. Even if they just AoE farm them on the graveyard, I feel like it would be close to impossible just because of those 30-second rest timers. But it's extremely unlikely right now that they will be able to do so. Still, another push coming through, and they were close to that with that one push in taking down Hip. So I'm not sure. I'm not sold on the strategy, and I'm not sold that this is even going to go in favor of Thank You Skiram. Right now, they're in a confident position, but if one thing goes wrong, that's it. And you saw, by the way, on the last push, how far up Bean actually had to push to be able to get those mind control caps. And that's kind of what I was talking to about a little bit earlier. I saw some players kind of go and hug that wall that Bean did, but not be able to, rocket him. And then they just kind of jump down and try to walk up through the banana. And I think that's, in their credit, a lot of good position. You see here with the wrist, look at him. He's looking for it, and they're just backing back. Jeff, all of them just playing on max range, forcing them to walk through that banana, so they cannot go for those rocket helm plays as easily. But there it is. Kibble is actually gonna go in there and get one. Double Psychic Scream. Let's see what they can do here. Kibler finally going to be able to reach his target. Lol QQ here on the Priest as well. This is looking like the best attempt here so far, but they've taken so much damage. They need to get some heals going as well. Lazarak taking a beating on his way there. And Hip now finally, NS up. There it is. Big damage coming through now, Ben. What are they going to do? Are they going to survive? The Sappers are coming through. Big damage. Dookie as well, spamming out the Arcane Explosions. Hip on about 30% HP. They need to kill him, and they need to also click the flag. He's almost in execute range. A couple of more hits could do it. Bean going to be out of that fear momentarily. If you can get an aim shot, anything, it could be massive, but it's looking like Hip is once again going to be able to kite his way through this fight and keep himself alive.
Oh, dude, Reverie preemptively jumped down. He was feeling so confident they were actually going to get the flag. Imagine that heartbreaking situation. You're just so excited, cheering. Oh, we're going to get it. We're going to get it. He jumps. He's on the run. And then, unfortunately for him, they did not take Hip down. And as a result, they're going to have to regroup and they could try again. But they're getting better. I mean, CLC and friends, they're learning. Definitely getting better dealing with this strategy, but still, they haven't learned enough. And thank you, Skiram. They're going to be looking for a complete reset, drinking up, rebuffing, Hip rotating his gear, making sure he has every single on-use available to survive this next push, changing up his trinkets. And for CLC and friends, it's back to the drawing board. They got to do that again, but they got to do it just a little bit better, of try to avoid a little bit more damage on their push. So when they get to Hip, they have all their members alive. I mean, obviously that's easier said than done, but that's what they have to do if they want to actually take him down.
Yep. They have, I think, well, they have a decent amount of time right now. There's still 7 minutes on the clock here, ladies and gentlemen, as we are approaching that time limit, which will, I can say this with 100% certainty, grant TY Skiram the win based off of killing blows. So,
are you sure?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's do some quick maths here. We got one player with 31 kills, one player with 21 kills. That's 52 kills. Then we got a player with 17 kills, so that's going to be 69 kills. Then we got a player with 11 kills. That's going to be 80 kills. 88, so 95, 99, 101 kills on the side of Thank You Skiram versus 3 on the side of CLC and friends.
I feel bad at this point for the Horde side. He's been putting it on his day's work, honestly. He's charging in, trying to survive, and there it is once again. Bean will end up falling. Shad will end up falling, and this push is looking like it is going to amount to nothing. And the Horde side Spirit Reser is going to be once again working extremely hard to get CLC and friends back into this game. And I think they only have a few more chances. I think they got about 2 or 3 more pushes. It's the only amount of time that they have. Hip is actually, I thought he jumped down, but he didn't. No, he's in a good spot. And Reverie might end up falling. Jeff actually chasing him out of the base. And he will likely be rotating back to his team. Thank you, Skiram, doing an excellent job cleaning up that offense. And for CLC and friends, this has to be extremely frustrating.
Yeah, this is looking like a bloodbath right now. Not looking too good. Once again, they're going to be sent back to the graveyard, and we're about 5 minutes away here from the clock ticking down. And I would give CLC and friends 2 sloppy pushes, maybe 2. I would say 2 pretty well coordinated pushes left before this game is finished. We've seen 2, I would say, extremely close calls on Hip. I would actually argue that one of them, it's never down to a single player, but, being a mage, we're always paying attention extra much to what the mages are doing because we can kind of recognize ourselves in those situations. And, if you counterspell the wrong target, something like that, as simple as it is, can definitely end up costing. If there's a priest casting at greater heal on a target that's 40 or 50% HP, and you don't counterspell that heal when you have it, things like that is what decides whoever ends up winning these fights. So it's a close call as well. Of course, in that previous fight, Hip down to about, I think, 20% HP, but at this point, they're going to need to make some miracles happen. And now you notice the pressure that they have as soon as anybody closes the gap before everybody else on the side of that banana. That's when things happen. And once again, the shaman is going to be taking the speed boost, running through everybody without Skull of Impending Doom, without any blink. So that speed boost is essentially wasted at this point. Low QQ using that Blessing of Protection and free action potion combination, and he's actually getting a lot of distance here. Big actually fear coming out, and this is looking like another pretty solid push, but low QQ gets bursted down here, man.
And Hip is going to be under fire. Can he rotate back to his team? Good push here by CLC and friends, but it's an overwhelming amount of damage. Hip getting a little bit low there, but with 5 or 4 members,
he reflected a pyro.
CLC and friends, nice reflected pyro as well. I mean, thank you, Skiram. They're making it look easy at this point. And, this has been quite one-sided, this strategy. It's difficult, though. I mean, it's not an easy thing to do to push into a team that's doing this. You have to be extremely well-coordinated, given the positional advantage. I mean, you can just see on the scoreboard how one-sided this is. Over 100 kills for the team of Thank You, Skiram. We've got 3 minutes left in the game, and Zico, I'd say that's probably one last push. And the question is, can they do it with one more chance?
I would say if Bean goes down right now, it's not going to be too good for them. Bean needs to somehow stay alive. He's line of sighting, actually baiting them to come and follow him. And this actually could be a mistake here by Misguided. Bean, he has the Serpent Sting on him, and look at Misguided. Misguided is actually going to be caught out here in a bad spot. So for once, it looks actually like CLC and friends are going to be taking down one of those hunters. And this could be the prime position. Bean right now making hero plays for his team. They have a lot of momentum right now in their favor. Lacking one of the hunters is one of the most important things. And Reverie, he is in their flag room getting ready to potentially cap that flag. If they can do that with the wrist pushing up, but no free action potions for this push. I think they pulled the trigger a little bit too early on this one. The Kibler is going to go down, and we have a mounted player running in on that. It's funny to see that the priests are usually the ones leading the charge when they're playing some of the most immobile classes, but Bean with the wrist and Shadex are actually going to be able to make it through. They have enough players here that could potentially take Hip down. If they can coordinate their burst, this is it. Shadex, can he do it? Hip finally falling down, taking huge damage here, man. What can they do? Improve counterspell.
Ooh, let's see. Hip getting a little bit low. Shad, he just doesn't have much health. Shad ends up falling. The team of Thank You, Skiram finally rotating from that position, jumping down. You know, the hunter did end up going down, Misguided, but rotating back. Thank You, Skiram was able to reconvene with that hunter, and now CLC and friends, they have been wiped one last time, and that is potentially the final time of the game. We'll double check how much time we really do have left. Less than a minute. I think it's impossible at this point for them to actually get inside and return the flag. And I think Thank You, Skiram, for the second time, looks like they will be able to execute this strategy, Zico. And so far, none of the teams of the tournament have been able to do anything about it.
That's it. That's a win. The clock has ran out, and Thank You, Skiram. Going to be walking away with the dub here, doing an excellent job. I do believe that's 127 kills for Thank You, Skiram, versus the 3 on the opposite end there from CLC and friends. So another dominating performance, and I would say the confidence of the casters here definitely going up for this turtle death match strategy coming out from these guys. Pretty exciting stuff.
I mean, it definitely is. It's interesting to see a team try to, really use that rule set and get an advantage. And so far, no team has been really able to deal with it. And I mean, for me, I'm wondering, if I have faith in any team that's going to be able to actually break through that sort of defensive play, it's going to be the team of VC. I think they're very well coordinated with their assault. And I think if we do see that in the upper finals, it might look like a bit of a different game.
Yeah, I think 85% certainty right now in this composition and in what they can do. But if you take a look at the bracket, you can see Protect the Lumber versus VC is a matchup that we're going to have coming up a little bit later, as well as some other games here in that upper bracket. Squoke Pid versus Goats and Friends. We haven't actually seen either of those teams play yet, and they are both teams that haven't lost yet as of this round. So very, very exciting stuff coming out there. Actually, gonna have obviously TY Skiram there waiting for whoever wins that matchup as well. And it looks like maybe Thank You Skiram and VC could be on a collision course to that grand final in the upper bracket, or that upper bracket final, not the grand final. So it's going to be exciting to see who ends up coming out ahead. We've had a lot of great matches so far, and we'll be back right after this, man.
We certainly will. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Classic Summer Bowl. I'm Venruki, joined with the lovely Zico. We just witnessed an interesting strategy, and so far, out of the 2 weekends, there's only been one team that has been able to pull it off, and it is, thank you, Ski Ram, an all-out Turtle Fest, winning the game on killing blows. They've been able to pull it off twice. My question is, are they going to be able to do it later on in the tournament against some of the more experienced teams? We'll have to table that discussion for now, but our next game is going to be Squid versus Goats and Friends. And now, Zico, we're a little bit late in the day, but for some of the new people that are joining, do you want to quickly go over the format for us?
Yeah, absolutely. So the format is going to be double elimination here. Of course, we're playing on Warzone Gulch. In a regular match, it's going to be, whoever gets the most amount of flag captures wins. Whoever had the most recent cap wins if it's a 1-1 or a 2-2. And if nobody gets a cap, then whoever got the most amount of killing blows wins. And if both teams have the same amount of killing blows, then whoever does the most damage wins. And if both teams have the same amount of damage, then I'm sure that there's some crazy tiebreaker scenario that our admins have in the back of their head that they can use to decide the match. But yeah, it's going to be double elim. So all of these games that we've been watching so far are all upper bracket games. And of course, we are going to be sending some more teams down to that lower bracket. And I'm excited to do it.
Yeah, these are two teams that we have not seen play yet in the tournament. It is going to be Squid versus Goats and Friends. Now, just taking a look at these teams right now, we do have the Alliance side for Squid, and for Goats and Friends, they are going to be playing that Horde side and actually representing Bigglesworth, which is a server one of my friends plays on. Shout out to my friend.
Shout out to all the friends of me and Venruki on Bigglesworth, on Fairbanks, in general, everyone repping the classic community. It's been such a fun thing to just have a classic tournament and to be able to be here with you, of course, Van, as well. Bringing, the hype, bringing the show to everybody at home. And of course, these are two teams that we have not seen before. So both of these teams, we're taking our first look at these guys. And I can already see a bunch of names that we can make some decent puns off, so I'm excited about that. And obviously the compositions here as well are looking pretty good. We see Warlocks, we see Rogues, we see Druids on both squads, so those are usually the classes that are missing in these team comps. And yeah, we're going to be here all day long, man.
Yep, all day long, and let's see what they can do. The gates will be opening up relatively soon here for both of these teams, and we can see what they're going to be able to get done. Look, both these teams, you have rogues, like you mentioned, so likely we're going to see them defending, maybe getting backup of either mages. But for Goats and Friends, they're actually just running a solo mage, so actually going for that double warrior setup. And it seems like the classes most teams have been stacking pretty much always priest. But for offense, it's either the double mage or the double warrior, or in some cases even the double elemental shaman, or I guess double hunter. These teams are kind of just all over the place with their compositions. But I think in general, from what we've seen, it seems best to at least have one of every single class to really round out your team comp.
Yeah. And we're gonna take a look at the druids here, of course, in the starting kind of segment of the game. Very standard to have, you know, your rogue staying back on defense, and then having your druids sneak in. And then when your druids get to around the tunnel area or around the ramp area, a fight is usually initiated. So we can expect that to be happening in midfield right now. But honestly, that fight is not that important. It's basically to prevent the whole team from collapsing on the druid flag carrier. So we're going to see Custard now making his way through that tunnel. And what kind of custard do you think this is, Ben? I prefer vanilla or lemon.
Vanilla or lemon custard? I don't know. Is there such thing as chocolate custard? Is that just like a pudding? What is the difference between custard and pudding? I mean, that's
these are all questions that we will be answering here in this game, alongside who is going to be staying up in that upper bracket.
One of the production actually asked what custard is. I feel like it's like a warm pudding almost, right? Is that a good way to describe it?
Yeah. I think that's a pretty legitimate description there.
All right, well, here we go. Custard actually grabbing the flag, speaking of Custard, and will be rotating out of the base. The White Claw is there. Let's see if we can get the damage rolling to actually take him down. Unfortunately, he actually is there. He's all over him. Custard, what are you going to do? He does manage to get the rocket helmet out onto White Claw, and it looks like he will be able to rotate to his team, but not completely out of it yet. Eggnoggin is there, and he's caught into the flash bomb as well. Custard could easily just fall here. Space Cake is there with big damage. So it looks like the big heal comes in, the NS healing touch from Custard, and that will be enough to keep him alive and actually completely top himself off.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about Custard with eggnogging, but definitely looks like a pretty deadly combination right there. He's going to be making that jump. Oh, we do see the flag get dropped and return to his base. If Custard can make this jump right here, it could potentially be a cap. No, he fails. Let's see it again. Okay, he makes it up. Not a big deal. Will he make it through the second jump? He's going for it. He makes it. And there's plenty of players to his right. How is he going to duck and dodge and weave? Look at that beautiful backup here from his rogue. Dog pizza. Serving them up, slicing it up, and returning the flag for his team. Custard's going to be walking in and capping that right away. Beautiful stuff here coming out of Squid. What is that name?
I have no idea. Dude, I actually have no idea what that name is, but it will be Squoke Kid that does end up getting the first flag cap, and they will be up 1-0 against Goats and Friends. And now for Goats and Friends, it's going to be back to the drawing board. They need to try to pick up the flag if they can. Right now, the Druid is not in a prime position. Rising getting close, but Custard is still just causing, you know, all kinds of problems. Looks like Custard actually will just be stealthing and trying to cross the map as well. It doesn't look like anyone else from Squoke Pit. Actually, it is going to be Idiot that goes and tries to pick up the flag. These names are absolutely amazing.
Squoke Pit. There's no way we're going to be able to say that tongue twister over and over again without completely butchering that name. We're going to see the Custard now making his way back into the kitchen here. He's got the mage here with him going for that flag. So that no mage looking to potentially pick up the flag and then drop it off to his teammate. Let's see what he uses. There it is. Nice Skull of Impending Doom. But where is the free action potion? He is from Fairbanks. He's not even going to use that. Doesn't even need to reach into those pockets of that bank. Instead, he's going to be making his way down. Will he ice block and click the flag? That is the question on everybody's mind right now. But he's going to be sitting through that. Custard not going to be able to help him out too much here, and now again the rogue in a 1 versus 2 situation here, but he does have the backup of his hunter. He drops the flag, gets picked up by Custard there. Nice rocket helmet coming through as well. Now Tusk looking to dig in his tusks into Custard, but Custard pre-shifting that flash bomb, doing a great job here for his team, and that mage of course as well, backing him up there in the tunnel. Excellently played 2 versus 2 situation, and they are going to be trucking through the middle. Eggnoggin is waiting there, but it is not Christmas, so he might be going back to the graveyard in a second here. And on the flip side, they need to focus on getting that flag. Goats and Friends are struggling massively here with the defense. Trippy Mang doing a great job so far for his team, but there is so many players in that tunnel. That tunnel is looking like a very dangerous place to be, and Trippy Mang takes a fat hit there from the rock and goes down to the graveyard.
Warrior putting out tons of damage to overpower, as well as, you know, the rank 14 weapon is going to be more than enough to put this rogue away. And now, finally, the flag has been picked up, and Space Cake is looking like he wants to try to carry it across the map in kind of an awkward position right now. Needs to be able to reconvene with his team. The Rock is there. It looks like he might be able to actually sneak away using Blink. And let's see, it does look like Space Cake still trying his best at this point, but he is caught up in a route, unable to completely get away, but he's got so much backup from his team. The rest of Bigglesworth's crew is there to try to keep him alive, and it looks like with Slow Fall, with the rocket boots, he will be able to cross the map. He just needs to reconvene with the Druid when he can. Ryson, unfortunately, has kind of been left behind, trying desperately to reconnect, but as long as you can get that flag into your base, that'll give you a lot of time to actually rotate the flags together and drop it off to the flag carrier. For Custard right now, he's feeling nice and safe and secure. Take a look at him, look at his positioning in the Alliance side base. And at this point, it's looking like we are going to be rotating back to that standard offense and defensive strategy for both of these teams. The question is, how many members are they going to send on that offense? You can see right now for the Goats and Friends as well, they actually have a big presence in the Alliance side base. They might want to try to make a push here.
Yeah, definitely. I have a lot of players in the right spot. Ryson right now, though, he's going to be chilling in his tunnel, heading back to the base. There's a bunch of people from the enemy squad moving up that tunnel, so they need to make a move fast onto Custard here. Ryson just going to be backed up right now by his priest teammate right now. So right now, Custard is going to be very, very pressured here, man.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what they're going to be able to do. Custard right now does have the flag. Achilles actually going for an offensive play, but taking a huge hit of damage as the Bigglesworth crew does rotate up through the tunnel and try to get back to their Druid.
Yeah, and they're going to be connecting here very, very shortly. Exits, looking to lay down the pressure here onto Custard. Gets caught up in... that looked like an iron grenade. I'm sorry. I'm expecting thorium grenades only in this match. But Custard here, dropping down, gets an ambush by the rogue. The mage is there to back him up. Nature Swiftness coming through. And Custard is going to be able to make it out of that deadly room. Should have no trouble now making it up, back over onto the roof of that tunnel, and then back down into the tunnel if he needs to. So now we're going to be paying our attention to Ryson here, who looks to be in a similar spot here, backed up by Sniffy, and it looks like he's going to be able to survive here as well. No problems, man.
Yeah, Custard definitely whisking his way. Custard definitely whisking himself away from that situation. Does get to he'll be rotating to the Alliance base once again, really utilizing that Druid mobility. Take a look at Ryson right now, what he's doing, playing above the tunnel on the Horde side, going to be trying to utilize that fence. Let's see if he can get those fancy jumps off to avoid a lot of damage. Trippy Mang is there and actually gets the blind. And now Ryson is in a position where he's just getting dispelled. Oh. He is getting prepped, and they have big damage available. Can they take down Ryson? He's in bear form right now. They're just missing a little bit of damage. Great crowd control coming in to keep him alive. He's in the flash grenade, but there's just so many members of Goats and Friends there. I just don't see Ryson falling. They still have some damage. He's getting so low. There's no way he actually
dropped it
all day. He's trying to get it, but unfortunately he doesn't. I can't believe he actually fell there, number one. Number two, great job by Tusk actually picking up the flag. That would have been a nightmare situation. Definitely MVP, fast fingers, picking up that flag, and now Ryson once again will be getting that flag. He's going to be wondering, where were the heals? As that was like a 7 versus 2 situation where he ended up falling down.
Yeah, he is definitely writing an angry letter to his healers, or alternatively, just telling them to get their act together on voice. We're going to see them rotate back into that rooftop position, though. And we haven't actually discussed how many players they're going to be sending on defense versus offense here. It looks like we're seeing a 4-man defense here, potentially even a 5-man defense here from Goats and Friends. And I'm not sure. Having a warrior on defense is the best thing. Space Cake probably want to be there as well. And we're going to see Space Cake is actually just waiting in that leaf hut to pick up that leaf. I feel you, Space Cake. There's no way I'm spending, a minute drinking as a mage in BGs. I'm yoinking those leaves on cooldown. But now he is completely mispositioned with his teammates, and he's not going to be able to actually join the fight. And if he goes in here, it is a bad time for Space Cake right now. He looks like he's about to get completely destroyed here outside this tunnel, and not having that mage on the defense side is a very, very big deal. But he is buying valuable time for his team, so maybe they can be the ones that pounce first here. Let's see what Custard is doing right now. He's just chilling on the roof. He's completely fine. So honestly, Space Cake there, gonna make a little bit of a blunder going for that leaf and kind of spreading out from his team, being separated from his team.
Yep. And I think it's going to be up to the defense of the Bigglesworth squad, Goats and Friends. If they need to rotate back to the graveyard. But Space Cake actually just jumping off. I don't know if he's rotating offense, but definitely not an ideal position to go help his flag carrier. He's going to once again grab that rejuvenation. Definitely not a big fan of drinking to reset his mana. But let's see what he does. Is he going to come back to defend, or is he just going to try to help on offense? I feel like going for offense at this point is probably better. I don't know if he's going to be able to really do too much on defense, but just looking like he will be rotating up the tunnel. But I just feel like this is going to make it really, really difficult for Ryson to actually reconnect to him and get full utilization of that mage defense.
Yeah, and we can see Eggnogging right now, trying to chase down the Druid. Custard making a pretty nice escape here, but he has the White Claw chasing him down, trying to get some damage going, but he unfortunately can't land that blind. Custard doing a great job spamming out that Abolish Poison. Now he's going to jump down, get to the tunnel, but White Claw still after him. Can he rocket helm him or something? Does he have a prep line maybe? Doesn't look like it right now. Custard still doing a great job shifting out of that flash grenade once again, just sitting in human form. But that means he's going to be taking a lot of damage. Dodges the gouge, and that is heartbreaking for the White Claw right now. He is going to be extremely sad on that rogue, but look who's waiting for Custard up here. Exit. He's covering the exit, ironically, but the freezing ban. Oh no! Right now you can see Cadet there over in Europe just clapping his hands, just cheering as he sees another warrior suffer that cruel fate from that ring.
That ring is absolutely brutal sometimes, but I mean, that's what happens in Classic. Sometimes these things do happen. Cuts are going to be able to utilize that ring, and now we'll be completely fine. It looks like the offense from Goats and Friends not going to be the most successful here, although they still have a 4-person offense in the base. I mean, if they can take down Idiot on that mage, it would definitely be ideal and actually give them a slight numbers advantage. Things all of a sudden aren't looking too bad for Goats and Friends. If they can regroup and regather, those look like Idiot will get completely topped off, getting some huge heals there. And now if Exits does fall, that is definitely not ideal, but he manages to escape, sneak away, get some heals, and now it's going to be up to both these team members, or both these teams to kind of reset at this point. Let's see right now for Custard, he's completely fine. For Ryson, also looking, relatively fine, although basically his entire defense has been wiped, and he's looking at an army right now. He's going to have to rotate back to the graveyard to get to his team, because you can see there's literally 6 people for the team of the Squid on offense right now, and Ryson is definitely not feeling too confident about the situation.
Yeah, but Custard is also surrounded right now, and we see a push on the opposite end. Ryson, though, getting caught up in the gouge into the flash grenade. Could be big trouble here as both team members connect onto him. He's taking massive damage. Another flash grenade could be what they need to secure this win. Ryson, how are you going to survive? This exposed armor is there. He charges one player, but he is not able to receive any heals. Sniffy is in that polymorph, and now the flag has been returned. Back to the base, and Custard is there to capitalize on that flag. Beautiful play there with the free action potion and that Skull of Impending Doom, jumping down, securing it, slam dunk for his team, and now he's even going to make a clean exit, looking to pick up the next flag and potentially close out the match here, man.
Yep. And I mean, at this point, for the Goats and Friends, they're going to have to make some big plays if they want to stay in this game. Although there still is enough time. There definitely is enough time for them to catch back up. But so far, Squid, they've been looking really, really good. And they actually have the flag as well. And now Squid, they can deny Goats and Friends from actually picking up the flag. That would be more than an ideal situation. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it. They do have a little bit of a defense right now. But we'll see what Dog Pizza is going to be able to do. Absolutely absurd. Dog Pizza and the White Claw going head-to-head right now in the Alliance base. It looks like with the Dream, the White Claw will ultimately be able to hold on and survive the onslaught of Dog Pizza. And it looks like ultimately Dog Pizza will fall, but still doing a pretty good job just trying to slow down this flag carrier, not let him reconvene with Ryson, but it's looking almost inevitable at this point that Ryson will be able to pick up that flag.
Yeah, I don't know how good it is to feed your dog pizza, but every now and then you can't help it but to give him a slice when they give you those puppy eyes. Custard moving up the tunnel here with the flag once again, trying to position here with dog pizza. And I don't know if dog pizza and custard is a better combo than White Claw and dog pizza, but it definitely looks like it right now as Custard is just chilling in his base, completely safe. Whereas Ryson right now is in a big trouble trying to cross the map, but his team is making, some pretty good progress there in the mid. He is reunited with Sniffy, that priest, and he should have no problems getting back onto the roof, back in his own base here. So potential here for another, 5-5 split, 4-6 split. And once again, the last time it was Squid that managed to win that scenario, and it was close though.
Yeah, definitely. And right now we do see the team of Squid. They will be rotating and making a push here. Let's see if they can take down this flag carrier once again. Ryson last time was left all alone. For some reason, all of his defenders completely abandoned him and went to the tunnel to try to actually make a fight. Ryson is probably like, no, please just help me. Stop fighting. What are you doing? And that did end up resulting in, a cap for Squid. But we'll see if the Goats and Friends are going to be able to clean up their defense just a little bit. But once again, 5 members of the team of Squid looking to make an offensive push here. And let's see if they can do it. They're actually rotating back. I'm curious as to know why. Maybe they want to get a pick here. If they can pick the White Claw, maybe that's an opportunity for them to try to go. All day is going to be looking for a counter spell, unable to get a snare, and looks like the White Claw's on the run. And I'm a bit confused by this tactic. I guess they really, really want to cut off the rogue from offense, but that just felt like more of a waste of time than anything.
Yeah, and we see another big push here. Squid looking to make their way up to the banana. They have the free action potions, active dog pizza. It's going to be more like graveyard pizza, and they are going to be chasing down this druid, but already rotating through here. Custard wasting no time, trying to reconvene with his teammates that are resurrecting on that graveyard, looking to potentially make it back over onto that rooftop, but the White Claw is waiting there. The White Claw is in the house. Can he get the sap? He does not, because the house is in combat, unfortunately. But he gets sheep shotted, and now here comes the Rocket Boots free action potion. Custard getting chased down here by the White Claw once again here, running up the tunnel, doing a great job. But Ryson, he's potentially just going to go down here.
He's trying to kite away. He's so low. Can he make NS heal? But Trippy Mang is there. Trippy Mang is just all over him. But Ryson does manage to make the jump, and he is trying to run. But he actually falls down. Complete disaster for Ryson. And it looks like he will be caught all alone into a full kidney shot. The warrior charges over. Just one execute, and that is going to be good night, Ryson. Ryson does fall. Custard in position, and that is a 3-2-0. Very nicely done there by the Squid.
Excellent performance here by Squid. But this was, it was a close match, because there was pressure on both flag carriers at multiple points. It just felt like Squid executed their offense a little bit better, and I do think Goats and Friends had their defense fumbled a little bit. Those healers definitely weren't able to be on the same page as the Druid a lot of the time, and also just in general, the team not having that same crisp synergy. Some of them, going offense when they shouldn't be. Some of their mages trying to pick up a leaf when the rest of the team isn't there, and being separated as a result of that. Things like that. Just a little bit worse coordination, I would say, but still not a bad performance here from both of these squads.
Yeah, I'd say their best performance was just naming their characters and naming their teams. They definitely had the most interesting names.
That's cold. Wait, so whose names did you like more, Goats and Friends or Squid?
I don't know, man. Like, all their names are so... I don't know which one I like more, to be completely honest with you.
I gotta say, I think Goats and Friends, I did like their names a little bit more because of one thing. On Squid, there was obviously, aside from that tongue twister of a team name, there was a player called Flying Squirrel, and squirrels can't fly. They soar. They jump from a tree to a tree, and then they soar. And I would know because we have a lot of squirrels here in Sweden.
Flying squirrels are pretty cool.
Yeah, know. Like when they're midair.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Is there species that are squirrels that fly or what?
Yes, there is.
Wait, we don't have those in Sweden. We only have those squirrels with like kind of a slow fall effect, and they jump from one tree, and it's like, you know.
Yeah, flying squirrels are the slow fall squirrels. Like,
Oh,
yeah,
what?
yeah. They don't
Oh,
have wings. There's not like
but
a
they can't lift off,
no. There's
right?
no squirrels that have wings that could lift off the ground. This is not. They're not a bird,
Okay, you got me
but they can
confused there for
glide.
a sec.
They can glide. Okay. Anyways, let's talk about the next game. All right. This is enough of this conversation. I'm done. It is going to be the Benny Boys. We're going to. It's actually the first time we're going to witness a lower bracket game. So this is actually an elimination series, and we have two teams here. It is going to be the Benny Boys. You know, obviously my favorites in the tournament for
Obviously.
a lot of different reasons, but they're going to be going up against Demons, and now Demons found themselves in the lower bracket because they basically I guess they got the equivalent of dampened by the team of Thank You Ski Ram. Ended
No,
up.
Demons lost to
Oh
Vampire
yeah,
Clan.
you're right. Demons
So both of these teams are actually in this position because they lost to Vampire Clan.
games were closer.
I would argue Demons games were closer, but they don't have a flag carrier, so I'm not. I don't know. They have a lot of individual
Oh.
potential on the side of Demons, but they don't have a druid. So, like, if we look at compositions, I would have to give it to the Benny Boys. And they played their composition pretty well as well. I mean, sure, they lost to Vampire Clan pretty convincingly, but in their games before that, the Benny Boys looked extremely impressive. And Demons, they have a lot of individual skill on their roster. I would argue probably, if you look at the players pound for pound, I would say that the players on Demons are a little bit better. But without a druid, I think that the Benny Boys could definitely just at the snap of a finger cap the flag.
I think Demons is going to be going for a turtle strategy. I really do. I think they're going to try to just defend, win on killing blows. Without the druid, it's just so difficult. And I actually got a little bit of insider information from Bobka before this game started, the team leader of Demons. And he said basically the reason why they don't have a druid is because their druid unfortunately wasn't able to register, and they basically had to scramble at the last minute to put together the squad, getting 3 new members that are kind of just like ringers for them. Yeah, unfortunate for them that MVQ was unable to play. As you know, Zico and I, we were more than familiar with how solid he is at Druid.
Yeah, MVQ, definitely a great pickup. The reigning Twitch Rivals Warzone Golds champion, a part of the Puma gang. So definitely unfortunate for them to not be able to pick that player up, because then I do think that they would have been a very, very strong contender for this tournament. I would argue that they might be that team that would make it all the way to the finals. Regardless, though, they still have the potential to make the top 6 here, but they are in the lower bracket. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our first elimination match of the day. Whoever loses this is immediately disqualified from the tournament, or kicked out of the tournament, sent home. Well, they're already
eliminated.
home, but eliminated.
That's a better
destroyed,
way.
crushed,
disqualified. Yeah. Well, there it is. Here it is. Gates have opened. Both teams going to be marching to the middle of the map. I mean, from what we saw from Demons so far, they were going for that kind of 10-person fight. And if they can do that again, we'll have to see if the Benny Boys are going to be able to kind of penetrate that defense. They don't have a traditional flag carrier, right? Zetox is going to be that flag carrier on the Warrior. But we'll see. Linkolas actually going to the midfield, not even going to sit back, because he realizes, hey, there's no druid I really have to wait for. He can actually try to assist in the fight. Does get the sap. Bobka gets a counter sap as well. And now Linkolas is actually going to be in some trouble, getting bursted down, trying to get back to his healers, but Omnivore is all over him. It's looking like Linkolas could easily fall, and he does. Where were the heals? Unfortunately, a bit overextended, and Demons is outright just winning this team fight.
Yeah, it's looking good for Demons. Once again, a little bit stronger here on the team fighting side, but Amingo having a soul stone right now, being brought back from the grave, and he is looking to dish out some pressure here. But once again, dying a secondary time here. Amingo definitely becoming the closest amigo of the spirit healer there on the graveyard, as he is visiting very, very frequently right now. But we can see the fight is still, in full effect. Clap, clap, snap. Looking to potentially pick up the flag and then potentially try to carry it across. And right now, we don't even see anybody on the side of Demons really go for that flag. Just looking like a straight up brawl here. Looking like they just want to farm HKs. And they might go for a turtle strat here.
Yeah, I think that's probably likely at this point. That's what they kind of had to do. They said Bobcat said they don't really have much of a choice without a flag carrier, but I don't know. I feel like as long as they work together as a squad, even if they get Z-Tox back in the base, I think they have a fair shot of actually trying to make an offense. It's just they're not. It's going to be at a bit of a disadvantage, just not having a restoration druid. Bobcat actually falling there, and we're actually seeing the Benny boys get some picks in this map and really disrupt this 10 person crew the demons have assembled, basically just making sure all 10 members are together. Clap, clap, snap has the flag. And now at this point, with a couple members of the team of demons back at the graveyard, there's an opportunity here for the Benny boys. A great opportunity, in fact, to actually take down Z-Tox. And if Mingo doesn't fall, Mingo falls once again. But Z-Tox, what positioning is he going to take? Do we think that he's just going to rotate and get back inside the base? I kind of feel like that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah. They're all going to go back up on the roof, buff up, drink up, and then they're going to bulldozer their way through the tunnel, or maybe rotate and go through the graveyard or ramp. One thing is for sure, though, they're all going to just gather up here and take a deep breath here. Maybe, get some buffs going, use some of those noggin foggers. And I noticed there's some people wondering why all of the players are spamming out those noggin fogger elixirs. It is because the noggin fogger is dispellable. So that means if you have a valuable buff like a free action potion and you have a noggin fogger, it's a 50-50 that they would dispel the noggin fogger instead of that valuable buff. So obviously for reasons like that, you want to have that dispel protection. That's what we call it in the WoW community. So all these players are spamming those out, especially the flag carriers. I actually wonder how much these druids are spending on the noggin foggers and just in general throughout this tournament, because he clap snap right now, chugging one right there, and they're also going to be buffing up outside that tunnel. If they can catch Z-Tox, then it's going to be an immediate cap here for the Benny boys because of the position on the map. But Bobka is lurking in the wings here behind them, Omnivore as well, looking to take a bite.
They're just completely grouped up. Look at them. They're having a picnic right now outside of the Alliance base. They're just hanging out, buffing up, eating some food, telling jokes, having fun. Bobka, though, waiting in stealth, waiting to open up. And let's see. I mean, at this point, you can see Linkolas is actually in a reasonable position as well. What is he going to be able to get done? I think he should wait. Honestly, I think Linkolas needs to rotate back right now, maybe just gathering intel for his team, but eventually has to make his way to the flag room, even a little bit further back if he can, just so there's no chance that Z-Tox actually really escapes. But the thing is, I do think it's unlikely we see Z-Tox try to peel and escape really, really quickly. He doesn't have that same sort of mobility that a druid really does, a flag carrying druid. So maybe Linkolas actually wants to try to join the fight and just be like an extra body, extra damage, extra control to win that team fight. Because if the Benny boys can win a team fight, then I think it's likely they're going to cap the flag.
Yep, absolutely. And Clap Clap Snap is actually going to join the fight, and they're making their own free action potion push on their own roof. And you can see now all of the members of Demons are just going down. They're not quite ready to face their demons just yet. Z-Tox, she's going to be sprinting out of there, using those rocket boots, doing a fantastic job just maneuvering around the map. And this is exactly what we were saying that they should have done against the Vampire Clan after they got that after they tied up the capping game. They allowed themselves to kind of get ran over. But this time they're going to learn from their mistakes, rotate back on the map, and they're ahead with like 4 killing blows or something like that on the side of Demons, but that's enough for them to play this strategy out. And a big thank you to Skiram, of course.
Big thank you to Skiram right now. And for Demons, they were so quick to just run away, and I think that's one of the things that the Benny boys had to kind of consider, and why I wanted to see Linkolas play a little bit further back, because if he could have intercepted their team rotating, then all of a sudden, for the Benny boys, that push, that play would have been significantly, more impactful and more potent. But unfortunately, they had no one there that could actually stop it, and it will be the Demons that cross the map and are turtling up in the Horde side base. Now for the Benny boys, what are they going to do? You can see actually Bobka. Okay, so a couple things to note. Bobka is actually, he is going to be trying to at least pressure offensively a little bit. So I do like that. That being said, clap, clap, snap right now. He's rotated with the team. I'm curious to see if he does decide to, fight, or what exactly are they going to do. Because Linkolas, I think he realizes Bobka, he's not seen. He's just going to be in stealth, trying to hide. The one thing I fear for the Benny boys is if they do make a push and they leave clap, clap, snap behind, that Bobka is going to be more than happy to just absolutely delete that Druid. So look out for that in the coming moments when the Benny boys decide to make a push.
Yeah, and another thing, right now the Benny boys use their free action potions to push up on the ramp or on their own roof. So those are going to be on cooldown for a little bit longer, and that is what they're waiting for on the side of Benny boys. They're just going to use their time here to... Is that Warlock casting a summon right now? No, I think that was a Soul Stone. It looked like a summon. Like, just trying to summon Guild Mage or something. Come on, guys. We need some more people up here. Zetox is just not going to go down very easily here. But we're going to see Trickster also doing a little mind division here, a little stream sniping essentially. But the allowed version of that in Classic, of course, with that big priest ability. And both teams just taking a step back and kind of stretching out. I think it's a good time for us to also stretch here, Van. Make sure that,
do a posture check, make sure you get some water, stay hydrated. We've been going for a few hours now. I want to make sure that, we're in prime position. In fact, I don't mean to flex on you, Zico, but I'm actually going to put my desk in.
You're going to raise your desk. I knew it.
We're going to a standing position. Got to mute my mic because it will make a bit. Actually, you know what?
Don't mute it. Embrace it.
All right, we're just going to embrace the standing desk right now. Stand up, do a little stretch. As I actually kind of wonder what's going through the Benny boys' minds right now. Maybe they just don't want to deal with this turtle. Like, do you think they're just going to wait until, like, if we look at Killing Blows, that is so close at this point, right? Like, we do see the demons have a little bit of a lead, but it's so insignificant that, if we see the Benny boys kind of just wait for a really long time, and then maybe instead of going for the flag, they just try to get some picks on Killing Blows and try to win that way. I mean, I don't know. What do you think is going through their mind?
I think that right now they're like, well, we are only 4 kills behind. So if we can get those 4 kills without, throwing, we could potentially go for that. Maybe go in, do a little fishing, try to, pick up a quick kill, not play it too risky and like actually extend into the banana. They could do that. I think it's going to backfire if they do that.
Wait, what's Linkolas doing right now? Oh, just okay. Keep in mind, Linkolas is a human rogue, so if he gets close to Bobka and he happens to use Perception, then that's going to be, they're actually going for it, though. Benny boys, they are doing it. They're going to try to make a push here. Let's see what they're able to get done. Who are they going to give the speed buff to? The flares are down, and the defense is ready for the team of demons. Bobka waiting in the wings as well. He is ready and waiting. He wants to find Clap, Clap, Snap and get a pick. I don't know if it seems like Clap, Clap, Snap and the team of the Benny boys are more than willing to just stick together as 10 at this point in the match. Now let's see. I mean, the thing is, Zetox being a warrior, it's not going to be as easy for him to escape the Benny boys if they do manage to get on top of him.
Yeah, and they were waiting for Mondays to get in here. He actually picked up the Berserking, and now I want to see Mondays pick up the speed boost. They're giving it to the Warlock. No! All right, well, here comes the push. Let's see what they can do. Mondays, ignoring everyone on Banana. Nice rocket helms there onto Bruce Wayner as well, but he gets dispelled out of there. I actually would have loved to see Mondays just keep pushing through and try to get that one over onto the flag carrier, but it's not going to happen. Instead, they're going to be going for some killing blows. Mondays with the block pull here that we were kind of talking about. Omnivore got to be executed here. And Amingo might fall shortly as well. They're going to connect onto Zetox here. What can they get done? Look like Mondays going for the sheep here onto Trickster. Zetox going to have to drop down here potentially, taking so much damage in this position. He actually activates the shield wall. And now it is looking like demons are going to be all over them here. But the Sapper Charge is coming out. So much damage here from everyone. The whole team of Benny boys gets eradicated there, but they did force out the shield wall there of Zetox. So I think that's a pretty decent victory regardless, because that is a 30-minute cooldown. So that will not be available in this game whatsoever. And now I wonder, is Zetox going to drop it for Omnivore so that he can use a shield wall as well? And maybe they can try to rotate him back and forth like that a little bit. If Omnivore doesn't feel like he needs it in the next team fight, he can hold on to it. If he needs it, he can be a little bit greedy and pop it late. Potentially, if they want to min-max, they could definitely do that. Shield Wall is such a massive cooldown in Classic that it's more or less impossible to die when you have it up. Unless, I mean, we actually saw in one of the earlier matches a Warrior pop it, and he was basically unkillable by an entire team. So definitely could be a line of play that they go for. But yeah, he's going to drop it, and who's going to pick it up? Zetox. Come on, man. Omnivore. Ha!
There it is.
That's it. There it is, dude. The drip, the leaky faucet does it once again.
Second shield wall. I mean, you did give them that tip in their last game where they didn't do it. So maybe they've been listening to you and going to take your advice. And Omnivore will now, with a shield wall, be extremely hard to kill. I mean, obviously, it's a smart thing to do. Bobka, what's Bobka doing right now? He's waiting. He's sneaking. He's being a rogue, trying to get behind the Benny boys. And let's see if he can get any picks. And I think it's not a bad thing. I mean, if Bobka can get behind and pick off, Mullane on the Priest, as the Priest, doesn't have the most mobility. If he gets stuck behind and open on by Bobka, all of a sudden the heals are cut off for the Benny boys. And the Demons will be able to create an overwhelming amount of pressure. So we'll see what Bobka is able to do. If he's able to get the crowd control, I don't mind his positioning here, especially if he can end up getting on top of some of these healers.
Yeah. We're going to see another push probably come through. They're going to wait for... Okay, so Clap Clap Snap is going to be here with his team in the tunnel. He's going to be here in the tunnel.
Stop saying his name and just... All right.
Yeah.
Making a play.
I like that. We're going to keep going with that. But right now, the enemy team here is making a push. Let's see if they can finally force out something from Demons. Amingo taking a decent amount of damage. Clap, Clap, Snap, throwing out the heals. And we can see Feign Death being thrown left, right, and center. Clap, Clap, Snap here. Just looking to stay and fight. But this is a losing position. They did, however, take down Bobka. And they're slowly trying to make their way up the banana. But you can't fight this fight and win it if you are Benny boys. You don't have the high ground. The high ground, look at those, look at the Priest, look at One Shot, look at all those elemental shamans just doing whatever they want up there, just farming HKs basically. One Shot at going to be going in now, getting very, very aggressive, looking to potentially just clean up this fight. As you can see, everybody on the side of Demons really just putting in the pressure. Clap, Clap, Snap actually might go down here with the flag, and this is going to be interesting to see. If he does go down, will they cap the flag? I'm not even sure they will, because that kind of negates the Killing Blow strategy. They might just leave it in the base so they can just hold on to it a little bit longer. But it looks like they do want to take down the flag carrier. It looks like they are going to be returning it to the base. Zetox, what are you going to do with that flag? Omnivore, sorry. He's not going for the cap, man. He's actually not going for the cap. He's just going to go back up on the roof. He's like, all right, cool.
I don't
we killed FC.
Yeah, I guess. So here's the logic for anyone that's wondering. Essentially, for the strategy Demons is doing, getting a 1-0 cap is as effective as a 0-0 cap in terms of killing blows. And I think the thought process is this: if we capture the flag, we have to then go pick up the flag and make it back into our base to be in as good of a position. So they feel like there's probably no reason to actually do that. So the safe play is just bunker up in the base. You're winning these fights so far. Benny boys haven't really been able to make a super significant offensive push. But we'll see. Omnivore still just sitting with the flag. And I am surprised to see that he's not actually just going for the flag cap, because I think for the Benny boys, they could just outright win this game on flag caps, but they're just going to be sticking with the strategy.
All right. So Omnivore, not going to go for the cap whatsoever. And just to kind of build a little bit on that, the way the format works is that if a team has 1-0 and the other team that is down caps and makes it 1-1, the team that capped the most recent flag is the team that will be decided the winner. And that rule goes above Killing Blows. So that is why at all costs, demons do not want to lose the flag, because if you lose, or if you cap the flag, there's a decent chance that you get stopped on the way, and the other team can get a quick cap, especially if they have a druid as good as. So I'm not entirely sure here if this is a strategy we're going to be seeing throughout the weekend here in North America, but this is the second team that kind of employs this strategy, and so far it is working, and this is an elimination game. So yeah, a lot on the line.
Yeah, indeed. Bobka once again taking the positioning to just kind of scout out what exactly is going on. The thing is, this is it's a risky strategy indeed, because all Benny Boys need to do is get one good push. And at this point, Omnivore, of course, he does have a shield wall, so Benny Boys unlikely going to be able to take them down, but Killing Blow is heavily in favor of Demons right now. But the Benny Boys, they are not giving up. They're trying to regroup, recalibrate, get the buffs that they can, get the free action potions ready, and make a big offensive push once again. I think they definitely still have a fair shot here. I want to see a Mingo charge in if he can. Has to be really, really careful he doesn't get picked off, because if you overextend too much, that's when you're susceptible to getting outright blown up on that warrior. But yeah, Benny Boys, they are in position. Maui Wowie just putting Blizzard down, trying to snare everyone, going for a Frost Nova, going for AoE, and let's see what the Benny Boys are able to get done.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing up. The objective right now is to force Omnivore's shield wall. Can they do it? They're going to have a couple of pushes left, as we are about halfway through the match right now in terms of time. And right now, we are going to see Trickster taking a little bit of beating, going back to his corner there, healing back up. Mondays is going to be erased from the tournament. Amingo as well. Lucia, I'll see you in December. And Linkolas as well, going to the graveyard there. So once again, the Benny Boys are looking like the graveyard boys, man.
Looking like the graveyard boys. That's so sad. The poor Benny Boys. They need to figure something out. Demons at this point is just looking unbreakable, their defense, but there's a decent amount of time left on this match. We still have 17 minutes to go. I just don't think the Benny Boys are going to be able to catch up on Killing Blows. So really, their only chance in this game is to try their best and get that flag. But what do we want to see from them? What adaptation is going to even make at this
It's got to be the block pull. It's got to be the block pull.
We
haven't seen it properly executed.
Okay, when you say block pull, let's break it down for everyone. Okay.
So imagine you're in Molten Core. You see guard. You as a mage, you go in from the side, and all of the mobs, they get to you, and you press ice block. And then your warlocks have time to banish off, the little ads. Your tank has time to position everything. And you exit block, and you do damage, and you kill guard, or you kill the ads. That's basically what they need to do here. Have the mage pick up the speed boost, use his Skull of Impending Doom, use everything he has, run in on top of Omnivore, and ice block. That puts everybody on the side of Benny Boys in a pretty awkward situation, because Omnivore has an immediate threat right next to him. And if you deal with it, that's going to give the rest of the team time to get there. But if you don't deal with it, then Omnivore could potentially take so much damage that he's going to require healing. And then all of a sudden, you're going to split up the team. Some of them are going to be on Banana. The rest of them are going to be peeling for Omnivore. That's how you can create chaos. And then you can loot that binding of the Windseeker and get your big legendary sword. And at this point, or in this case, that would be, of course, to make the top 6 and not get eliminated.
Wow. Thank you for explaining that to everyone at home. We'll see if they can actually pull it off. I think the one thing that's kind of it's interesting is Demons, they have so many offensive dispels, right? Like they have 2 shamans that have Purge, and they have 2 priests that have Dispel as well. So those free action potions, they are going to be getting stripped off left, right, and center. They have to do a really good job. And honestly, I kind of want to see Mondays and Slow Rolls use their silences as like dispel protection in a way. Like you just run in, you silence the priests, and that way you actually have a little bit more time with your free action potions. The Benny Boys are going to be chasing in. They created a lot of space at this point. The snares really weren't there, and they might actually be able to get on top of Omnivore at this point of the game. He's gotten to a death coil. They are going all in. The Benny Boys looking to really take him down. Omnivore jumps down. Does he have the shield wall? There are just sapper charges everywhere. It's looking like fireworks, explosions, boom, boom. But at the end of it all, it looks like Benny Boys are the ones that are going to fall. Omnivore. I didn't see Zico. Did you see if he actually used
Yeah.
the shield wall there?
He did use the shield wall, so both shield walls are down now for demons. They're not going to have either of those available, and he's going to drop the flag now to the rightful heir. He is once again going to be flag carrying now for his team, Mr. Z-Tox. And now, all of a sudden, demons, they don't have any shield walls. One more push like that, you see the difference when those mages can get there early, put the warrior in a route, and start creating that havoc. That's when they're really going to get ahead, and that's when the rest of the team is going to have that opportunity to collapse. So for Benny Boys, another beautiful push like that, and they could be sending demons completely out of the tournament, back under the bed, Van.
Back under the bed?
Yeah, there's like demons, monsters under the bed.
Demons. I don't know. It's demons.
Doesn't that work?
Like ghosts and stuff like that, like scary monsters. Maybe it works.
What would you categorize a demon as? Some kind of a ghost?
No.
So a ghost is like what? Like a white sheet
Like
with two holes?
Yeah, like Casper.
That's it?
Yeah.
I feel like a ghost. I feel like a demon is a dead person, right? That's like coming back as a spirit. And
No,
the same thing for a ghost. It's not?
No, I don't think so.
I guess a demon is like a
Diablo.
hellish creature. Yeah, you're right.
Diablo,
You're right.
that's a demon, and you don't see Diablo.
Yeah, and like in Act 4 in Diablo 2, right?
Exactly. Let me ask you a question. Do you see Baal and Diablo and Mephisto hiding under beds? No, you do not. That's Casper.
But that's different. That's the Lord of Destruction we're talking about right now. That's different. That's like the god of demons.
Okay, true. The Demon King. So I think the point stands. All right.
Okay, apparition of dead person versus an evil spirit. Production just let us know. So, all right. Demon, okay, I feel like we nitpicked a little bit on that. You could have just let me have that one, man. It's whatever. It's fine.
Right now,
first the flying squirrel thing, and now this. It's fine, man.
Okay, the flying squirrels are really cool. First of all, so
they're not flying squirrels if they can't fly. They have slow fall.
They are okay.
Oh, so what? Mages are flying as well, then?
I think that's just their name. That's just their name, man. All right, and the thing is, I have to be a little bit nitpicky. Okay, right now, both these teams they're gathering up. For the team of the Benny Boys, they just got to get every advantage they can. They need every buff, and they still have a chance. I want everyone watching to realize that the Benny Boys, they got the two major objectives. They got Shield Wall from Z-Tox. They got Shield Wall from Omnivore. And now, if we see that situation play out again, Omnivore and Z-Tox are dead. They're not going to survive. Yep. They don't have the massive damage reduction that keeps them alive through, a coordinated 9 sapper charges. It's a lot of gold that the Benny Boys are really investing in this push. And they're going to be waiting until they have all the free action potions, all the sapper charges, everything off cooldown to make, sort of a final push. There's not too much time left on the game. It's still a reasonable amount of time, 9 minutes left, but now let's see if the demons are able to hold on or if the Benny Boys can get that pick. You can see Bobka actually. Look at what is Bobka doing? I think Bobka realizes hey, maybe Z-Tox and Omnivore might actually die. So I'm going to just go pick up the flag. You imagine how heartbreaking it's going to be. Can you imagine how heartbreaking it's going to be for the Benny Boys if they get one of these warriors down, they pick the flag up, and then Bobka immediately grabs it, gets back in the bit.
That's exactly what's going to happen. Bobka's going to pick it up, and then he's going to go back up onto the roof, and he's going to try to do some sneaky stuff and trade it back to Z-Tox. I really think what demons are doing is going to work for them. There's roughly 10 minutes left on the clock here, so there's a couple of more pushes here for the Benny Boys. There's no more shield walls in this game, but they're going to need to make something happen fast. And the fact that is fighting with them, I don't know if that's going to be a good thing because he's going to need to make it all the way back to the base, and that's going to give Bobka a lot of options if he decides to go for that repick and tries to be sneaky with it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think has been such an asset towards their team. Has been such an asset towards their team in these fights. The additional healing is definitely nice, but the problem is when you have your druid, in the enemy base, that means you can't cap the flag. And with Bobka's positioning, if we take a look at that right now, he is just on the other side of the map, ready to grab the flag in case, things get a little scary for Z-Tox and Omnivore. And at that point, if they do get wiped, then they can just rotate to help out Bobka. But here we go. This is going to be the push. Let's see what they can get done. Ori charging in, leading the charge here for the team of the Benny Boys.
Yeah, and this is exactly what they need to do here on the side of demons. Just rotate with the flag. Don't put yourself in that situation. Oh, the distract coming through though, and there's the death coil. They should be able to reach him Mondays. He's been waiting for him all day. Let's see what he can do here. Damage coming in onto Zetox. Do they have the interrupts for the heals? Drops extremely low. No shield wall available. A couple of more hits should do it, but can they kick one of these shamans? The shaman is just free healing. One shot at basically more like one tapped or one healed. I'm not sure. Zetox is going to be completely fine in that situation. Way too much healing slipping through here, and those interrupts should have came through much sooner, but Zetox still in a little bit of danger. That was one of the pushes that we potentially could have seen land them a kill, and I think demons, they have about 2 maybe 3 more pushes left in them before this game is going to time out and go to Benny Boys have that much time left before the game is going to go to demons. And I like the rotation, the early rotation. As soon as you see the free action potions you commit your own, and then you run down and you make a big circle with your entire team around the flag. And this is extremely well played turtle strat here from Demons, I gotta admit. They are doing everything by the book. All of the mistakes they did against VC, they're not repeating them. We called them out for staying on the roof for too long. This time they didn't pick a fight there. They just jumped down and rotated, made it look easy. They swap around the warriors depending on who has shield wall. They try to greed the shield wall and min-max that cooldown as much as possible. And when they don't have it, they jump out and they rotate well. Honestly, they're playing the turtle strategy out basically perfectly at this point.
Yeah, definitely working on some of those mistakes, making some big improvements, and it's got to be extra frustrating for the Benny Boys because they just cannot crack this defense. That last push was super good. I mean, they got a lot of damage out onto Zetox, but it was an overwhelming amount of healing. I mean, both one-shotted Adim, Trickster views spamming out heals onto Zetox, and it was more than enough heals to keep him alive, despite the fact that he did not have the shield wall. So really need to see counter spells, interrupt, crowd control on the healers if they want to have a hope to actually take down Zetox. Otherwise, I mean, just the sheer throughput is going to be too much for them to deal with unless they just absolutely one-shot. But the thing is, they're playing Alliance. They don't have an Elemental Shaman. They don't have that same kind of one-hit. I don't know. Do we know if either one of these mages is playing Palm Pyro? Did you see that yet?
I do think Mondays is not playing 3-minute mage. I think he is playing just the regular blast wave build, which is, yeah, I'm not a fan of it, as you know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm well aware. All about that big one shot. And the one shot, I mean, that could have been the damage that they need to actually take down Zetox. For the Benny Boys, basically, with how
Mondays is playing Ice Bear, actually.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, for the Benny Boys, with how much time they're investing in like setting up for these pushes, I really feel like this could potentially be their last push. I mean, there's a bit of 5 minutes left. Maybe they could do this one and then one that's not so well prepared. But at this point, Demons, they are looking extremely good. They're up on killing blows. We only have 5 minutes left on the match, 5 and some change in seconds. But they got to make a stand here, and I'm curious to see what the Demons decide to do.
Yeah, not a sentence that you would expect to hear, but Slow Rolls is the offensive mage on the squad, and he is playing Blast Wave, I'm pretty sure. Unless he's been spending all of his gold on Saber Charges. I'm pretty sure I've seen a couple of Blast Waves and Ignites rolling from this guy, so he is going to have to be the decider here if he can get a big hit onto the flag carrier of Zetox, and at the same time maybe land a counterspell on one of the heals. That might just be exactly what they need here. I want to see Mondays pick up the speed buff, use the Skull of Impending Doom just so he doesn't get crowd control, and free action potion, block pull. And if they can do that same clean initiation that we saw that one time when they forced out the shield wall a little bit earlier on Omnivore, that's got to be the play here for Benny Boys.
Yep, I mean, let's see. Maui Wow into prime position right now. Spamming out the Blizzard. The Flare is down. The Benny Boys have one last push, one opportunity, one last chance to push through and try to take down Zetox. This is the last moment of the match.
Will they capture it?
Will they capture the flag, or will they let the victory slip away to the Demons in this match? I don't know, but all of a sudden I'm hungry for Mount Spaghetti.
Yeah, my knees are being weak right now from this cringe commentary. We're really covering well for Super T's these days, man. I feel like we're really picking up where he left off.
No, I wonder if he'd be happy with our performance today.
I think so. If he watched just this game, I think he would just play his little flute in complete support of what we've been talking about so far. Mondays is picking up the speed buff, and here we go. This is going to be the push. I want to just have all eyes on Mondays, all days of the week here, not just on Mondays. Let's see. He's going to blink in. Does he get the block pull? Zetox already jumping down. Where's the extra movement speed, Mondays? You got to use your rocket boost, homie. He's going to go ahead and jump down, and Zetox already kiting towards his graveyard here. Mondays, though, is catching up with him. Linkolas, no, he's net backfired. He's so sad right now. Zetox, though, is finally getting caught up here. Finally, there's the death call. Trickster getting rocket hound, and now this could be the push that we've been waiting for here. Ori looking to take him down. Zetox kiting back and forth. They need to find the interrupts, though. They don't find them. And slow rolls. He's running into his clutches. Slow rolls. What can you do? He ice blocks with the cold snap. Further proof of him playing the less superior spec. And once again, slow rolls is going to get back to the graveyard, and this assault looks like it has been deflected through beautiful kiting there by Zetox, charging back and forth between the graveyard and the flag room, avoiding danger, avoiding a bad situation. And if we take a look at the killing blows, it is very, very obvious that demons are going to be winning this game on killing blows. There's about 3 minutes left or less of the match. Benny Boys could have one more push if they die very, very quick here and regroup. But it's pretty much impossible for them to win, even if they kill Zetox and return the flag, unless they're standing on the flag spot where Bobka is.
And I think that's going to be it. I mean, honestly, you have to give some credit there to Zetox. I think in that last exchange, I noticed a few things. For the Benny Boys, I think they had to make some adjustments in their strategy, especially with what we saw from the Demons in the last push, where they were willing to just jump down and kite a lot better. I think for Linkolas, he needed to be in a spot where he wasn't, all 10 members cannot be chasing like that. If all 10 members are coming from the same direction, it makes it very obvious for Zetox where he needs to go, which is just in a straight line away from them. And then, no one's going to be able to cut him off. But if, Linkolas is in stealth, if he's waiting in the wings and he can actually land a cheap shot or get a blind on the warrior, then all of a sudden, for Zetox, things are a little bit more uncertain. And I think Benny Boys, their attacks had become a little bit too predictable for the Demons. And honestly, you got to give a big shout out to Zetox. His kiting was extremely good in making sure to pull, the Benny Boys as far away as possible, and then using things like intercept to, get back into the fight and position back to his team. And I just don't know if the Benny Boys really have that much time. They have 1 minute left. They're going to be looking to make one final charge. But I think even if Zetox does fall here, we do see Bobka in the prime position right now, and it's actually going to be Bobka and Clap Snap having a bit of a 1v1, but Linkolas catches Zetox. Could you imagine if with just 30 seconds left they actually managed to do it? Zetox is on the run. The free action potion comes in. Monday's looking to make a charge. There's still a lot of members of the Benny Boys. They get on top of Zetox. Can they actually take him down? Are they going to be able to do it?
They're spamming out free heals. They need to drop these heals once again. They're gonna, if they can't take down Zetox, it is because of the lack of interrupts. Look at Voos right now. What is he casting right now? A big flash heal, another flash heal, another flash heal. He catches a heal from one-shotted once again. Voos just free healing the entire time, and honestly, it is at the lack of some of these interrupts, but also Demons playing a phenomenal game here, and that is going to be the win for Demons. 37 minutes have elapsed. They are going to be winning this game on killing blows, and honestly, you got to feel for the Benny Boys. They actually had some great pushes, but the mid-game adaptations from Demons just too strong in this match. The kiting from Zetox too strong, and it is going to be their win.
Great performance there by Demons, but just once again, give a big shout out to the Benny Boys. Very proud of you guys, even though you didn't get the win here today. Thanks for the games. But that will be a lower bracket game, and that will be the end of the Benny Boys, and it will be Demons who do advance through the lower bracket. And we can actually take a look at that bracket right now and kind of see where we stand at this point. I'm going to quickly refresh it just to look. And in the upper bracket, we still have Squawk Pid, and they're going to be going up against Thank You Ski Ram, sort of the pioneers of the turtle strategy. Then, of course, we still have Protect the Lumber. They're going to be going up against VC. Those are the 4 teams still in that upper bracket. In the losers bracket, there is a bunch of teams left. CLC and Friends, Fun and Flirty, just to name a few. Demons, of course, are going to be advancing as well. So we kind of know at this point the top 8. I think there's still one round of 4 left in the lower bracket, which is Go Night Night versus Goats and Friends. But I don't entirely know if we're going to be getting to that matchup right today.
Yeah, I don't think we are going to be making that matchup for today. And it's interesting to see because not a single game in Europe timed out. And here we've had a lot of timeouts. Yeah, it's been a quite interesting day here, Van. As I'm sure that you can see, are we going to see more turtle strategies like this actually prevail? Because I swear, if Demons played the way they played this game against VC, I could see them winning that game. I honestly could have seen them winning that game if they did the adaptations they did here. If you compare the 2 games, it's like, well, they fought early on, on the roof. That was a big mistake. They also didn't rotate when they should have. That was a big mistake. They didn't swap the flag depending on who had shield wall. That was also a big mistake. And those were mistakes that they all corrected. And they barely won this game because of that. And I think the people that are turtling are getting better at it.
The turtles are advancing. They're making it to the water.
They're making it to the water.
Yeah, they don't have to just stay in their shell. They realize if they get to the water, they're going to get victory as well. But yeah, it's interesting to see. I mean, 2 teams so far in North America. Thank you, Skiram, as well as the Demons. They're trying to implement, the killing blow strategy, get it to 35 minutes, get more killing blows. I'm not 100% convinced it's going to work against teams like VC, but like you said, I mean, there's already a really close matchup where we did kind of see that early on in the tournament with VC versus Demons in the round of 1, and it was an extremely close game. And maybe the Demons, they can continue the strategy, continue this trend, improve on it, and that might actually get them victory. But that is going to be all the matches we have for y'all today. I hope you enjoyed watching. Tomorrow we will be live again at 10 a.m. PST as well as 7:19 CEST, so Central European CET, Central European Time, 1900 or 7 p.m. So, if you guys want to tune in, first of all, I want to say, Zico, thank you so much for joining me here today. It was an absolute blast getting to cast with you. Any final thoughts before we close this thing out?
Same thing. I mean, it's been a fun day. Of course, thank you to casting with me and making the commentary such a fun aspect of what I do. And of course, shout out to all the competitors who've been playing, all the people in the chat, as well as of course all the talented organizers and people behind the scenes who are making these classic tournaments happen. And just interesting to see how different the meta is in NA compared to what we saw in Europe. And it's going to be interesting to see if these turtle kind of strategies are going to work out as we truck on and as the teams get more and more narrowed down, So basically, as the quality of the opponents improve, will the turtle strategies prevail? Find out on the next episode of the Classic Summer Bowl.
The Classic Summer Bowl, North America edition, again tomorrow, 10 a.m. PST or 19 CET. So we'll see you then. On behalf of everyone behind the scenes, thank you so much for watching today. Thank you so much to the competitors. And if you guys are interested in seeing who will be making that top 6 for the championship bracket, definitely come back tomorrow. And that's all we have for you. Good night, everyone. For a good day.
Bye.